Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, salam kebajikan, salam sehat bagi kita semua. Yang saya hormati Ibu Yesi Yusetia, Direktur and Chief Strategy Transformation Information Officer Axiata, serta pembicara dan hadirin sekalian yang saya banggakan. Puji syukur kita panjatkan kepada Tuhan Yang Maha Esa atas berkat dan rahmat-Nya, kita dapat berkumpul dan dapat bertemu secara daring di acara Axiata Digital Transformation Day hari ini dalam keadaan sehat. Ibu, Bapak, dan hadirin yang berbahagia, pandemi COVID-19 sudah mengubah aspek kehidupan kita sehari-hari. Sekarang ini, hampir semua kegiatan yang dilakukan secara online, mulai dari belajar, bekerja, hingga belanja, dan membuat ruang digital menjadi bagian dari realitas kehidupan kita semua. Untuk itu, Presiden Joko Widodo melihat perlu adanya percepatan dalam proses transformasi digital nasional, sebagaimana yang beliau tuangkan ke dalam 5 mandat tentang langkah percepatan transformasi digital Indonesia. Ibu, Bapak, dan hadirin yang terhormat, untuk merespon mandat Presiden tersebut, Kementerian Kominfo telah membuat peta jalan transformasi digital yang terdiri dari 4 pilar utama, yaitu pemerintahan digital, ekonomi digital, dan masyarakat digital, yang mana infrastruktur digital sebagai fondasi dasarnya. Infrastruktur digital adalah pilar fondasi dan menjadi prasyarat dalam pengembangan 3 pilar lainnya. Jenis infrastruktur yang telah dan sedang dibangun meliputi BTS 4G untuk daerah-daerah tertinggal yang sedang dilakukan oleh BLU Bakti yang bekerja sama dengan para operator seluler, pembangunan jaringan palaparing, hingga penyediaan satelit untuk memastikan infrastruktur digital ini dapat menjangkau seluruh pelosok Nusantara. Bapak, Ibu, dan hadirin yang berbahagia, selain infrastruktur digital, regulasi sangat dibutuhkan untuk mengimbangi perkembangan dan adopsi teknologi yang ada. Beberapa regulasi yang dibuat dan diharapkan dapat mendukung lancarnya transformasi digital meliputi namun tidak terbatas pada Undang-Undang Cipta Kerja Klaster Pos dan Telekomunikasi, Undang-Undang ITE, Perpres 95 tahun 2018 tentang sistem pemerintahan berbasis elektronik, PP 71 tahun 2019 tentang penyelenggaraan sistem transaksi elektronik, dan yang terakhir Permen Kominfo nomor 5 tahun 2020 tentang penyelenggaraan sistem elektronik lingkup privat. Dan pastinya yang sedang dibahas dengan DPR adalah Undang-Undang atau Rancangan Undang-Undang Perlindungan Data Pribadi. Harapannya ini dapat selesai tahun ini. Melalui regulasi-regulasi, Kementerian Kominfo berharap perkembangan teknologi digital dapat dimanfaatkan sebaik-baiknya untuk masyarakat agar dapat meningkatkan perkembangan ekonomi nasional. Ibu, Bapak, dan hadirin yang terhormat, selain regulasi, kita juga perlu menumbuhkan ekosistem digital. Seperti yang kita lihat saat ini, sudah banyak pemain-pemain baik dalam negeri maupun luar negeri yang berlomba-lomba untuk membangun ekosistem di Indonesia. Pertumbuhan pemain digital yang kuat akan berdampak pada ekonomi digital yang kuat juga. Oleh karena itu, melalui pilar ekonomi digital, Kementerian Kominfo juga berfokus untuk membangun atau membantu perkembangan UMKM. Mengapa kami fokus pada UMKM? Karena mereka lah yang perlu dibantu agar adopsi teknologi digital mereka juga dapat menghasilkan perkembangan bisnis mereka. Sembari terus menumbuhkan bibit-bibit startup unggulan Indonesia, serta menguatkan ekosistem startup Indonesia yang sudah ada. Untuk perkembangan digitalisasi UMKM nasional, Kementerian Kominfo telah menyiapkan 3 program pelatihan, seperti pelatihan kewirausahaan digital atau Digital Entrepreneurship Academy. Yang kedua adalah skilling up, scaling dari para UMKM. Hingga kita juga melakukan pelatihan pemasaran digital dan kemampuan bahasa Inggris bagi UMKM dan juga pelaku UMKM desa wisata. Sedangkan untuk startup, sejauh ini pemerintah telah menghadirkan 3 langkah utama dalam pengembangan ekosistem startup di Indonesia. Seperti Gerakan Nasional Seribu Startup Digital untuk pengenalan awal. Ada juga Startup Studio Indonesia untuk startup tahap awal yang sudah memiliki minimum viable product dan sedang melakukan validasi product market fit. Yang terakhir adalah hub.id. Ini adalah program mempertemukan para startup kita dengan calon-calon investor. Ibu, Bapak, dan hadirin yang berbahagia, kami percaya sumber daya manusia adalah jantung dari proses transformasi digital yang sedang kita lakukan. Oleh karena itu, kami secara serius mempersiapkan generasi penerus bangsa ini dalam menghadapi perkembangan teknologi digital melalui 3 level program. Di level dasar ada program Gerakan Nasional Literasi Digital yang bertujuan untuk meningkatkan kemampuan literasi digital masyarakat, yang juga merupakan kemampuan paling penting untuk dimiliki masyarakat kita di era digital. Adapun kurikulum yang kita usung ada 4. Pertama adalah digital skill, digital safety, digital culture, dan juga digital ethic. Nah, di level menengah ada digital talent scholarship yang berfokus pada penciptaan individu-individu dengan kemampuan digital dengan level teknis di berbagai area strategis di era digital. Seperti contoh, artificial intelligence, big data analytics, cloud computing, cyber security, coding, dan lain sebagainya. Terakhir, level lanjutan, ada program Digital Leadership Academy yang berfokus pada praktisi C-level dan juga expert, baik di sektor publik maupun di sektor private. Program-program ini diharapkan dapat mengisi kebutuhan 9 juta talenta digital yang dibutuhkan dalam proses transformasi yang sedang kita jalankan. Bapak, Ibu, dan hadirin yang terhormat, kecerdasan buatan atau artificial intelligence adalah salah satu perkembangan teknologi digital yang mulai banyak digunakan. Di dalam pemerintahan, AI dapat membantu setiap tahapan pembuatan kebijakan. Dari kajian BCG tahun 2021 menyebutkan AI dapat membantu pada proses dari identifikasi isu, formulasi skenario, peramalan opsi kebijakan, tahapan adopsi, implementasi, hingga juga mengevaluasi sebuah kebijakan. Hingga saat ini penggunaan AI memang masih belum optimal. Ada beberapa hal yang perlu disiapkan, seperti penyelarasan data yang tengah diupayakan melalui program Satu Data Indonesia. Selain itu, sekali lagi, digital talent yang mumpuni adalah kunci yang penting agar implementasi AI dapat lebih optimal. Nah, ini juga perlu menyiapkan sektor-sektor publik untuk mulai mengadopsi inovasi AI ini. Ya, dengan adanya keterbatasan seperti ini, kami yakin dengan kita berkolaborasi, kita bisa mempercepat implementasi AI. Tanpa kolaborasi, memang akan agak lambat. Inilah kolaborasi-kolaborasi yang harus kita bentuk. Bapak, Ibu, dan hadirin yang kami banggakan. Sebelum saya menutup presentasi saya kali ini, apresiasi saya ucapkan kepada Axiata yang telah menyelenggarakan webinar hari ini. Selamat mendengarkan, memahami materi yang akan disampaikan oleh rekan-rekan narasumber yang sangat berkompetensi di bidangnya masing-masing. Semoga acara ini dapat menjadi berkah bagi kita, bagi sesama kita, dan bagi bangsa kita, bangsa Indonesia. Demikian yang dapat saya sampaikan. Semoga Tuhan Yang Maha Esa senantiasa menyertai langkah kita bersama dalam memajukan Indonesia. Indonesia terkoneksi, semakin digital, semakin maju. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Om Santi 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 Om.
Romesh Ranawana is the Managing Director of Applied Intelligence of Accenture Southeast Asia. He's currently based in Malaysia and has 20 plus years working in the space of data analytics, business intelligence, customer relationship management with the leading giants in the industry, primarily focusing in telecommunication. He is here today to share his insight on how AI implementation in business and its trending in the world. So to start off our segment of how artificial intelligence is going on around the world, please welcome Pak Felis. Hi, Pak Felis.
Hi, selamat pagi to all. How are you all doing?
Pagi. Thank you so much for joining us today, Pak. Please, you're more than welcome to start off the session. The time and screen is yours.
All right, cool. Thank you again. Thank you for this opportunity. I'm looking forward to present this, and hopefully, let's hopefully to learn from Excel folks too in terms of what you think, and be free to comment after the session, right? So let me start the session. So I'm going to talk about AI implementation in business and trending in the world, right? Now my three key phrases would be fortify, extend, and reinvent. So basically, you fortify your business, you extend your business, and you reinvent, and this goes in a loop, right? So it has to go on, and I'd like to cover this in an aspect that how AI helps you to do that, right? So I'm going to start this with, of course, next slide, please. So yeah, I'm going to start this with, that's my CEO, right? Judy Sweet. And this is her phrase, right? She says, cloud is an enabler, data is a driver, and AI is the differentiator, right? Now in Accenture, right, we are changing the approach to data and AI. Now, to change what's possible for your business, that means transforming what it means to be data-led by scaling AI, analytics and automation, and the data that fuels it all. The power basically, what you want to do is you want to power every single process and every single person across the enterprise, right? Now, to help, and Accenture has invested quite a bit on this. In August 2020, we have invested 3 billion just to create this practice, right? And this practice brings a full stack of integrated AI capabilities to support clients' AI journey with faster time to value, right? And this is investment from Accenture itself. Now, what it means is basically coming up with new AI models, coming up with data edge, integrated infrastructure and application, deep ecosystem skills, and empowerment for culture of change, and pre-configured industry solutions. So basically, it's not just technology, but it's also people, culture, and of course, the supporting platform itself, right? So that's where the investment is from Accenture, and this shows, and it's a big focus up to the CEO level, right? And she is the one who say, AI can transform companies, creating responsibility and possibility for CEOs itself. So if I had to say the 1-2 punch of a cloud-enabled and data and AI-driven business has significant implication across the entire C-suite, right? Next slide, please. Now, cloud is the key. Of course, everybody realize this. Cloud was the key to survive the pandemic. Now, AI is the key. So cloud was, AI is the key to returning profitability and delivering business growth. Now, the pandemic has created an unprecedented wake-up call, right? I mean, organizations across industries have had very powerful and direct reminder of importance of system resilience, agility, adaptability, and scalability. Now, even though we know that 90% of the companies have some level of cloud adoption, 2/3 are not achieving the anticipated results with it, because you just move the platform to the cloud, right? I mean, you're not monetizing, not achieving the full throttle, the full run of the system itself, right? Now, those who were already there were better positioned to navigate the early days of the pandemic more smoothly. Now, they could adjust supply chains and change the way of buying at speed, right? Cut costs quickly as they arrive, less fixed, on costs, reducing the fixed costs, and scale back a bit of tech investment to help free up the cash flow itself. Now, conversely, those who were at the early stages of the journey had to start partnering aggressively to refocus control costs, and catch up with their peers, right? Now, AI has proven the centrality to resilient, sustainable enterprise, operations, and future competitive advantage. Now, but we'd argue, or I personally argue, right, that this isn't the end game. Now, what really matters is what organizations do once you have AI, how they maximize its potential. And that's where data and AI comes in, right? Next slide, please. Now, once you started embarking on AI, right, you'll be better set up to take advantage of automation, analytics, advanced analytics, and of course, and that's being powered by AI, right? And this is the idea behind this, and the objective you already must have is I want to deliver a business value and 3 times the ROI faster. Now you have access to significantly more data and massive computing power, right? Once you're in the cloud, for example. But AI will let you realize the value of these initiatives at speed. And you can ramp up your organization's speed and agility by modernizing architecture and applications for critical to meet the heightened need of holistic view of insights, performance metrics. Just as importantly, it will allow for the integration of new intelligence, for example, in the form of intelligent automation, right? To help create more connected and perceptive processes that can quickly optimize and change marketing or market conditions. Now, agility allows for not just faster action, but smarter decision making, right? All these are important. Now, though moving to AI is becoming an imperative, right? There are different approaches you can take depending on what's right for your business. Whether rebuilding the models and tools in an environment native to you, or containerizing it and moving it, right? And focusing them on how to use these new tools, new technologies, which are also available in the cloud. But it's important to understand what aligns with your organization long-term priorities. Now, rebuilding can be taking a bit of time, and it can be time-intensive at times, right? Now, validating new models instead of testing against existing data is particularly complex, but can also offer significant value if attempting to prevent operational downtime. Next slide, please. Now, data and AI has impact across every function, right? Now, whether that's the CEO, the CMO, or the CFO, right? Now, for example, helping AI, right? You can helping the CEO to transform the enterprise to be data-driven and to identify and capture new growth opportunities. If you talk about front office leadership, right? Partnering with the front office to build and deliver best customer experience via personalized service and channels. You're working with the network guys, working with the network and operations team or leadership team to transform network into a flexible, sustainable, resilient growth engine itself. Working with your talent and organization or HR team, right? To make the best use of the workforce to empower the employees with the support and skills required to work in the digital age. On the finance side, right? So you can help finance and risk leadership to increase effectiveness, improve compliance, identify opportunities for future growth. Now you can see it's not just the CAO or the CDO that's involved in bringing AI or benefits to AI, gets benefits to AI, but it is the whole enterprise, right? So basically, the technology that have potential for massive impacts across every functional vertical is AI, and I'd argue that they are across all business imperative, or they are everyone's business, right? It's not just IT business, but it's everyone's business to adopt AI and to use AI in your day-to-day function. The next slide, please. The next slide is basically a video, and I will come back after the video itself. Could you play the next slide with the video?
What's the power of AI? Can it cut costs? Improve productivity? Help business be more efficient? Yes, yes, and yes. But what happens when you industrialize AI? You can transform the very nature of business itself. You connect platforms and data sources to unleash new insights. You power processes that learn and adapt, growing smarter and sharper with experience. You empower your people to master new skills, to help them do what they do better, and do what they never thought was possible. When AI becomes more than just AI, it's powerful enough to create new industry propositions that make businesses more profitable and people's experiences more personal. That's not just AI. That's applied intelligence.
So you've seen, the video, right? Cost cutting, productivity improvements, increased efficiency, all things that you've heard before, no doubt, right? But to reiterate the point of the video is the video is making, right? Is when you industrialize. The important thing is how you industrialize or materialize AI itself. That you are transforming the very nature of your business, right? Be that through generating insights from connected platforms, or building smart processes that are adaptable, or empowering your people to do things differently and do different things, right? Do things differently and do different things, right? Yeah. This paints an exciting picture, right? But how do you deliver this? Who do you work with to get it done? Next slide, please. Now, this is our proven roadmap to maximize existing investment and extend new technologies across the business by scaling data and AI across enterprise. It highlights the factors that you need to consider to set your organization up for scaling success. As you can see from the stats along the bottom of the slide, our research shows that strategic scalers, those realizing 2 or 3 times the ROI on the AI investments, are doing all of these things. And that's what sets them apart in terms of value they realize from their AI investments. Now, if you talk about value and strategy, right, it means building a data and an AI strategy that's one in the same with your business strategy, focusing on critical data elements and priority use case that will deliver the greatest impact to the business that align with your overall goals, right? Now, over 70% of strategic AI scalers link their AI ambitions explicitly with their business ambition itself. Now, if you talk about, people, capabilities, and culture, right? Now, it means thinking about professionalizing AI within your organization, distinguishing clear roles for practitioners, far beyond just data scientists, right? I'm not just talking about data scientists, everyone. And I always emphasize this with all my clients also, right? Everyone should embark on AI. So it's just far beyond just data scientists, right? Creating additional standards for how to work. 70% of strategic AI scalers say that they have clearly defined strategy and operating models for scaling AI in place, whereas 92% leverages on multidisciplinary team. And this has to be committed from top down to build a culture of data and AI literacy and proficiency across the organization itself. Moving on to governance, right? Means, the previous slide, please. Yeah. Moving on to governance, means ensuring ethical consideration for AI are built into your core values, building robust governance and compliance process that translate to ethical principles into technical requirements that can easily be actioned by your AI practitioners. Now, you need to be able to implement specific technical guidelines to make sure that AI systems are safe, transparent, and accountable to protect your employees, your clients, civilians, and also other organizations. Proliferation means leveraging AI models, tools, and solutions to multiply value from use case through continuous engineering, optimization, and repurposing of data and AI assets to other use cases across the organization. Now, when you have all of this in place, you'll be set up for ongoing optimization at scale. And it's a cycle, right? You just go on. Now, you're able to optimize, you're able to scale, or in other words, you are able to generate exponential value from your data and AI-powered people and processes. You are basically, what you're doing is what I mentioned earlier. You're industrializing your AI itself. Next slide, please. Now, this is not just a theoretical journey, right? We have blueprints. We need to have blueprints, services, and pre-built solutions that can help make this a reality for our clients itself, right? So solutions.ai, right, combines the power of people, IPs, and our ecosystem of partners, right, to create very scalable, repeatable solutions that can deliver outcomes 2 to 3 times faster than typical product lifecycle. Now, these pre-built, integrated, modular solutions are built with the 80-20 approach. So basically what happens is 80% of these technologies are industrialized and pre-built, whereas 20% needs to be customized to your business itself. And this is now available in the market, right? I'm not talking something that is still in the lab. This is available in the market. Now, the 20% are customized to solve the nuance of your unique business and challenges, to solve the common industry, functional, and business process needs, and designed to integrate across the ecosystem. Now, these solutions offer peace of mind knowing that they've been tested and fine-tuned to work with your specific industry and functions. You benefit from the learning and experiences, and plus you get custom capabilities based on your unique needs. Now, outcomes that can deliver from, for example, right, from our solutions.ai, right, is speed to value, right? We can quickly configure and deploy solutions using pre-built, pre-integrated AI machine learning models in real time, industry specific data sets, and it can scale swiftly and confidently knowing responsible AI is baked from the start. Now, rapid innovation. Creating and update every solution with unique and supercharge and co-innovation with the team itself. Now, when I say a team, it's a team of both your technology team and your business team, right? And of course, client first flexibility. For us, and in your case, could be customer first, right? The solutions are built to deliver, must be delivered according to the client value, period, right? It has to deliver client value. Now, that's why what you work with AI, virtually any technology partners or used to any variation of models, it has to be a specific client need, right? So now, where is it being used, right? If you look at it, there is solutions for customer engagement, right? Where it improves customer satisfaction, loyalty, lifetime value through exceptional personalized and customer experience. There's also a B2B growth. For example, Excel can do a bit, moving towards a B2B business. It improves sales performance by targeting, converting, and growing the highest quality of leads. So you know where to put your investment money, your marketing fund into, right? There's also for pricing. Now you unlock margin by optimizing price, spec, and promotion with exact precision. And precision here means right time at the right price, right? For marketing, you maximize MROI and scale personalization to deliver the right message to the right channel to the right customer. Now, and then we have for talent and skilling, right? So provide ongoing learning to optimize employee productivity today while preparing them for their roles tomorrow. And finally, for processing itself, right? We complement the workforce to transform critical business processes with 3 to 10 times of productivity gains. Yeah. So you, in a nutshell, in the time that I've given, I think I've shared what I think AI can benefit for business and also how it can help you to and the trend in the world itself today. Yep. So remember, my keyword is you fortify your business, you extend it, and you reinvent. And this is the use of AI itself. Yep. That was my last slide. Thank you again. Terima kasih to all for giving me an opportunity. Back to the MC. Miss Abigail, are you there? Abigail, I can't hear you.
All right. Seems to have a bit of technical difficulties here. Pafelis, can you hear me now?
Very loud. Perfect.
All right, that's great. Well, Pafelis, thank you so much for that presentation. I do have a few questions for you. It's based on your presentation. Very interested to learn about, you mentioned applied intelligence there, and I noticed that you are the managing director of applied intelligence. So maybe, can you give us a brief overview of how that works here, especially with what you have shared with us?
So yeah, so artificial intelligence is a concept, right, which involves technology. But as I always say, right, technology is technology. How do you apply to your business? That's where it's important, right? And that's why we practice. Our practice was called applied intelligence because you take the intelligence and you apply it to the business. And this intelligence could be in the form of machine learning, could be in the form of AI. But what happens? It must you must apply to the business and it must drive value. So that's the concept of applied intelligence in a nutshell.
I love how it has the same, acronym as AI as well. Artificial intelligence being applied in, applied intelligence as well. And that's great that we get to see this, far encapsulating implementation of AI and how it can help the company, especially how you've mentioned about being able to fortify, expand, and reinvent, understanding that, in using these new tools, we should be able to align the company in order to reach existing goals and even make new ones. So that's very great to learn from you, Pavelis. And I understand that, as we've mentioned before, we do have a Q&A session after this, Pa. So please do stay with us. We will have a speaker coming up next. However, we do want to thank you, and hopefully we get to hear from you more after in the Q&A session.
Looking forward to the next speaker, and thank you again, Ms. Abigail.
Yes, thank you, Pavelis. Looking forward to have our discussion with you. Up next, for our second speaker, what's very relevant here with us in Indonesia. So let's see who will be next. But first, please enjoy this break from XL Prioritas.
Halo semuanya, semoga baik-baik saja.
Hah? Isi lagi?
Pakai XL Prioritas dong. Kuotanya unlimited, nggak pakai ribet. Mudah atur layanan di satu aplikasi dan atur pemakaian sesuai kebutuhan. Kejar prioritasmu sekarang.
Our next speaker in this segment relates how we in Indonesia here at home sees digital transformation happening. Joining us is Pak Setiaji, the Chief of Digital Transformation in Kementerian Kesehatan, Indonesia's Ministry of Health. He has had an active role in Indonesia's digital transformation, having formed the Digital Transformation Office in the Ministry of Health, the West Java Digital Services, and Jakarta Smart City team. You would most probably know his work as he is the architect behind the development of Peduli Lindungi. Selamat pagi, Pak Setiaji.
Pagi, morning semuanya, sehat, salam sehat.
Sehat. Terima kasih ya Pak Setiaji untuk bergabung dengan kita hari ini. Kita truly appreciate it, dan especially dengan Peduli Lindungi yang sangat, di hidup kita sehari-hari. Very honored Pak to have you join us.
Thank you.
Okay, Pak Setiaji, berikutnya the floor and also the time is yours, Pak.
Okay, thank you, Mbak. Ya, good morning, selamat pagi teman-teman sekalian. Ya, karena waktunya juga singkat, saya mungkin cepat saja menyampaikan rencana transformasi digital Kementerian Kesehatan termasuk penerapan AI di healthcare. Saya mungkin menggunakan bahasa. Ya, next. Next slide, ya. Jadi berbicara mengenai digitalisasi, kita saat ini sedang melakukan transformasi kesehatan yang dimulai tahun lalu dengan melakukan penanganan pandemi COVID terlebih dahulu, dan kemudian menyiapkan semacam platform ya untuk bisa menghubungkan antar ekosistem. Nah, ini kita lakukan karena banyak sekali problem terkait dengan data. Jadi kalau ngomongin AI nanti harus kita memiliki data yang cukup kuat, baik dari sisi kuantiti maupun juga kualitasnya. Namun demikian, tantangan sendiri banyak kita hadapi, mulai dari banyaknya aplikasi ya. Jadi data ini tersebar di masing-masing hospital, dan kemudian isunya adalah ini kan milik hospital, bukan milik Fasgas, padahal secara amanat undang-undang resume medis itu adalah milik si pasien. Tetapi data itu tidak bisa diakses ke masing-masing instansi tersebut, sehingga sulit untuk kita menganalisis bahkan mendapatkan semacam early warning system untuk masyarakat sendiri. Nah, itu kemudian kita juga melihat banyak sekali aplikasi-aplikasi yang dikembangkan di Kementerian Kesehatan, termasuk di rumah sakit, puskesmas. Kita mencatat kurang lebih 70 aplikasi ada di puskesmas, dan kemudian 50 aplikasi di rumah sakit. Jadi bisa dibayangkan para nakes, ya, health workers itu sangat kerja keras untuk mereport every day, ya. Sehingga hasilnya datanya nggak masuk juga, terus kemudian data itu tidak bisa dikonsumsi oleh kita. Nah, kemudian di sisi lain, datanya beragam formatnya, dan kemudian tidak ada standarisasi. Jadi kalau bicara mengenai yang paling sederhana, misalnya variabel jenis kelamin, ada yang nyebutnya laki perempuan, LP, ada juga yang perempuan wanita, pria wanita, PW. Nah, kemudian begitu kita mau ambil nih P-nya perempuan atau pria, sehingga itu sangat sulit untuk kita integrasikan. Dan lanjut. Nah, kemudian juga dari sisi kapasitas kesehatan, ya. Kemarin pada saat COVID, khususnya di gelombang pertama, kita bisa lihat kapasitas rumah sakit sudah melebihi kapasitasnya ya 100%, dan kemudian masyarakat sulit untuk mengakses rumah sakit tersebut. Padahal ada jenis-jenis penyakit yang lain yang juga perlu di-cover. Belum lagi juga jumlah dokter, para nakes, dying ya, istilahnya sangat terbebani, dan kemudian jumlahnya juga sangat sedikit, sehingga kita akhirnya merekrut para relawan untuk bisa mengkapasitas ini. Nah, tentunya bagaimana nanti dengan teknologi ini bisa mengisi gap tadi ya, dan kemudian sehingga masyarakat tetap bisa terlayani, tidak perlu ke rumah sakit, tetapi di rumah dengan teknologi misalnya telemedicine ataupun virtual medicine ya, virtual health. Lanjut. Ya, nah tadi kita sudah melihat bagaimana isu dan tantangan tersebut. Nah, kemudian yang berikutnya lagi adalah bagaimana teknologi informasi ini yang saat ini cukup berkembang dengan 4.0-nya bisa memanfaatkan apapun, mengatasi ya kesenjangan tadi. Seperti kemarin pada saat Omikron melanda, tidak banyak penekanan di rumah sakit, dan karena kita menelurkan ataupun mengeluarkan program telemedicine untuk isoman, di mana masyarakat tidak perlu ke rumah sakit, yang khususnya gejala ringan dan gejala dan tanpa gejala, tetapi tetap dilayani menggunakan telemedicine dan televirtual. Nah, kita bisa membayangkan nanti ke depan dengan teknologi metaverse, terus kemudian juga AI, machine learning, itu bagaimana mengimprove sisi layanan kesehatan supaya nanti bisa lebih baik lagi. Bahkan sekarang ini sudah common ya dilakukan di luar negeri menggunakan telesurgery, dan kemudian diagnosisnya pun juga menggunakan pemanfaatan AI. Lanjut. Ya, kita bisa melihat bahwa AI ini sebenarnya sudah cukup lama dikembangkan ya, dan sudah banyak diimplementasikan di luar, dan bahkan di kita pun saat ini juga sudah cukup masif mengembangkan ini. Bahkan terakhir saya bersama dengan salah satu startup gitu ya, bisa mendeteksi batuk itu hanya dengan suara gitu ya. Suara batuk kemudian dideteksi, oh ternyata ini bronkitis, kemudian ISPA, pneumonia, dan saya juga berharap ini bisa dikembangkan untuk mendeteksi TB ya, karena TB di Indonesia ini peringkat kedua di dunia. Nah, perkembangannya sudah cukup lama dari sejak 50 dan terus berkembang seiring dengan makin kuatnya infrastruktur ya, seperti high computing, terus kemudian juga kualitas data, integrasi, dan termasuk juga perkembangan teknologi yang lain. Lanjut. Nah, beberapa pemanfaatan AI ini, khususnya di bidang kesehatan, akan semakin meningkat seiring dengan teknologi tadi, dan akan semakin dimanfaatkan untuk bisa meningkatkan layanan kesehatan, khususnya dari sisi peningkatan akurasi diagnosis ya, dan prognosis, dengan memanfaatkan pencitraan image, termasuk juga penggunaan data-data medical record yang nanti akan kita integrasikan ke depannya. Dan tentunya untuk model AI ini banyak dilakukan saat ini ya, untuk melakukan diagnosis. Nah, ke depan kita berharap ini juga digunakan untuk melakukan forecasting, sehingga ke depan kita bisa mengidentifikasi, oh jika seseorang tersebut diidentifikasi sekarang bahkan dengan menggunakan bioteknologi, ya, biogenomics, dengan precise medicine tadi, sehingga kita bisa mendeteksi, oh kalau ini genome sequencing-nya sekarang seperti ini ya, kemudian nanti bisa dipadukan dengan riwayat orang tua, termasuk juga perilaku kita bisa forecasting bahwa yang bersangkutan akan mengidap penyakit apa. Dan bahkan sekarang dengan bioteknologi, itu kita bisa memotong gen ya, sehingga ini bisa pasien tadi bisa kuat menghadapi penyakit tertentu gitu ya. Nah, itu nanti terlepas dari sisi etika dan sebagainya. Lanjut. Ya, beberapa AI yang kami catat ya di Indonesia banyak sekali telah mengembangkan teknologi ini. Pada waktu COVID kemarin kami juga kerjasama dengan Periksa untuk memeriksa gejala klinis. Ini COVID atau bukan gitu ya dengan gejalanya, karena dulu masyarakat panik dan kemudian langsung berburu-buru ke rumah sakit. Nah, dengan adanya deteksi ini sehingga masyarakat jadi tidak panik dan kemudian bisa mengetahui ini bedanya dengan COVID, ternyata ini adalah gejala influenza biasa. Dan kemudian yang lebih advance tentunya dengan meningkatkan teknologi tadi ya, salah satunya adalah deteksi untuk gula darah gitu ya, ataupun yang lainnya. Biasanya gula darah harus menggunakan tes darah. Nah, ini bisa menggunakan seperti misalnya saturasi oksigen ya dengan infrared. Nah, itu juga salah satu teknologi yang kedepannya bisa diterapkan untuk bisa lebih cepat mendeteksi. Semakin cepat kita bisa mendeteksi gejala penyakit dan sebagainya, itu bisa meningkatkan ya quality of life si masyarakat tersebut. Lanjut. Nah, kemudian kita sebenarnya sudah memiliki strategi nasional untuk pemanfaatan AI ini. Jadi tahun ini kami fokus untuk men-gathering ya seluruh data-data tadi, menstandarisasi sehingga nanti data ini bisa dikonsum oleh riset, oleh para startup untuk bisa mengembangkan AI-nya. Karena sekarang kan kesulitannya mendapatkan sampel dari data-data tersebut ya. Nah, oleh karena itu nanti termasuk juga biogenomics dan kemudian juga dengan data medical itu kita akan bisa manfaatkan untuk pengembangan AI ke depannya. Lanjut. Ya, ini tambahan lagi, bahkan dengan melihat gitu ya, menggunakan image, kita bisa mengetahui kadar stres, terus kemudian juga heart rate, bahkan dengan heart rate pun juga kita bisa melihat melalui penggunaan pemanfaatan media visual tersebut ya. Dan ini juga dikembangkan oleh para startup Indonesia ya, selain tentunya juga dengan face mask detection, termasuk juga fraud detection, itu juga pada saat COVID kemarin sangat tinggi dimanfaatkan untuk membantu kami. Lanjut. Dan kemudian juga yang lainnya, selain yang tadi saya sebutkan, juga bisa digunakan untuk optimalisasi kamar operasi, karena sekarang ini untuk mau operasi jantung saja butuh waktu yang cukup lama, bahkan 6 bulan sampai dengan 1 tahun. Nah, dengan adanya pemanfaatan ini kita bisa melakukan optimalisasi ya kamar operasi, karena nanti sistem rujukan itu bukan lagi berjenjang, tetapi berbasis kompetensi, di mana begitu orang mau dirujuk, itu nanti akan keluar rekomendasi ini dirujuknya ke rumah sakit ini karena sudah availability bed-nya tersedia, dan dokternya juga sudah tersedia dengan spesialis sesuai dengan kebutuhan yang rujukan tadi, sehingga problem utama terhadap rujukan itu banyak orang yang meninggal karena tadi bolak-balik ke rumah sakit mencari tempat rujukan yang pas gitu ya. Lanjut. Kemudian yang lebih advance lagi adalah bisa mendeteksi cancer ya pada citra medis. Sekarang biasanya digunakan untuk mendeteksi penyakit misalnya paru-paru gitu ya, mendiagnosis dari fotonya ini COVID atau tidak. Pada waktu itu juga kita memanfaatkan itu untuk mendeteksi ini COVID atau tidak ya, tanpa menggunakan PCR test, tetapi juga bisa dideteksi. Nah, ini salah satu teknologi yang ke depan karena cancer juga cukup tinggi penderitanya di Indonesia, dengan melakukan deteksi tisu ya ataupun jaringan ya yang berbeda, sehingga nanti para dokter bisa langsung tepat untuk mendiagnosisnya. Lanjut. Nah, kemudian beberapa inisiasi juga yang dilakukan di kami ini yang menggunakan AI yang sederhana, di mana kita juga bisa memantau kondisi, termasuk juga men-trace masyarakat ya, sehingga bisa melakukan pembatasan PPKM level sesuai dengan kondisi situasi pada saat itu. Lanjut. Next. Dan kemudian ini yang lain adalah proses logistik vaksin ini juga sangat complicated, sehingga kita juga butuh modeling dan kemudian analisis, di mana ini kita bisa mendistributit kebutuhannya sesuai dengan demand dari vaksin tersebut. Lanjut. dan datanya kita sampaikan ke masyarakat sehingga masyarakat bisa tahu stok dari logistik tersebut, sehingga dari puskesmas maupun fasilitas kesehatan juga bisa lebih akurat lagi dalam rangka planning vaksinnya. Lanjut. Ya, namun demikian kita masih cukup banyak isu terkait dengan tantangan regulasinya. Nah, kami saat ini sedang menyiapkan salah satu paket regulasi ya dalam rangka untuk mengembangkan digitalisasi Kementerian Kesehatan ini. Salah satunya misalnya terkait dengan telemedicine, di mana isunya kan harus physically datang, terus kemudian harus FKTP dan sebagainya. Termasuk juga nanti bagaimana data ini bisa di-sharing ya, tetapi tidak melanggar privasi. Termasuk juga yang lain terkait dengan SDM. Kami juga punya program untuk mengupgrade kapasitas masyarakat nakes kita agar mereka bisa paham pemanfaatan teknologi tadi, termasuk juga kesiapan infrastruktur khususnya di daerah-daerah yang tidak terakses internet, termasuk juga yang kurang dari sisi infrastruktur. Dan yang paling penting lagi adalah kolaborasi. Jadi kami yang kita siapkan adalah platform, di mana platform tersebut bisa diintegrasikan dengan seluruh hospital dan kemudian bisa diakses juga oleh startup, researcher, sehingga mereka bisa manfaatkan ini untuk mengembangkan AI-nya. Lanjut. Ya, kemudian tentunya dengan adanya AI ini, kita yang paling penting lagi adalah para nakes tadi ya, bisa berinteraksi dengan pemanfaatan AI, termasuk juga pada saat edukasi, di mana sekarang dengan adanya VR ya, virtual reality, augmented reality ini bisa mengimprove kapasitas mereka dengan menggunakan 3D modeling dan sebagainya. Lanjut. Next, please. Ya, kurang lebih ini nanti aspek-aspek etik dan legal pengembangan AI yang harus kita perhatikan, di mana keamanan dari sisi data, termasuk juga privasi pasien, termasuk juga pada saat nanti ini diterapkan berapa persentage ini bisa akurat, ya, apakah 98%, apakah 80%, 70%, ini juga nanti harus direview secara berjenjang melalui sandbox regulatory. Lanjut. Ya, dan kemudian yang terakhir, walaupun pandemi COVID sudah menurun, kita saat ini terus melakukan transformasi kesehatan ya, untuk improve healthcare facility, healthcare services, di mana saat ini kita melakukan transformasi digital. Lanjut. Ada 3 agenda besar di mana kita akan mengintegrasikan data personal medical record, yang kemudian aplikasi akan kita simplifikasi sehingga masyarakat bisa mengakses personal medical record-nya, dan termasuk mendapatkan promotif preventif dengan point and reward. Dan kemudian yang berikutnya lagi kita juga mengembangkan ekosistem, di mana ekosistem tersebut akan kita review dan kemudian kita kasih license sehingga mereka bisa comply dengan regulatory, dan kemudian masyarakat juga bisa aman dan nyaman menggunakan teknologi tersebut, termasuk precision medicine, yaitu bioteknologi kita akan punya central biogenomic centers, di mana akan fokus di 6 penyakit seperti cancer, penyakit jantung, dan lain sebagainya. Lanjut. Next, cepat aja. Dan ini, jadi kita sudah meluncurkan beta testing Indonesia Health Services, di mana di dalamnya itu ada standarisasi, ada kamus layanan, obat, tindakan, dan lain sebagainya, sebagai dalam rangka untuk mensupport the interoperability, termasuk juga standarisasi untuk pertukarannya menggunakan S7 dan FHIR, sehingga seluruh fasilitas kesehatan, laboratorium, hospital, puskesmas, klinik, ya, klinik umum, dokter pribadi, dan sebagainya akan terkonek dengan sistem ini, dan masyarakat bisa mengakses walaupun mereka melakukan layanannya secara virtual, fisik, termasuk di tempat-tempat yang berbeda, mereka bisa mengakses personal healthcare-nya. Nah, ini mirip seperti kemarin pada saat COVID, begitu kita tes COVID muncul positif atau negatif. Kemudian begitu vaksinasi muncul sertifikat vaksinnya. Jadi nanti anak-anak kita ya, begitu vaksinasi imunisasi BCG, campak, dan sebagainya juga akan muncul di Peduli Lindungi. Lanjut. Dan ini adalah data-data yang kita standarisasikan. Lanjut. Dan kemudian yang berikutnya lagi, kami mengundang tentunya para startup, innovators, researchers untuk bisa bergabung di kolaborasi ini, dengan berharap nanti ini akan kita bisa manfaatkan untuk mengimprove lagi layanan kesehatan yang kita miliki, termasuk services dan early warning detection, termasuk juga untuk forecastingnya ke depan. Lanjut. Ya, saya rasa itu karena juga waktunya terbatas, nanti kita mungkin lebih banyak diskusi. Terima kasih.
Terima kasih Pak Setiaji, very insightful, sangat senang untuk mendengar gimana AI bisa dipakai di dalam Kemenkes di Indonesia dan tidak hanya di luar negeri tapi di sini pun ya. Jadi it's quite advanced ya digital transformation di Menkes, and kita semua reaping the benefits dari itu. Pak, mungkin a few things yang sempat di bring up oleh Pak Setiaji. Mungkin kita ngomong tentang regulasi ya. Itu especially awalnya Pak Setiaji bilang bahwa ada kebingungan antara apakah ini milik rumah sakit atau ini milik nakes, tapi karena ini mandat, gimana Pak secara dari aspek regulasinya?
Ya, sebenarnya secara undang-undang praktek kedokteran dan undang-undang kesehatan ya, di sana diamanatkan bahwa resume medis itu adalah milik pasien. Dan kemudian data detailingnya juga dimiliki oleh Vaskes. Nah, namun isunya itu adalah penerapannya nih di lapangan. Jadi butuh penguatan dari sisi bagaimana data itu bisa diakses, ya, dan kemudian bagaimana data itu juga bisa saling dipertukarkan dengan antar rumah sakit, karena masyarakat juga kan biasanya butuh second opinions ya. Yes. Terus kemudian kalau ke rumah sakit harus bawa-bawa lagi berkas-berkas, itu juga sesuatu hal yang merepotkan. Nah, dengan adanya teknologi ini nanti masyarakat bisa para vaskes yang lain bisa mengakses data rekam medisnya yang bersangkutan sehingga bisa mengetahui sejarah dari sisi riwayat penyakitnya. Nah, itu yang akan kita improve dari sisi regulasi, termasuk penguatan aturan keturunannya. Sebenarnya secara fondasi sudah ada undang-undangnya, namun nanti pada saat implementasinya lah, bagaimana ini bisa diterapkan secara lebih baik.
Sepertinya dengan rencana ini access to data jadi sangat penting ya untuk Menkes gitu, especially ini adalah data pribadi dan data kesehatan, which is sangat personal ya untuk kami semua ini gitu. Perkiraan sepertinya untuk mungkin pertanyaan yang bisa pasti jawab, apakah integrasi data ini membutuhkan infrastruktur yang banyak atau gimana Pak dari sisi aspek mengingat bahwa Menkes adalah public sector ya Pak ya, government gitu. Ya,
mungkin saya mau analogikan Peduli Lindungi. Peduli Lindungi itu juga dimanage oleh Kementerian Kesehatan, di mana saat ini sudah lebih dari 95 juta yang download. Dan kemudian setiap bulannya itu kurang lebih 60 juta yang akses. Dan kalau kita bandingkan dengan para startup, kurang lebih kita di peringkat ketiga dari sisi penggunaan tadi. Artinya secara infrastruktur kita akan menggunakan platform yang sama sehingga harusnya jadi no issue. Dan kemudian yang paling penting lagi bahwa data ini tidak kita kumpulkan secara sentral, tetapi tetap distributed, di mana data itu akan tetap ada di Vaskes. Kemudian kita ambil resume medis yang notabene secara data sebenarnya tidak terlalu banyak, tetapi kalau kita butuh detailnya itu kita bisa akses dari sisi Vaskesnya. Termasuk juga Vaskes yang lain, itu juga sama. Mereka bisa mengakses secara concern ya, jadi tentunya ada concern dari pasien untuk, oh ya saya share data tersebut dengan kurun waktu misalnya 30 menit untuk bisa dokter membaca riwayat kesehatan tersebut. Nah itu dari sisi infrastruktur tidak terlalu isu, apalagi sekarang sudah banyak dan disupport juga oleh Kementerian Kominfo. Nah yang mungkin jadi problem adalah daerah-daerah yang remote area gitu ya, di mana daerah tersebut tidak tersentuh infrastruktur seperti internet. Nah ini yang kita terus perjuangkan agar akses tersebut bisa lebih merata, khususnya di daerah remote area, sehingga mereka pun juga bisa mendapatkan layanan secara virtual misalnya. Karena dokter spesialis itu sangat jarang di daerah-daerah desa ya, sehingga mereka tetap bisa mendapatkan layanan dokter spesialis dengan memanfaatkan teknologi tadi.
Wow. Mendengar especially kita harus menuju kepada daerah-daerah rural ini, it's quite a challenge ya Pak untuk Kemenkes untuk menjalani digital transformation ini. Terima kasih so much, terima kasih banget Pak Setiaji untuk diskusinya. Kita saat ini mau lanjut nih Pak, kebetulan untuk sesi question and answer yang kita akan adakan sekarang, juga yang akan join join dengan kami adalah Pak Veles. So this is a session that we have all been looking forward to. Kita sudah dapat pertanyaan banyak dari our audience today. So we're really looking forward to have this discussion, having the privilege to have Pak Setyaji here from the Chief of Digital Transformation of Indonesia's Ministry of Health, and also Pak Veles, who has joined us earlier as the Managing Director of Applied Intelligence Accenture of Southeast Asia. So thank you, Pak Setyaji, thank you, Pak Veles, for joining us. We have quite a few questions here, and fortunately, we are also blessed enough to have quite a large amount of time. So this is quite an interesting question and answer session that we look forward to. So as right now we have from the private sector, we have Pak Veles, and from the public sector, we have Pak Setyaji. So there's one question that we have from the audience that is applicable to both of you, Pak. What are the factors that might hamper the AI projects, be it in the private sector like Accenture and also in the public sector of Ministry of Health? Please, Pak Veles, if you may. Apologies. It seems Pak Veles' connections dropped.
I did reply to the question. So basically, it's people, right? Mostly people and culture. Can you hear me now?
Yes, Pak Veles, we can hear you. If it's all right, if you can start from the beginning, Pak, we got cut off.
Sure, no problem. I was saying, typically it's mostly or typically it's the people and culture, simply because they feel that AI is going to replace my job. I'm going to be jobless, right? I think that's where the talent management is very important. The talent and organization management is very important, because it has been clearly stated to them that, hey, but AI is not to replace you. AI is going to make you work better. AI is going to add value to the work that you're doing today, so that you can do something more value. And that basically, you are going up the ladder and not someone's going to replace you, right? So that's the key message, number one. Number two is, of course, not having a strong use case. And therefore, when you don't have a strong use case, when you present back to the senior management, it says that, I've done AI to do this, you don't get the buy-in from them. So there's no more project sponsorship from there onwards. So, but the first is, I would say, people and culture. Number two is the use case itself. So the use case is so quite important. You must get use cases that really brings value to the organization. The first few, right? And then you can start doing AI for the smaller ones, the least priority ones, right? Yeah.
Thank you, Papa. How about in the public sector, Pak Setyaji? It seems that if in the private there's people and culture being a hindrance, and also there's a not strong use case. Is this a similar thing that's happening in the public sector?
Yeah.
Apologies. Yes, Pak Setyaji.
Ya, oke. Pertanyaan tadi adalah apakah ini juga berlaku ya di public sector ya?
Yes,
Tentunya
ya, Pak.
Sebenarnya mirip-mirip saja dengan yang di private maupun juga public sector. Namun yang lebih tadi yang seperti saya sampaikan gitu, bahwa kebetulan karena kami di regulator, tentunya ini akan sangat bisa mendorong private sectors ya untuk memanfaatkan ini. Dan kemudian memang biasanya pemerintah sering ketinggalan nih, contoh misalnya di sektor transportasi, regulasinya ketinggalan, sementara para innovator sudah lebih duluan. Nah, oleh karena itu kami tidak ingin kecolongan seperti itu, jadi saat ini sedang merumuskan regulasi yang beyond gitu ya, yang bisa nanti mengcover pengembangan teknologi ke depannya. Dengan tadi misalnya seperti semacam akses data, terus kemudian concern dan lain sebagainya, termasuk standarisasi, itu juga menjadi hal yang kita teruskan sehingga nanti pemanfaatan AI ini bisa lebih digunakan oleh startup. Justru kita mendorong ekosistem bisa terus berkembang sehingga pemerintah justru akan kembali juga mendapatkan manfaatnya dengan private sector tadi yang kita dorong untuk berkembang.
Iya, itu betul sih Pak Setyaji, yang Pak Setyaji bilang ada susahnya sebagai regulator dan juga private sector adalah sepertinya ketinggalan zaman. Mungkin for Pavelis, it seems there's a digital divide that's happening between the public sector and private sector here, which probably would lead us to the next question. How do we close this gap? Gimana kita cara bisa mengakali nih antara public sector dan private sector supaya dua-duanya bisa maju terus untuk digital transformation, yaitu saat ini AI. So how would we be able to solve, and move forward and close this digital divide between the public sector and private sector, especially in the use of AI? Would love to hear from you, Pavelis, about this.
Sure. So one thing is, of course, government, right? The policies should be in place where it gives an equal opportunity to also government employees, governments, the civilians, or civil service to embark and to get themselves trained and skilled in AI itself. So that's definitely one part of it, right? That comes with the government policy. Now, on the second, on the other aspect is having clear policies in place in terms of how AI will help, how AI can balance your work, and how AI can be done more responsibly, right? That is important, right? And I guess number 3 would be the change management, right? Bring the culture, bring the awareness. Typically today, because the private sectors are going through, because they are more acceptance to change. They change faster to a certain extent, right? Whereas civil service, not that. And I think it's not because they don't want to. It's, I think where there's a gap there, it's because they're not given the right, the right approach to change.
Yeah.
The skill sets, the training, the enablement, right? You just don't give technology to these guys and ask them to do it. No, that's very wrong. Pick a business case. Pick a use case that you want to solve, a very high priority use case to solve. Bring in the business guys, bring in the working level, bring in the technology, and then get them to do it together, right? Don't force feed technology to them. That's all I say, right? So that's I think one way to bridge the gap between the public and the digital gap between the public and the private.
Especially Pak Setiaji, apalagi hearing from Pavelis that is, not just putting the policies in place, but also, having talented individuals who is working towards it. Apakah apakah yang disampaikan di private sector ini untuk achieve sumber daya manusia yang talented di digital AI ini? Apakah yang bisa dibantu dengan private sector atau government di dalam hal ini?
Okay. Mungkin the first, I will add some initiative what are developing in Ministry of Health. Actually, now we're introducing like sandbox regulatory. Sandbox regulatory, so we can adopt the innovation coming from the startup, and then after that, we also check this is comply within the regulatory or not. And then after this, we can use this for input to improve our regulatory. So actually now it's already piloting, but only some case. Now we plan to move to all the cases to put in the sandbox regulatory. So this will be comply within the regulatory, and then also comply within the clinician and privacy and etc. And then regarding for the talents, actually, we have some some issues about that. So we built like a curriculum to develop the talents, not only for our health workers, but also the startup and also the young people to be able ready for the technology in the futures. For example, like bioinformatics, this is very difficult to get in Indonesia. So we prepare in some university to develop the talents in there, and then after this we can use this in the futures. I think for the private sector can be joined also in these our programs to prepare what in the futures needs, the talents and also the competencies in the futures. Thank you.
It's always exciting, to see the possibility of both public and private sector to work together towards the same goal. Here be, achieving and maximizing artificial intelligence. Especially, we can see it not only, in just the company side, to help us to innovate our business and make it better, but to also see it being applied in public health sector, which becomes useful, especially realizing that because of this pandemic, both companies and also governments are realizing the need to really accelerate innovation in technology in their day-to-day cases. And we have another question here, specifically for Pavelis from the audience. I'm going to read it. It says, I'm coming from business solutions. How do we build single AI platform that can be used for multi-tenant enterprises, especially in terms of organizations? Do we need to be dedicated a team to make this happen? Because being able to have all these AI, should there be a team dedicated specifically to ensure this acceleration?
So if you haven't had a team, then yes, you start with a centralized team, right? But the idea for your long term is it must be a hub and spoke model. That means you have the core team, but this team then needs to be dispersed out to various different business units, right? Now, why you want to start with a centralized team is because so that you can scale them fast, right? Bring in some real key use cases, train them, get them the experience, bring the technology. Now, I wouldn't want to emphasize on technology too much because the business has to define, what they want to solve. And then you think about technology, right? So it could be one technology, it could be two technologies, it could be five, right? And with the advent of cloud today, you can pick and choose different technologies for different use cases, right? So you don't have to worry about whether one or two, which technology, right? The key thing is you get this centralized team, you train them, you give them the skills, you build them, you have a career for them because it's also going to be hard for you to retain them, right? So it's very important for you to have a proper career model for these guys. And then you slowly move on to the hub and spoke model. So core team stays, the rest are now parked under various different business units, where they will then bring AI to those business units, solving those business problems. And that's where I've seen, organizations successfully applying AI across the enterprise itself. Start centralized, then move to a hub and spoke model.
Very interesting, Pavel. It seems that, especially considering how Pak Setiaji has initially, shared one of the difficulties is in the rural areas. Maybe this is not just applicable, not just applicable in the company side, but also can be applicable in the public sector, where we have to, start small and hopefully let that, snowball into a bigger effect and have has impact to on both levels here. Well, which we have a continuation maybe on this question too, Pavelis. What is the most appropriate way then to prioritize the use case to be implemented here?
The key thing is, what is your burning point? What is a burning point for you? Or what keeps you awake at night, right? What is the problem that's keeping you awake at night, right? Yeah. Let's start with that, right? But of course, one way to quantify, which use case is of course the value of the loss of business because of the problem, or the upsize of or the revenue uptake, or increasing bottom line or top line, right? Whatever it is, of solving the problem itself. I think that is always the key thing, and that will get you attention when it comes to getting investment, because there's a bit of investment that's going to take place, right? So if you put dollars and cents in terms of either you're going to increase revenue or cutting down costs, I think that gets attention from senior management to sponsor this AI journey itself, right? That's typically. But number two, the other way is, if it's really having a challenge in terms of delivery. For example, if it's a very operational work, and you really want, and you think that I can get something, an AI to do this work while I can move on to the next one. That is the other second type of use cases. But typically, for your first, if you're talking about to get attention from senior management to sponsor, is the dollars and cents, right? To that.
That's very true. But thank you so much, Pavelis. I hope this is helpful for the audience who has asked this. And then it seems like we would like to have another question in this case for Pak Setiaji. Di sini dibilang, untuk data medis, berapa lama data retentionnya di aplikasi, dan apakah persetujuan pasien dimintakan sebelum data tersebut dibagikan ke fasilitas kesehatan dan atau dokter mengakses data tersebut. This brings us back tadi ya Pak ke pertanyaannya gitu, yang gimana dengan sisi regulatory, gimana ada data retention in here. Apalagi di sini ada data kepemilikan yang punyanya rumah sakit atau Kemenkes. So balik lagi sih Pak, pertanyaan di sini cuman gimana dengan data retention ini, especially dalam aplikasi-aplikasi yang dikeluarkan?
Ya, jadi prinsip untuk digitalisasi kesehatan itu justru kita ingin mendapatkan data itu mulai dari sejak kandungan hingga sampai dengan meninggal ya. Kenapa itu pengen kita keep? Karena kita ingin memastikan dari sisi riwayat kesehatannya, termasuk nanti untuk early detection dan sebagainya. Jadi ini akan menjawab pertanyaan tadi bahwa data itu akan kita keep sepanjang hidupnya, dan kemudian nanti di akhir hidupnya yang bersangkutan bisa ada informed consent untuk mendonasi. Jadi not only blood donor ya, tapi juga nanti data donor juga akan kita create di situ sehingga nanti datanya bisa digunakan untuk research, AI dan lain sebagainya. Jadi berbeda dengan arsip yang papers ya, biasanya itu 10 sampai dengan 20 tahun retentionnya, tapi kalau yang ini adalah selama yang bersangkutan adalah hidup.
Itu dengan hal-hal kayak gini sepertinya concern yang keluar dengan AI ini adalah dengan terkait data ya. With data here, it seems like there is a lot of questions concerning the use, especially in artificial intelligence, and giving it, to a machine learning basically. So in this case, then, how do we then seek to build public trust of individuals, be it in the company as employees or sebagai citizens masyarakat, in a country? How do we then build trust, Pak Veles and Pak Setiaji? Pak Veles, lebih baik?
Yeah. So one way is of course education, right? Education is very important. Awareness. That's the key thing I would say, right? So making it aware and tagging it along, because a lot of questions are, how can I trust AI, right?
Yes.
Or is AI being used ethically, right? So there's ethical AI, right? That's a big topic by itself, ethical AI. So those things has to be brought into awareness to the rakyat, to the masyarakat, right? And get them to believe and of course, showcasing the use cases that has achieved. As I say, right? If you can build, you treat the masyarakat as your senior management, right? If you can show them that, hey, by using this, I have reduced public wastage, right? For example, right? You get their attention, right? So I think the key message is always the use case that that you solve, and you start something very, very critical and able to get their attention. You build that, you make it successful, and then you go to the public with a story. I think the reception of that is amazing. And thanks or no thanks for the 2 years of lockdown that we've gone through, a lot of rakyat, a lot of masyarakat, they all became very digital savvy. They understand what is technology today. They know they are doing a lot of things, and some of them, actually most of them right now, are aware what is AI to a certain extent, right? They might not be able to tell you what technology is it, but they know what is AI, right? For example, when they go shopping, and they understand that when I buy A, I get B, online shopping, right? I get recommendation for B and C, right? So they understand that, oh, you know what, someone is watching what I'm doing and recommending it, right? So these are a point of concerns that you have to take into place, right? And tell them, hey, this is not about intruding or using your data in the wrong way. This is very important that what takes an X amount of time is now shortened because we use AI. So these are the things that you must go back to the rakyat, to the masyarakat, and tell them, right? Yeah.
Thank you so much, Pak Veles. That's very. How about in this side of Pak Setiaji, Pak? Is it similar, or is there another way for us to build trust?
Yeah, actually, I agree with Mr. Faisal. I will add some similar condition like for the vaccine itself. When the vaccines trial, clinician, etc., and then to use for the citizens, we also have some challenges for the trust. So the important thing is we can use like some personal communications. I mean like kita bisa pakai salah satu penggunanya gitu ya. mereka bisa cerita, they can told this is very useful for us, etc. So jadi kalau hanya suara dari pemerintah, governments, ini biasanya gampang dipatahkan. Tetapi kalau suaranya langsung dari masyarakat yang menggunakan itu akan lebih lebih banyak trust-nya. Contoh misalnya kita ke tokoh masyarakat. Jadi tokoh masyarakat untuk pertama kali digunakan, kemudian dia bisa cerita bahwa ini sangat berguna dan lain sebagainya. Nah, itu adalah salah satu cara juga untuk mendevelop trust ya. Kita bisa memanfaatkan tadi. Thank you.
Benar-benar ya, hearing from both sides, we see that truly individuals are really at the core of digital transformation and helping us move along, because if we have to educate ourselves, not just other people, about how this works, and that way when we ourselves have that trust, then that way we can also as a collective then move forward. It's very interesting to see that, but it raises up another interesting point that was raised by Pak Veles, and also mentioned even in the presentation of Pak Setiaji, the ethical use of AI in this case, especially here, concerning in healthcare. In healthcare, but how do we ensure that, how do we emphasize the ethical use of AI, be it in healthcare and maybe even in the use of a company, being geared to profits? It seems, questionable aspects of it. Pak Setiaji, gimana Pak?
Ya, kita sebenarnya memang talking about the healthcare very sensitive soalnya, karena berhubungan dengan life kehidupan seseorang. Nah, memang harus sangat prudence dan tentunya harus meliputi beberapa tahapan. Contoh tadi untuk vaksin saja ada sampai dengan tahap ketiga, sebelum itu nanti dilakukan. Nah, ini juga yang kita lakukan sama dengan AI gitu ya. Tentunya ini harus mengikuti tahapan-tahapan dan kemudian akan juga direview oleh para komite etik ya. Kita kan juga ada banyak komite yang di sana. Tetapi ini bukannya tidak mungkin. Kita bisa lakukan itu. Yang penting transparan dan kemudian kita juga akan menggunakan tadi metode-metode lain seperti sandbox regulatory, di-review. Seperti contoh misalnya fintech saja itu untuk mendapatkan lisensi aja cukup lama ya, untuk mendapatkan lisensi dari OJK, apalagi ini. Tetapi kita berharap ini bisa lebih cepat dengan memastikan bahwa teknologinya ready dan kemudian aman buat masyarakat.
Very, very interesting how Pak Setiaji brings up transparency in ensuring, having public trust and also ethical use. How do we see transparency in the company point of view, Pak Veles? Especially, it seems to be it a public company or a private company, transparency might not, we try to achieve that, but sometimes it's not always satisfactory for other people.
True. It is a bit sensitive, right, when you talk about transparency, right? But essentially, if you look at, I think one of the questions was actually, I was just going through the questions. I think Pak Kurniadi, right? She asked, or he or she asked, which country, which policy and everything, right? Now, I think one of the ones who successfully done it is, I think, Estonia, right? If you look at Estonia, one of the first digital enabled or a country, and it is a certain aspect of transparency is involved. Of course, you can't be transparent about everything. The government can't be transparent about every single thing. Some of it, when it involves security and right, so those things they can't. But I think it involves a certain level of enablement, right? Even by the government operators. When I say government operators, both the civil service and also the politicians. And you see that happening when you see a newer generation, and I'm talking from behalf of Malaysia, right? So it's wrong for me to comment what's happened, what is happening in Indonesia, because I'm not aware of it. But if you look at Malaysian example, you find that the newer generation or the younger folks of the politicians, they are more into it, right? They are more acceptable for the digital transformation, or even using AI and being transparent. So I think that's the key thing. I think it's happening, but it is happening not in a speed that we all want it to see, right? It's happening slowly, but I think sooner or later it will accelerate. I mean, the last 2 years has kind of accelerated a lot of things when we all couldn't move anywhere, right? So I think, you know, if we go with the momentum, I think we will be there to a certain extent. Yeah.
That's great to know that, you know, even though we're not moving at the speed we want, at the very least we're moving towards the same direction.
Yes. Right.
And so that brings an interesting question from the audience. They asked here, what then are the critical points that is mandatory in monitoring and maintaining AI performance? This question is, you know, probably, you know, can be answered by Pak Veles and Pak Setiaji. Maybe Pak Setiaji, gimana cara kita mau apa critical points yang harus dimonitor dan maintain in AI performance, especially di public sector, Pak?
Ya, kalau government yang pasti akan fokus untuk monitoring the prioritized disease ya. Kita ada 9 disease prioritized yang nanti kita monitor. COVID kan sudah selesai, nanti ada TB, cancer, dan sebagainya. Nah, itu yang kita harapkan masyarakat Indonesia bisa long life, dan kemudian yang sebenarnya diharapkan juga ada AI yang bisa monitor everyday tentang kesehatannya mereka. Ini contoh besok kita untuk pergi haji ya, itu kita akan pasang smart band, dan kemudian kita akan, karena banyak yang meninggal itu adalah karena jantung, terus kemudian sesak napas, makanya kita pasang smart band untuk bisa monitor heart rate maupun juga saturasi oksigennya, sehingga petugas medis bisa langsung cepat di sana. Nah, yang berikutnya lagi untuk monitor dari sisi device, yang paling penting adalah akurasinya tadi, itu sering dilakukan Tera ya, pengkalibrasi lagi terhadap alat-alat AI tadi gitu ya, termasuk modelingnya tadi. Jadi harus selalu harus selalu dicek akurasinya agar bisa semakin meningkat. Mungkin saat ini 90%, kita harapkan 91%, 90%, dan sebagainya, itu harus selalu diperbaiki modelingnya agar bisa mengimprove dari sisi akurasinya. Terima kasih.
Very interesting to learn that we are here to monitor the disease and the diseases and also the health of individuals, and also, you know, primarily depending on maintaining the accuracy. Is this something that is similar, Pak Veles, in the private sector, the accuracy of AI and any other points that should be monitored by the AI in the maintenance of this AI?
So that is very important, right? The quality of data that's being fed in to make a decision. Making a decision, that's very important to monitor. So that the data inputs coming in is very important, number one. Number two, the performance of AISF has to be monitored to a certain extent, right? Until it comes to a point of stability. Yeah. Right? Now, this point of stability becomes when, you get a consistent kind of performance, right? So you don't want it to peak and unpeak at the wrong time. And I agree with Pak Setia Aji, right? And he put all the points across very well. The important thing is, of course, the quality and accuracy of the data, right? Because you fill in wrong data, to a certain extent, the AI can filter out wrong data. It will pick up, it will learn, right? But it's also important to fill in the right set of data.
Very, very. It's seeing how the AI itself helps in the accuracy of data. As I remembering how Pak Setiaji said that, the accuracy of predicting, for example, in the smart bands, it says the possibility of heart attacks, serangan jantung, in all these individuals, which brings us then, how do we then maintain, aside from all these vast data, ensuring a quality check on this accuracy? Because it seems that as much as we want it to be fully automated, there seems to have to be a human touch to check on this. How would this then be implemented in either public and private sector? Maybe Pak Setiaji, especially in the health sector, how do we maintain this human touch back for accuracy?
I think we need to test directly, and then we can compare the results coming from the device. So we need to sampling to make sure the accuracy is correct, For example, misalnya saya cek hasilnya today dari device, kemudian cek langsung menggunakan device yang lain gitu, sehingga nanti bisa kita compare dari sisi gap of the difference-nya. And then the other things, we need also to check the historical data ya, from semakin lama kita punya data historicalnya, itu akan semakin baik dari sisi risetnya. Nah itu I think the two factors we need to make sure the accuracy. So, thank you.
How about this? How about from your side, Pak Felix? Especially you were saying
Yep,
how.
So as I said earlier, AI is not going to replace people, right? You're not going to lose your job. You're not going to lose people, right? This is not just for the fun of it. It's not Terminator, right? You're not going to see something is going to be replacing, right? People is still people, right? So what AI does, it makes you more, as I said, it adds value to the work that you're doing. If you're doing 10 things today in a day, what AI will help you to do is make it 100. Because you focus on what is important. So when you do this, if you're looking at 10 different reports to make a decision today, right? What AI will tell you is, out of these 10, which one you should focus? That is what AI is supposed to do, right? It's not to replace you. And don't get me wrong that you need to track every single thing that AI comes up with. No, you don't have to. It is going to highlight to you which are the ones that you need to focus more on. Right? It's going to tell you what is critical, what is not critical. The non-critical, the standard ones, let it go, right? It will flow through, automate it. But the non-critical, the more critical ones where you need to make a decision, you need to make a human touch, right? A human decision. So that's where AI comes in. So it's supposed to add value to what you're doing and not to replace you. Right?
Right. That's very, with bringing up value, being reminded again that when we're talking about digital divide, it's not just concerning human capital power, but also resources in this case, especially being able, if companies, they're able to, they would be able to cover the financing of amassing these resources themselves. However, with the public sector, especially it's based on public trust, that resource might not be available. So mungkin buat Pak Setiaji then, gimana caranya public sector ini dari sisi government bisa dapat resources supaya untuk bisa maju terus? Apakah ini akan fully dengan bimbingan dari government atau akan kerjasama dengan private sector, Pak?
Yeah, actually we have team, digital teams. Now the numbers around 150. We still need more resource, especially on the developers, technicals. Yeah. The issue is how we can get the talents, because we compete with the startup also. The many young people nggak mau join ke publisher biasanya, tetapi kita biasanya attract dengan semacam idealis terus kemudian idealis, terus kemudian juga rate yang cukup baik juga. Nah kemudian untuk menuju ke situ biasanya kita kerja dengan headhunters talent scout dan sebagainya, itu kita biasanya kerjasama dengan mereka untuk mendapatkan good talents, ataupun menggunakan social media like LinkedIn untuk meng-attract people untuk coming di sini. Kemudian satu lagi kita biasanya menggunakan bootcamp. Jadi kita juga waktu di Jabar saya punya Jabar Coding Camp, di mana kita mengakurasi kemudian talent orang-orang yang not competent tetapi nanti bisa kompeten juga untuk masuk ke dalam pemerintahan. Jadi beberapa kerjasama dengan private yaitu membentuk bootcamp yang nanti bisa dimanfaatkan both untuk private maupun juga untuk public sector. Termasuk juga bagaimana menginisiasi para lulusan universitas bisa langsung ready to market. Karena banyak lulusan perguruan tinggi komputer, tapi sayangnya tidak ready to market. Nah, oleh karena itu kita juga mengimprove mereka agar kapasitas skillnya before mereka lulus kita upgrade dulu untuk bisa langsung masuk ke market.
That's true. Gimana kita bisa achieve instead of kita compete dengan private sector, gimana kita bisa cooperate jadinya supaya that way sumber daya manusia, not just the human capital but also access to resources, it's available for both for both sides to move forward for the interest, for a mutual interest here. So maybe if having considered this for both Pak Phyllis and Pak Setiaji, is there any examples or any countries or companies that you both find that they have implemented AI and digital transformation very well? Is there a certain benchmark that we can look up to in this case? Maybe Pak Phyllis, you can help us if there's any cases.
Oh, sure. No worries. So I mean, I'll take something that's close to what we do, right? I mean, Netflix. Today you see Netflix, right? It's AI everywhere, right? So the same program, the same content, right? That is shown as a trailer to me. It's a different trailer to my kids, because they know what kind of movies I watch. For example, I like to watch comedy, right? So the scenes of the movies that shown to me is more comedy. Whereas my kids, of the same movie, my kids like to see more action, right? They see more fights, right? So for example, if you look at the latest one, I think I'll go with is what is the latest one I've seen? Spider-Man, right? Homecoming. So what is shown to me is more on the comical scenes of Spider-Man. But what my kids get to see is the action pack. How that happens is because they understand the kind of genre I watch and the kind of genre my kids watch. It's the same movie, yeah? The content is the same. But what's shown to me is different to what they're shown to my kids, right? And of course, my wife, right? All different, right? So this is a simple application, and it's everywhere, right? We don't realize this. If you go and do shopping in Amazon, it's there, right? In terms of recommending, what is the next best product that you should be buying, right? It's all there in place. So we don't realize this, but it's all around us.
Yes.
Right? Yeah.
How about from your side, Pasir? Is there any countries that we can benchmark, our progress to?
Saya, oke. Ya, saya mungkin use case pemanfaatan ini ya, the futures technology like biotechnologies. Actually now kita practice ya, belajar dari beberapa negara seperti UAE. Sekarang mereka punya program 1 million ya for biogenomics, and then from the China of course, and then also from USA. And then for the software or tools, actually now only 3 the big markets, like Illumina, and then also Oxford, and then the others BGI. We can use this for best practices, how they use this for precise medicine in the futures.
That's very good.
I think this, Okay. Saya pikir itu tiga.
If I can add to Pak,
Thank you.
If I can add to Pak Setiaji, right? So the other country that I would say that's doing it quite well is Estonia, right? They have embarked on a very big digital journey, and they have policies that are very friendly for digital transformation and AI implementation itself.
That's very wonderful to hear from both sides here. It's truly, a unique opportunity being able to hear at the same time a perspective from the public sector and also the private sector. So really, thank you, Pak Setiaji and Pak Phyllis, for this discussion. Has been very insightful and very helpful, and truly understanding that with AI we can make better decisions and with accuracy, but also maintaining that human touch and ensuring that AI continues to move forward. So thank you, Pak Phyllis, Pak Setiaji, for your time. Truly appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good day. Thank you.
Bye. Keep healthy.
Bye.
And that concludes our first segment on artificial intelligence around the world, and particularly in Indonesia. Very, very helpful. So now we would like to move on to our next segment about how AI is in our own industry then. We can see that in telecommunications, we can make use of AI in our businesses, and we are also going to see how a sister company of ours have also implemented this AI organization. To find out who our next speaker is, we will find out after we have a little something from our friends at Axis.
Oh, yuk, suka-suka. Kita gibah santai. Pakai
Our third speaker next is Professor Paul Morrissey. Professor Morrissey, thank you so much for joining us. Let me introduce and read up on who you are here, Professor. If I'm not mistaken, you are here currently based in the UK, yes, Professor?
Yes, I am based in the UK. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you perfectly. So Professor Morrissey here is here as TM4's Global Ambassador of AI and Big Data Analytics. He is a globally renowned figure in telco and media and has been an advisor of many international groups on their operational strategy, technology, AI, data analytics, data governance, and ethics itself. So he is here today to share how AI magnifies business impact in telco companies. So thank you so much, Professor Morrissey, for joining us.
That's my pleasure. Good morning.
Okay, well then, Professor Morrissey, I give the screen and time to you, Pa.
Thank you very much indeed. Great to be with you here this morning. It is the morning in the UK. It's 3:45, but that's great. My pleasure. So today I'd like to talk to you a little bit about TM4. It's a global standards body for telecommunications. And we look at different areas that can actually drive us forward in the whole industry, not just individual components. My particular expertise is in AI, data governance, customer experience, and smart cities. So let's move forward and talk a little bit about how this is implemented within telcos. Next slide, please. So we'll look at TM4 and the business impact of TM4, mostly around how TM4 sets up these standards and moves forward the whole industry. So next slide, please. So TM4 is, as I said, it's a non-for-profit organization. It's been going for 30 years. It's not like many standards organizations. It actually works in an agile environment. And we look to move the whole industry forward. There are more than 90,000 members, and over 90% of the world's telcos are members. And these are the core themes that we have. But as you can see at the bottom of this slide, it is global, from North America to China. Nearly every telco in the world participates in this environment. So move forward a little bit further, please. Next slide. We have the 10 top CSPs, communication service providers in the world, as members. So this is a think tank, if you like, of some of the best minds in the telco world, driving the telco purpose, if you like, forward. I do use the word CSPs here, but in line with today's talk, we are moving to DSPs, digital service providers. And as a digital service provider, we provide a different type of service than a communication service provider. So there is a fundamental digital transformation going on in every telco in the world. We are moving from the providers of dumb pipes, if you like, to different types of assets for our customers. And the lines are blurring between what is a communication service provider and a digital service provider. The last speakers talked a little bit about Netflix. There is a provider which is providing a different type of service on top of our communication service. That communication service actually connects people, but the consumption of the data and the content that they have is something that we as telecommunications companies need to move into. We very much call it OTT, over-the-top providers who are giving new content on our platforms. We need to move in parallel with that to make sure that we are in step with what's going forward. Next slide, please. So we've been studying this for quite some time, and here we have a landscape, a roadmap, if you like, of where we need to move to. Digitization versus digital business transformation. I think we've all heard of the blue ocean versus red ocean strategy. We are all in a situation where we are in a red ocean. There's lots and lots of different providers in this environment. And we need to move to be a digital service provider the right hand of this, the right segment of this this map. And these are some of the things that we need to do to make sure that we're digitally enabling our companies, but we're doing it with efficiency. We can't just throw all sorts of money at this. We have got to do it efficiently. So digital transformation are not created equally. We need to pick our battles. We need to know where we're going. And we need to be in that top right-hand segment. Next slide, please. We need to do that so we can survive and grow. Now, that's no easy task. It's no easy task at all to move from being a communication service provider to a digital service provider. And if we don't do that in collaboration, we believe we're never going to get there. We don't think individual telcos can get there without the help of the industry. If you look at the current trajectory we're on the bottom, we're going to stay in the bottom right segment rather than moving to the digital service provider, which is in the top right segment. So we need to embrace new business models, new business ideas, and business partnerships so that we can actually move at the speed of the customer. And that's what we really need to do. We need to move in that trajectory rather than our current trajectory. Now, again, that is no easy task. It's not something that we are equipped to do individually. So we need to have a collaborative environment to move these things forward. And that's the sort of thing that we're looking at in TM4. We have groups that do that. Next slide, please. So how do we address these challenges at all levels in the industry? The industry's got many challenges. As we can see here, there's E to E business agility. How do we do this in an agile way? How do we move fast enough to make sure that we are in the right environment? We need to launch new products, minimum viable products, as our competitors are doing, as the hyperscalers are doing. We need to move in conjunction and in collaboration with them. And we need to deliver them in a fast manner. That's traditionally not happened in telcos. How do we take out some of the costs within our environment? Cost optimization is a major issue. Most telcos are cost heavy, and we need to start looking at how we optimize that. How do we start looking at those experiences that our customers have, the digital experiences that they have every day? We've just been talking about AI. How do they trust AI? How do we know that they trust us? It's easy to lose customers today. Customers today have got multiple choices to actually get into their environment. They will leave without a thought. So we need to know that these customers trust us and they are giving us their whole attention, and also we're giving them the best thing we can. So we need to build trust in this environment. We need to grow our B2B, our business to business, how we deal with enterprises and how we deal with large enterprises to give them the ability to grow. And also in our traditional market, B2C, how do we grow B2C? And how do we make that, how do we capture that customer or consumer market? I actually think these figures B2B and B2C, as a mathematician, I think they're wrong. I don't think we need to be doing B2B or B2C. I think we need to add 2 to that equation and end up with B4B and B4C. We need to do this in collaboration with our customers and our businesses. We don't need to do something to them. We need to do something for them in collaboration. Okay, move forward, please. To do this, it's not an easy task. It's a very difficult task. On the left-hand side is our traditional model of a telco. We have operations, people and processes. We have BSS systems. We have OSS systems. We've got network. All of these things today are working. We're trying to bring them together, but they are working independently. To move to a digital service provider, we need to enable a new mindset, a new way of operating. At TM4, we call it zero touch. And what I mean by zero touch is we need to be able to move these assets with APIs and calls into a zero touch environment where we are enabling people to come in and come out of these environments with a minimum amount of interface. And we call that zero touch. And if you see on the right-hand side of that diagram, it's not just systems and processes, it's actually partners. We have to have zero touch partnering as well as zero touch interoperability. So these are really big processes and really big systems that we need to implement within our environment. And they're what we call augmented intelligence, not just artificial intelligence, augmented. One of the last speakers was very, very correct when he said, AI is not there to replace people, it's there to augment them. And we need to make sure that our systems and our people and our processes and our culture is open to that sort of augmentation. And zero touch is where we put that in TM4. We need to change our mindset, and we need to look at end-to-end processes and procedures and culture that makes this happen. Move forward, please. Next slide. This is going to be even more complex as we move into 5G and how we monetize 5G. You can see on the left-hand side, there's going to be multiple connection points. End customers are going to be available to us all over the world and all over our environment. And this opportunity to drive to 5G, B2B and B2C and B2B2C business models is enormous. On the right-hand side, you can see some of the areas where we can play and participate and share in revenue to some of these areas. So public, energy, manufacturing, financial services, automotive, media and entertainment, a huge area. Healthcare, transportation. We need to be looking at these sectors and saying, what can we add to that equation which allows us to participate in this market? If we don't do that, all we will be is a communications channel between some of these endpoints, and other people will be providing that service. So it's a digital service provider that we want to move to, not a communication service provider. This market is huge. As you can see there, it's estimated it's going to be 400 billion worth of revenue. And that's after the Little and Ericsson, some research they did a couple of years ago, just in the 5G market. So you can see here that we've got an opportunity in front of us to participate in this, and we need to grab it with both hands. We move forward, please. Another slide. So as I said, there are 6 key themes within TM Forum: cloud native, agility, AI and analytics, automated or autonomous networks at the edge, including 5G. We look to go beyond connectivity. What happens next when this environment grows and moves out? We need to be able to put that digital experience, that trust, into some sort of environment where people do trust us and they think we are the company or the industry of trust. And we nearly need to do that in conjunction with the people that we own, in other words, our customers and our staff and our stakeholders. Now, my particular area of expertise and where I work with the TM Forum is in the first 3 domains, if you like: cloud, AI, and autonomous networks. So that's where most of my research is centered, and most of the work I do with communication service providers and digital service providers is in these 3 areas. And that's where business digital transformation takes place. Next slide, please. And here are some of the things that we try to deliver to our members. We try to accelerate transformation. And how do we do that? We do that with collaboration and competition. So we have areas that we call collaboration, where we bring both vendors and CSPs, DSPs together to examine and look at how we move with the digital environment, how we transform the tools and how we transform our ways of thinking. We need to not just look internally, we need to look externally. We provide some great libraries with digital knowledge, researchers, use cases, and training that actually we can give to people to bring this to its fruition. We have a collective brain in the industry that we very often underplay. We look at each other as almost competition many times. We need to look at ourselves as partners and collaborate. We do some really interesting deep thinking around what we call catalyst programs, where 5 or 6 of our members will look at a certain issue and give some feedback within an agile environment. Within 6 months, we are doing one with actually Axiata in Excel at the moment, and we're looking at what a big area of AI, and that is the ethics of AI. How do we instill an ethical principle within our AI, within our algorithms, within our methodologies, so that we know we are providing ethical environments as well as profitable environments. And we do that through our fast track collaboration programs called Catalyst. We show those around the world. What we see here is that if we do things together, we are raising the whole industry, not just ourselves. And that's really how we have to move to make sure that we are giving this environment the honor and purpose that it deserves. Next slide, please. As I said a couple of times, we are a global organization here. There are 160,000 annual downloads of some of the papers, training, certifications we do. We are, together, we are a powerful industry. We have lots and lots of people engaged in our communities, our online communities. Our online communities meet weekly and try to look at an agile development of ideas. I've just mentioned the middle thing there, catalysts. Last year we had 49 different projects running globally, looking at hypotheses about how we can move things forward. Experimentation, lean experimentation, which allows us to look at ideas early and fail them early or take them forward. And there are 158 members who collaborate within those catalysts. I'm glad to say this year, across the Axiata group, there are 3 catalysts running, and they are, to me, the way that we actually move this forward. We collaborate in this environment, and as I say, I call it collaboration. We have some vendors that think traditionally they are our competition. But if we all look at those areas that we need to move forward in, then that competition becomes collaboration. Okay, move forward, please. Next slide. One of the things we are looking at is, in this open digital framework, is something called ODF. And this is a blueprint for actually bringing business together. You can see here on the right-hand side, we have an open digital architecture underneath that open digital framework. And we're looking for legacy transformations to move into this new world where we bring business, information, implementation, and deployment of these things all together. So this is a very, very interesting project. We've been doing this for about 3 or 4 years. Lots of different open APIs that we put in place to try and break down the barriers, the traditional barriers of legacy systems that we have within our networks and our businesses. Very important. And we need to establish those standards and embrace those standards moving forward. Next slide, please. So one of the things we do is provide a series of tools to measure the maturity of our organizations. This is our digital maturity model. And in this digital maturity model, as you can see, we have 139 specific criteria that we evaluate. And we use a Carnegie Mellon type of measurement tool to see where we are. On the left-hand side, it moves from customer, very important, through strategy, technology, operations, culture, and data. We look at each of these areas, what we call domains, and we then examine subdomains against certain levels of maturity. Now, any maturity assessment is dynamic. It needs to move as we move. It can't be static. If it's static, it is not worth anything to us. So we need to be able to measure things, but we need to be able to measure them in a dynamic environment. And this tool allows people to do that. So we look at best practices of driving this across an industry. We do that in the digital transformation, but we're also now developing a tool, next slide please, within what we call AI automation. So AI Readiness Assessment is a tool that we've developed in the last 18 months. And we, again, look at 6 domains here. Sorry about the smallness of that slide. But we have 54 specific criteria here, which we examine, and we try to see where people are and see whether they're ready. So we go to strategy, we've got culture, party, operations, technology, and data. Data is at the heart of this, and we need to drive that forward. All of these questions are looking at how we move forward. As I said in my last slide, maturity is not static. It needs to be dynamic. So even though we only put this set of maturity questions out less than 18 months ago, we are already looking at whether there is any decay in these questions to see how we move the industry forward. And this is a very complex AI journey. Again, this is a great tool that our members can use to understand how to implement that journey. Next slide, please. We also look at how we implement AI within an operations environment. AI development and AI ops is not the same as DevOps or DevSecOps. AI ops is a living environment. It actually is informed by some of the things we see as it drives forward. So this is not, it is based on the next generation of what we used to call TOGAF. You can see here that we've got 15 different domains that we need to identify and look at and see how operations works end to end. In DevOps, we try to define what our output is before we start. Traditionally, we look at trying to find faults before we implement something. So it's a left to right system. In AI, we are actually informed by some of the things that happen in real life. So we're looking at reinforced learning, or learning which we see the things that are happening because they're happening on our network. We didn't foresee all of those things. So AI really has got not left to right, but it is right to left. We need to start thinking about what the results are and how they are changing the way that we do things. But very important that we look at that in this environment. Next slide, please. We've developed some assets within TM4, and we think these are really important assets. These are things that we think we should be examining before we start developing at random in this environment. AI, we think of it traditionally as an area that it's in a closed room with some data scientists. I actually look at that and think it's intellectual gymnastics. We have to have a business reason for doing some of these things. And before we start implementing them, we need to analyze and look at that rationale and those reasons. So we've put together a framework here which allows us to do some advanced learning or advanced validation of our different processes and procedures. And these are some of the things that we pull out with. So business requirements, absolutely essential. Next slide, please. But also, we need to look at each of those use cases and look at those. Are they feasibility enablers? Will this work? What business value am I going to derive from this piece of experimentation, this hypothesis that this is going to have a business impact? If we don't do these things in advance, we are likely to move down what we call rabbit holes without any real purpose. So putting some structure and process around these systems is something we need to do, but in collaboration, not in isolation, in collaboration with the whole business and in collaboration with our customers. We need customer validation, we need stakeholder validation, we need ethics, and we need governance in these sort of environments. So that's how we are providing some of these things at TM Forum. Please visit the website or send me an email. If anybody wants to send me an email to talk a little bit more about this, I'm very happy to do that. So that concludes my presentation, and thank you for listening.
Thank you so much, Professor Morrissey. It's very interesting to see how all of these, feasibility enablers and points that we can implement in telco industries. Professor Morrissey, please correct me if I'm wrong, but is it right now 3 a.m. your time?
No, it's 4 a.m.
Oh, it's 4 a.m. My goodness. Thank you so much, Professor Morrissey, for joining us at such an early hour. Well, I do have some good news for you, Pa. Our Q&A session will be after this next speaker. So we will be having a specific Q&A session for this segment itself. So we hope, that works great for you, Pa, if that's okay.
I will have another cup of tea and listen to the next speaker, my great friend Anthony Behan, with a great deal of interest.
All right. Thank you so much, Professor Morrissey. Well, Professor Morrissey, I would just probably, like to ask a few points of just like particularly you were mentioning about blue ocean and red ocean, Professor. Is there a is there a particular, use why that term is used in this case?
Yes, the blue ocean and red ocean is a strategy that was first sort of thought about or articulated with Harvard Business School about, I think for 15, 20 years ago now by two researchers. The red ocean is typically where you are looking at an environment where you have lots and lots of competition. Lots of people are looking for the same food, if you like. It comes from sharks in the ocean. So there's only a certain amount of food. There's a lot of sharks sort of eating on that food. But if you move to a blue ocean where there's no competition, it actually is where you can transform from a fundamental point of view, and also from where you get the best value. So that's what the blue ocean and red ocean is all about. Please do some reading around that. Some fantastic thoughts in that paper, research paper from Harvard.
Thank you so much for that explanation, Professor Morrissey. Truly enlightening. Well, in that case, Professor Morrissey, we're going to move to our next speaker. So please join us in the Q&A session after this one, Professor.
I look forward to it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Professor.
Bye.
Thank you for your time. Well, up next, we have another speaker all the way from Sri Lanka, and probably going to be sharing some very informative insights useful for us. But up next, our friends at Excel Home have a visual for you to enjoy.
Tagihan kuota kita bulan ini pasti bengkak deh. Bengkak.
Langganan Excel 1 Fiber sekarang. Dapat WiFi rumah unlimited dan kuota HP besar untuk sekeluarga di satu paket. Cuma 334.000 sebulan.
Joining us is Dr. Romesh Ranawana. Apologies, Dr. Romesh, is currently based in Sri Lanka, acting as an expert and program director for Dialogue Axiata with the AI Factory. Today, he will be sharing with us how he has helped to transform Dialogue into an AI-powered organization. He is also the founder and CEO of Enterprise Machine Learning and has completed his PhD in Artificial Intelligence from University of Oxford. So we have very interesting and highly valued experts in our segment today, Professor Morrissey previously and now Dr. Romesh. So thank you, Dr. Romesh, for joining us today.
Thank you. Good morning.
Morning, Professor. Morning, Doctor. Apologies. So I put the screen and time for you, Pat. Thank you so much.
Thanks so much. So, good morning to everybody. Wonderful to be here, and thanks to Excel for inviting me to present this talk. So, my talk today is going to be about Dialogue's journey, how the journey that we've undertaken about 6 months ago to become an AI-powered organization. So what I'll try to do in today's talk is try to explain what that means, what is an AI-powered organization, what are we doing, what is an AI-powered organization, and also how we are doing it and why we are doing it. So I'll try to give you some insight onto the process and to the justification as to why we've undertaken this journey. Next slide, please. So the why stems from this problem. This problem is the fact that most AI projects in industry rarely go into production or bring value back to the company that's investing in the system. This was highlighted by a recent report by MIT Sloan and BCG Gamma, where they found that, of about 10,000 companies they studied around the world which had made significant investments in AI, only about 10% of those companies were able to report a significant financial benefit from implementing their AI systems. The rest, the remaining 90% had AI systems, but they were really not happy with the results they were getting from the AI. And of those companies, they also found that only about 10% of the companies actually built AI systems in a way that the systems can be used continuously over time, which means that they were put into continuous production. This, once again, is a big problem because AI systems have to be built in such a way that they can continuously adapt, continuously change. And if you don't implement it, with that proper framework in place, the system can very quickly become redundant. Next slide, please. The journey that most companies would go with AI or to generate value with AI usually goes through several steps. And I found this slide once again from that same report by the MIT Sloan Institute, where most companies first, they would discover AI. They start to understand the value of AI, what can be done with it. But then it's once they add the correct infrastructure, bring in the talent and the strategy, that they can start to generate some value. And that's the usual phase. That's the first phase where you build your first AI systems. But then you would align those systems with production, consumption, and you would think beyond automation. And that's the stage where you start to scale your AI system. And then beyond that, the large organizations also have an organization transformation, just like Professor Paul spoke about a little while ago, where the roles and the knowledge within the company are defined and the processes are changed to match, to create a sort of a symbiotic relationship with the AI. And that's when, most companies start to really gain the true value of AI. And it's really when companies try to jump over this journey, try to skip some of these stages, that we see the situation where they're not really getting the returns that they want right at the start. Next slide, please. So this shows you my view, and I think what most machine learning engineers and machine learning practitioners think of when they think about deploying AI systems. Most of the focus, especially in companies which are starting down the journey, think more about the algorithm and the technology that they're using. But really, when you think about systems that I've taken into production, you can break down the amount of work involved and the tasks involved like this, where it's only about 10% of the total amount of work is dedicated to building the AI algorithms and the model. And about 20% of the work relates to building the infrastructure, the background, the data pipelines, the system to monitor your models and all that. But really, to get the true value out of an AI system, what you really need is to integrate those systems with your processes, with your methods, with your working practices, and it's the success of that process that really relates to whether you get the true value out of AI system or not. And usually that relates to about 70% of the total amount of work it takes to actually finish work on one of these systems. Next slide, please. So what we're going to do now is talk about the journey that we've taken in AI at Dialog, and also some of the steps we've taken to mitigate these problems and reduce the complexity of some of these things. Next slide, please. So my talk today will be broken up into three sections. I'll talk first about what is an AI powered organization. What does that mean, and give you some examples from around the world of AI powered organizations. Then I'll do a deep dive into how we've solved some of these problems and started the journey towards making Dialogue an AI-powered company through the AI Factory project. And then I'll end with showing you the new operational model that we are now trying to put in place in Dialogue, which will allow the teams to work alongside the AI Factory and be able to build AI solutions faster and with more reliability, and hopefully get more returns from the systems. Next slide, please. So we'll start with an overview of what an AI-powered organization is. Next slide. If you could slip ahead, yeah. So really, the definition of an AI-powered organization has come about in maybe the last 5 years. And really, an AI-powered organization is an organization, a company which uses AI excessively. And that means that AI, the use of AI is not limited to a few tracks like marketing or forecasting or things like that. It's used right across the entire business value of the organization, the business model of the organization, all the way from value creation to value delivery to value capture. And those companies which use AI across the board, across all these three different aspects, a good 60-70% of their work are usually the companies which are called AI-powered companies. And I'll show you there are now lots of examples of companies which have done this. And we find that those companies which are now truly AI powered, where they use AI for a good 60-70% of the operations that they do, are now the largest companies in the world. They are able to scale faster. They have a much wider product line, and they provide much better customized support to their customers. Next slide, please. So this concept, like I said, the concept of an AI-powered company is a proven concept across a number of industries. It started with Amazon going back about 20 years, where they've been able to automate most of their processes, all the way from what you see on the website to order fulfillment to marketing to precision marketing to hyper-personalization and all that. And that is why Amazon was able to grow so fast. Then we have companies across a wide variety of domains like Peloton in the fitness field. We have Baidu in web and SaaS. In hospitality, we have Airbnb, taxis, delivery, we have Uber. Ocado was quite a groundbreaking company where they've done the same thing for groceries, for a perishable item, something that doesn't really last very long. Booking.com, once again, in the hospitality space. Moderna, quite recently, was quite an eye-opener for the whole pharmaceutical industry, because this small company was able to develop a vaccine in the same amount of time as the giant Pfizer. And they were able to do that because they had spent the last 10 years investing heavily on an AI platform, and they were able to develop the molecule all the way from identifying the DNA strain to coming up with the vaccine, mostly about 80-90% through AI. And then we've got Ant Financial, which claims to be the most AI-powered bank in the world, where they claim that they can do the work of a typical bank with about 6,000 people, 5,000 people with only 500 people, so a tenth of the staff, and still do the same operations with the same sort of efficiency. So the idea here is that this concept of an AI-powered organization is not a theoretical concept. This has been proven across the board in a number of industries, including telco, but there are no big stories in telco yet. But I do know that a lot of the large telcos have started going down this journey, and they're mostly running in stealth mode. But once again, this is not a theoretical concept, but a concept that has been proven through execution and results across a number of domains. Next slide, please. Yes. So the operating principles for what makes an AI-powered organization are shown on this slide. So really, the key aspect here is the use of AI for value creation, value capture, and value delivery. And there's a very, very broad reliance on AI. In the business model, the focus really would be on the use of AI for value creation and value capture. But the operational model is structured in such a way that it's built for scale, scope, and learning. where scale, where you can increase your products, you can increase your customer base or increase personalization with very little marginal cost. Scope is where you can aggregate and modularize across your entire organization and reuse components from across the organization, and also a system which allows you to continuously keep learning and use AI, where you're not building fixed systems which you'll use as they are for the next 5 to 10 years, but systems which will keep adapting, and the staff themselves have that mindset where they can where they're taught to continuously keep adapting. And for this transformation, it's very important to have a very clear strategy where the entire organization, all the business units are aligned. You need to have architectural clarity so that everything you build, all your AI pipelines are built according to the same architecture, which encourages reuse and all that stuff. Like Professor Paul said, you need to have a very agile product focus. You need to build your system so that you're always using agile methods to try out new ideas, implement those ideas, and then quickly evaluate how well they are working. You have to invest in your capability foundations, in the staff, in the technology, all that, and also multidisciplinary governance. It's very important to look at all this. And once you put all these things together, these are some of the common facets we've seen across all those organizations I showed you in the earlier slide. Next slide, please. So based on this, the operating model that we've seen used across the board is the use of a hub and spoke model to implement the AI factory. And the AI factory is really a centralized division within the company, which manages all the AI projects, and mainly to do with building the technology related to all the AI projects. And the AI factory manages a set of building blocks which are reused across the company when they are setting up new AI pipelines. So the AI factory operates at the center of the spoke in the hub, and those at the spoke, which are usually the business units, then reuse those components that the AI factory is building to build their pipelines. Next slide, please. So the AI factory really looks at trying to simplify the artificial intelligence and the technology aspect of building AI pipelines. It doesn't really look at the operational side of it. That's still up to the organization and this thing, but it tries to significantly reduce the complexity and risk of both the AI side and the technology side that you need to put these systems together. Next slide, please. So if you take any typical AI system or AI pipeline, it's really made up of these 5 components. You have a bunch of data sources, which are then prepared for AI processing. That data is sent into an algorithm, which on one side it needs to be trained, on the other side it needs to run inference. All this needs to run on some sort of infrastructure, cloud infrastructure, an on-prem infrastructure, whatever. And then this whole system needs to be tied into a final application, downstream integration, which will make the whole system. So really, the complexity lies in the skill sets and the technology and the complexity of putting a system like this together. Next slide, please. So what the AI factory does is to try and reduce that technical complexity, especially the requirement for highly skilled people at these different stages to put this together. And the first step that usually all organizations undertake down this AI journey is to create a consolidated data platform. Typically, organizations, if you look at the diagram on the left, build their AI systems in silos, where they have a separate individual data silo or a database which is feeding a particular project. But those type of systems, especially if your company has 100, 200 different systems running at once, can be very difficult to maintain, very difficult to scale, which is why most companies which run AI at scale build a consolidated, a centralized data hub where all the different applications can be built on that same hub. So really at Dialog as well, we are moving from what we call a data khade, which is in Sinhalese a corner shop, a data corner shop, to a data supermarket, where we are not building a data mart for every project, but we are building a data mart for the entire organization, and so that all projects can be built on top of that. And the main reason to go down this line is we find that earlier when projects were built in silos, a good 70-80% of the time of development was being spent on data, getting access to data, cleaning data, and all that. So what we're trying to do with this centralized data supermarket is to reduce that time significantly and allow people to quickly dive into building a project without having to worry about the data. So we're trying to make all the data from across the organization available on the data supermarket in a clean and consistent format. Next slide, please. So really, what we have with the AI Factory is a bunch of building blocks which are managing through the AI Factory. We've got, like I said, we've got this data platform, but we're also building algorithms in a reusable way. We are building the infrastructure which is centrally managed and can be reused across the organization. And it's on top of this that all the different use cases are being built, all the way from cross-sell, upsell, churn management, hyper-personalization, precision marketing. All these systems are now being built on these centralized building blocks. And that allows, on one side, the AI Factory to manage the quality and the results that we get from these individual building blocks, but also those at the spoke to be able to quickly put these systems together without having to worry too much about the technical complexity or the type of staff they need or the risks involved. Next slide, please. So the operational part is, it's showed in this slide, where dialogue started on the left, where we have these, siloed projects which are running, which are generating good results. But now we want to be able to scale this. So the journey that we've undertaken on this is to start migrating and building more and more these projects on top of the common data platform. And then we moved on to which is the stage we're at now, where we're not only building on a common data platform, but on a set of common algorithms, which can be managed and optimized by the team at the AI Factory. And then we move on to the common infrastructure. And then when we start adding more and more cases, what we have is a fully functional AI Factory. And while this is all going on, the staff at the AI Factory continuously keep developing new data building blocks, new algorithm building blocks, new infrastructure building blocks, and so on and so forth. So on one side, we have new use cases being built. And on the other side, we have new building blocks also being added to the AI Factory library, which whenever necessary can be plugged into even existing use cases, which will hopefully increase the return on those projects. Next slide, please. So now we'll talk about the operational model that this whole system has enabled us to do. Next slide. In a typical AI system that you would build, you would go through these 3 stages: data processing, modeling, and deployment, where you would start with retrieving the data, you clean the data, you transform the data, you would develop a model, you would validate the model, you would deploy it into production, you would test in production, and then you would have it live. But the problem is that each one of these stages requires a different set of skill sets. At the start, you need data engineers, data scientists, and cloud engineers. For the modeling part, you need machine learning engineers, machine learning scientists, and some ML ops. And for the deployment, you need DevOps, software engineers, cloud engineers. And herein lies the complexity. Even for the smallest, simplest project, you need all these people with these very highly developed skill sets. And that's usually the blocker for most small companies or even medium-sized companies to even put a system like this together. And this is really the problem that we're trying to solve with the AI Factory. Next slide, please. So once again, we have the same process, but instead of having different people with different skill sets handling the different parts of the project, what we're trying to introduce with the AI Factory is the ability for those at the spoke or even just data scientists to be able to put all the different parts of this system together without having to rely on those very specialized skill sets at these different stages of the project. So what we have is the same process where you go from data preparation to modeling to deployment, but they are all done with building blocks that are provided by the AI Factory. So the AI Factory provides the data building blocks, the algorithm building blocks, and the infrastructure building blocks. And the data scientists at the spoke would be able to just put these together like putting a Lego system together. In the meanwhile, the AI factory would do continuous development and governance, which would also simplify and reduce the risk for those at the edge. Next slide, please. So I would end by, what are we trying to gain? What are we trying to achieve with this AI factory? And really, first thing is speed, the ability to be able to quickly turn around projects. So we are expecting, projects which normally take 4, 5, 6 months to finish, to be able to turn them around in weeks or even days, depending on how much reuse we can bring in. Also, bring in quality into these systems, because as you know, you can build an entire pipeline, but eventually your return is dependent on how well your algorithm captures the problem and how much time and effort you put into tuning that algorithm. So that the fact that the AI factory team looks after the quality of the algorithm means that those at the spoke can directly reuse, some of that work that they do. Also built for sustainability, because when we build stuff at the AI factory, we build them in a modular way, which can be extended using, software engineering principles, maintainability. Also data, reduce time needed for preparing the data. We have access to the best algorithms, which will give you the best chance of maximizing returns. And also the fact that we build these entire systems with a focus on experimentation, where these systems can be continuously adapted and changed by the data scientists. So really, I hope you all got an overview of this journey that we've undertaken at Dialog. It's still the start, but what we've done at the start is to set this framework and the blueprint for how we want to operate over the next few years, and we've started this journey. That's the end of my talk. And if anybody has any questions, please feel free to drop me a line, and I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Romesh. Wow, I think the first thing that amazed us was the fact that this started 6 months ago. So it seems to be on a very accelerated track.
Tell me about it. But so, it's been fun. I mean, it's such a large organization, and how to bring, how to harmonize it across this organization has been the challenge. But I think the whole company is on board with this.
That's very good to hear, and hopefully this is something that we can also carry forward here in XL Axiata, not just in Dialog, Dr. Romesh. So thank you so much, Dr. Romesh, for what you've shared. And now we do have a Q&A session right now. As you know, we will have Professor Morrissey joining us and Dr. Romesh for this Q&A session, which to conclude the segment of how AI is operating in our own industry. So this is something that we are all looking forward to. So thank you, Professor Morrissey and Dr. Romesh, for joining us today.
Pleasure.
Right. So we already have some questions here lined up for both of these experts here, especially, we are about to truly get educated here. So the first question that we have here is directed to Professor Morrissey. From your presentation, it seems there's so much fields that has to be focused on, but is there any particular field that should be prioritized so that we can implement AI to support this transformation in telecommunications, Professor?
Well, yes, the answer to that. I think before we start on this journey and all the way through it, we really need to put some governance in place so that we do the right things and not the wrong things. So a governance model for AI within an organization is critical. As Professor Hawkins once said, AI can be the worst or the best thing that can ever happen to mankind. And that's a big statement. We need to make sure it's going to be the best, and we need to make sure that we are governed. That means our ethics, our principles are all embedded in our AI systems. So to me, that's the most important thing we do, is to set some governance and guidelines of that governance within our organization. I know Dr. Romesh, it's close to his heart, and it's been something we've been doing in Dialog.
Thank you so much, Professor. It's, especially in our previous talk, we were talking about how, there's regulation that needs to be implemented in place, but also internally in companies, we should have that governance, even, as an initiative on our ends to make sure that there's at the very least, ethical use, especially as been mentioned in the previous segment. So in this case, then going back just to the AI factory of it, Dr. Romesh, this is something new for Indonesia. Then, could you maybe explain a bit more on what needs to be prepared and what should be then an ideal environment to build this AI factory? Even on top of this governance that should be in place.
I mean, a few things have to fall in place for that. Really, on one side, the entire organization, especially a diverse organization like the telcos of Axiata, have to have a single strategy. It's very important for all the different business units to be brought under the same umbrella, and they all have the same strategy, because there is a lot of, especially in a large organization, the model of operating in silos doesn't really capture the value of the size of the organization. You need to capture what are called network effects, which is an interaction with the customer on one business unit should help another business unit make a call on how to deal with that customer. So for that, you need data to flow across all the different business units and be combined and used by the organization. So for that, you need to have that. You need to have a single strategy. And the second really important part is to have a really good software architecture team, which will set the architectural standards for the company, so that every single AI pipeline or AI system is built according to the same set of standards. And that's what allows these software systems that are built by one business unit to be reused by another business unit. And that's something that we are trying to do. We're trying to expand in Axiata, which is to not only have a standard for dialogue, but to have a standard for Axiata, so that a model that's developed in Sri Lanka can be used in Indonesia, or something that's developed in Indonesia can be used in Bangladesh. And the key problem we are trying to solve here is that building high quality AI systems is hard. It takes time. It takes time to fine tune a model. Even companies like Google take a year to fully develop a model. And if it takes you a year to develop any model, then there's just so much you can do over a year. But if we can take something, if Sri Lankan Dialogue can take something that Axiata that Excel has already built, we can reduce that 1 year to 1 month. And because all that experimentation and tuning and definition of the use case has already been done. So that's the real value of coming up with a standardized mechanism across not only a single company, but a group like this, means that the use of AI and the application of AI can really be accelerated.
Yeah, just to add to that, Dr. Romesh, that's exactly what we're trying to do at TM4 at the next level. We don't want to use Excel's algorithms, but the way that those algorithms are placed across the industry and the standards that we are putting in place is the next level of that. So it's not just company to group, it's then to the whole industry.
Thank you so much, Professor Morrissey and Dr. Romesh. Bringing back to what Professor Morrissey was sharing, we want to move away from B2B, B2C to become B4B and B4C. But in this case, going back to what Dr. Romesh was concerning, how to be seamless and everything, it seems that when we are on the track to be a digital service provider and becoming also an AI organization, as much as we want to be seamless, how about we talk about the efficiency of it? Because if we are to look at Professor Morris's slides, it seems there's so many things we have to achieve, and then also becoming an AI, there's also a journey that we have to go through. So, as a company here, we would probably have to think, how would this cost efficiency work in this case? Understanding that it's something that we would have to invest in the first place.
No, can we take that, Dr. Rubin?
Yes, that's absolutely right. This transformation into an AI-powered company is a process. It's like building a house. You first have to build the foundation before you can build a house. And an example that I keep going back to when I'm explaining the AI factory and the need for that initial investment is how when companies digitized, 15, 20 years ago, built or brought in an ERP system. An ERP system was brought because most companies had these disjointed systems like databases, customer interaction systems, which are all connected to each other using spaghetti code. But then they realized that the moment you want to add something new, it costs more and more each time because you have a much more complex system building up. But then what the companies did was they built this ERP system, which every system was then connected onto. And then when you have a new system coming into your company, you just plug it into the ERP. So even with an ERP, the value of the ERP soon after you implement the ERP is not so great because you're still connecting those same systems you had earlier. But the real value comes when you add a new system or when you want to bring data from one system into another system. So it's a process. And even with the AI factory, the principle is very similar. We do try to bring in value as much as possible with the use cases, but the value is much more long term. It's about setting a foundation to be able to have not 50 use cases like Dialog has today, but maybe 2,000 use cases in 5 years' time. And still be able to manage those 2,000 AI use cases with a small team of maybe 50 people, and it's really about setting that foundation, and that's really what we're trying to do now.
And that's just to take on that, Dr. Romesh, that's a cultural transformation in an organization. It needs to be driven from the C-level down, because when we start just looking at these silos, there's not very much transformation or efficiency. It's when you start looking at it group-wide that it becomes the case. So this is something that has to be driven from the top downwards, and the culture needs to be there. We need to look at embracing democratization of AI across the organization.
That's right. And I mean, exactly, Professor Paul. I mean, the real value of these systems comes when they work seamlessly with the people. If the AI systems work on their own and the people have their own processes, you're not really getting the value of AI. If you look at the companies which have got the best out of the systems are where they've created almost like a symbiotic relationship between the staff and the systems. And that really is up to the C-level to enable that and to create that environment where people are comfortable with changing the way they work and looking at things in a different way. And that's a process. It's not something you can do overnight. But along with the technological transformation, you have to do the transformation of the people and the mindsets, and it has to come from the top.
Wow, it reminds us how what Professor Morse previously said is that we have now to move our mindset to be in conjunction and collaborate, as opposed to if we constantly compete as much as it's necessary, but at the end of the day, being in an industry that is cost heavy, we do need that collaboration. So I guess our final question is then, should digital transformation be intensified now? Especially we have all these two different focuses all in the same path. Would it be better if we were to focus on equal distribution of digitalization first, or since it's about the people's readiness in this case?
I think you've got to concentrate on both of them. I don't think one can act in isolation to the other. I think you've got to translate your digital environment. Lots of people are saying we're moving to a data co, not a telco. And I think that's really, really correct. But you can only do that when the vehicle you're pushing it into actually accepts it. So that's cultural transformation is very much as important as the digital transformation. And I don't think either one of them can work without the other.
True.
Yes, I mean, Professor Paul got it spot on. You've got to do both, and it's all about, eventually it's about the returns you get from your system. And if you want to get those returns, and it's been proven across all these companies, it's all about changing the entire organization. You've got to build that tech enabling layer, but then it's about how the people use these systems. It's fantastic having a shiny new system, but if it's just on the shelf and nobody's using it, there's really no value to the company. You've got to figure out how you can best use it, and that's got to come with the people on the ground who are actually doing the business. They've got to work hand in hand with these systems.
Yeah, that's a challenge that we are ready to accept here. Thank you so much, Professor Morse and Dr. Romesh. It's been a very insightful conversation, and we truly appreciate the expertise that you've brought to this table. So thank you for joining us today. We truly appreciate it.
Thank you. It's been a pleasure.
Thank you. It's been a pleasure.
Thank you so much.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye. So well, that concludes our second segment about how we can see AI in our own industry. So up next, we have a little break. We're going to have a little games that's going to be held by our MCs, Dinar and Mas Video. So please, thank you.
Okay, welcome back.
Yeah.
Wow.
Woo. That was such an interesting and insightful, resourceful discussion between Abigail and all of the speakers.
Keren-keren banget sih. Aduh,
Wah,
ya ampun.
Keren banget. So we had Falaswaran who talk about AI implementation. Lalu ada Pak Setiaji who built the Peduli Lindungi apps and talks about AI in Kemenkes.
Yeah.
So who doesn't have Peduli Lindungi nowadays?
Everyone
right?
should have Peduli Lindungi, right?
Yes, correct.
Jadi kita nggak boleh masuk ke gedung juga kan kalau nggak pakai Peduli Lindungi ya.
Benar. And then Professor Paul who discussed about AI in telco businesses. And Dr. Romesh who told us about AI Factory. And now it's a chillax session.
Yes.
What do we have now, Widyo?
I have a quiz.
Mm-hmm.
So we should play a quiz. Everyone in you can log in. We are using Kahoot Quiz, guys. So please join us. Go to kahoot.it and put the code 987319. So go to kahoot.it and put the code 987319.
Mas Widyo, do we have prize for this?
Yes, of course we have prize ya. So and also don't forget to put your real name or your email maybe. So we are know who is the winners. So we can contact the winners ya. We have 3 winners that will be get a souvenir, the Digital Transformation Day souvenir ya. Okay, so we have how many? I think that's already so many, yeah. Let me take a peek a little, yeah. It's about 70, so it's still counting, guys. Okay,
we'll wait until how much? A million? 2 million?
So let's see about 2 minutes from now. Jadi kalau udah 2 menit, kita langsung jalan aja. Abangnya udah nunggu di depan soalnya. Jadi takutnya terlalu lama ngetem, harganya jadi mahal ya. Oke. Sudah banyak. Wait, saya ngintip dikit. Oh, 120-an. Oke.
Mas Widyo, maybe you should inform the price for this game.
Yeah, so the price for the 1, 2, 3, there will be a souvenir like us.
Proudly wearing
the Digital Transformation Day souvenir ya, from our panitia, Mas Denny Nusadi. Okay, so still counting. We still have 1 minute. 1 minute ya. After 1 minute, then we will start the game. It's already 150. Yes.
150-ish.
Still
160-ish now.
Okay. Don't forget to put your real name. Don't put your sibling's name. It will confuse us ya. If you are the winners. Okay. Alright. So in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, let's start the game. the first question. Wow, yeah. The first question. Who is the moderator of Digital Transformation Day 2022? Wah, siapakah dia? Hey, siapa dia? Siapa dia?
Tahun umurnya deh kalau nyanyi siapa dia
Oh
ini
iya,
ya.
oh iya. Oke, itu kata bapak saya. My father said, zaman dulu ada kuis yang kayak gitu. Oke, jawabannya adalah iya.
Abigail.
Dia adalah Abigail Sumarko. @Ebi Soemarko ya, IG-nya teman-teman. Oke, so klik next for the klasemen sementara. Ada Tiffany. Wah, ini Tiffany mana nih? Tiffany anak CVM kah? Saya nggak tahu. Alright, kita next lagi. So the next question, true or false? AI.
Embracing AI, magnify business impact, be the first converge operator in Indonesia.
Ini tagline-nya atau bukan? This is the tagline for our event today. True or false? If you are following us from 8 o'clock, you will know the ini ya. Oh, ada di atas juga sebenarnya. Gak mungkin salah lah harusnya ya. Bener kan? Oke, wah, we still have 11 people. False. Oke. So, klasemennya.
Wah, Tiffany masih memimpin.
Still
leading.
Tiffany still leading. Followed by Hudin and Alvin. Alright. Let's next question. The third question is, which commercial videos are not shown in this session? Wah, so there are 3 videos until now. So which one? Which one? XL apa ya? Apakah? Yeah, the correct answer is the Excel business solution. We have Axis, we have Excel 1, we have Excel prioritas, and then we have Excel prepaid. Let's see. Wow. Very wow. Okay, the first leader is now Mas Marlin, followed by Mas Rusli. Oh, this is Rusli Monica maybe. And
Do you
Mas
think Marlin
Andre.
is a Mas or Mbak?
Mana?
Marlin.
Mas.
Okay.
Mas Marlin ya. I know Mas Marlin. Okay. So, let's next question. Number 4. When was the first DTD event held? Kapan? Tahun 96? Udah ada?
Mungkin. Saya belum lahir.
Yeah. Kayaknya kamu kelahiran 40. Oke. Udah banyak yang masuk. So this is the second time this event was held by XL. So let's see. Siapakah dia? Still Mas Marlin ya. Wow. Very wow. Alright. But the second and the third place replaced by Miko and Ridayatullah. Wow.
And Mbak Martina.
And
Hai Mbak Martina.
Mas Bagus mungkin ini ya. Oke. Let's next question please. Again, true or false? 16%. Okay, 16% of executives say they won't achieve their growth objective without scaling AI. Apakah benar atau salah? Kita nggak tahu ya. Kita sih tahu, tapi nggak mungkin kita kasih tahu dong. True or false? Biru atau merah? Wow, pertanyaan yang berat. Jawabannya adalah false. Ya. Gak mungkin ya. Oke, kita coba lanjut aja. Daripada nanti banyak ditanya ini kenapa false. Alright. Mas Miko naik ke peringkat 1 ya. Luar biasa loh, kita tepuk tangan dulu.
Yang nanya pasti gue kan.
Jadi kita next aja ya guys. Alright. Ya ada perubahan juga. Kayak Mas Miko naik, ada Mas Faisal tadinya Masuk ke peringkat 3. Oke, we still have 5 question. Jadi ini 5 out of 10. So the question number 6. What is the topic? Dr. Romesh presentation today. Wah, ini tadi sudah dikasih
recap sama saya.
Yes.
Jadi
Mbak
harusnya
Dinar juga udah ngomong ya.
Tahu dong.
Tahu lah. Nah, kalau ini mah tanya aja saya juga tahu pasti ya. Right. Ayo. Dijawab. Oke, the correct answer is about AI factory ya. Oke, kita next. Siapa nih? Apakah berubah juga? Tampaknya banyak terjadi perubahan. Mas Marlin masuk lagi ke 3 besar. Ada Ciparta kayaknya nih ya, sama Mas Hudin. Kayaknya ada orang dalam kayaknya nih ya. Enggak, tenang aja. Oke, pertanyaan ke-7, the 7th question, 7 out of 10. True or false again? Oh no. Ya, pertanyaannya, the market ambition of cost optimization used for double OPEX and dramatically improve CAPEX efficiency. Oh, true or false ya? Wah, ini nih cost optimization. Gimana Mbak Dinar, menurut pendapat Anda tentang cost optimization?
Benar-benar topik yang udah sering diangkat.
Yes.
Untuk AI ini.
Yeah.
Aku sih tahu jawabannya.
Iyalah, pasti aku tahu. Pasti true lah. Ya. Oke. So, wah, banyak yang false ya. Mungkin kalian tadi agak-agak kurang fokus atau gimana?
Keselip mungkin pas mau jawab true, kok jadi false.
Iya, namanya jempol ya guys. Antara kanan atau kiri itu suka kadang-kadang gitu ya. Alright, we have Mas Hudin. Oh, siapakah ini? Saya manggil Mas aja, saya nggak tahu ya. Ada Hudin, Mas Marlin, dan Mas Miko ya.
Ya.
Mas Ferdi dan Mas Ridayatullah. Wah, ini cowok semua nih. Ceweknya nggak ada yang ikut? Atau mengalami gangguan sinyal jadi lambat-lambat jawabannya? Kita next saja. Oke. Which one is not the example of digital transformation? Ada 4 pertanyaan, 4 jawaban di sana. Mobile banking, digital kasir, e-commerce, and traditional market. Digital kasir tuh jadi kayak di mbak-mbak store gitu.
Kita udah bayar sendiri gitu kan.
Oh, bayar sendiri ya. Jadi mbak-mbaknya udah nggak ada.
Udah nggak ada.
Oh, kasihan dong dia. Ya, traditional market belum ini ya, bukan merupakan contoh digital transformation ya teman-teman.
Iya. Tapi kalau misalnya traditional marketnya udah pakai
ini apa namanya dia udah
pembayaran e-commerce gimana?
Iya, itu bisa kali dibilang digital ya, karena secara mindset mereka udah berubah. Gitu. Meskipun yang jualan tetap face to face.
Benar. Nanti kita tanya aja sama
Nanti
speaker
kita tanya.
ya.
Ya, nanyanya jangan sama saya. Sekali lagi, jawaban Anda akan salah kalau nanya sama saya. Oke, kita next. Oke, siapa yang paling tinggi? Masih
Mas Udin, Mas
1
Marlin.
sampai 4 masih sama ya teman-teman ya. Ini nggak ada yang mau gantian? Ada 2 pertanyaan lagi ya. Harapannya ada perubahan, jadi kayak MotoGP ya, jadi kebut-kebutan.
Ini kayak teman tim saya ada yang back in the game nih, Mutakin Agisa nih. Coba kita lihat ya, dia biasanya suka menang nih.
Oke, apakah itu Mas Agi?
Iya.
Emang benar atau? Oke, kita next. Which of the following is not implementation in health sector? Ya. Tadi udah dijelasin sama Pak Setiaji ya.
Betul.
Udah jelas banget, gamblang banget yang ngejelasinnya. Kalian lupa?
Medical knowledge.
Mirip-mirip ya. Bentar, saya. Oke, apakah merah, biru, oranye? Itu oranye kan ya? Saya bener kan ya? Oranye kan?
Coklat kali ya.
Coklat kali ya. Soalnya cewek tuh paling bener banget kalau masalah warna ya.
Kita selalu bener di setiap hal.
Oke, jawabannya adalah hinder new medical knowledge. Kita lihat klasemennya. Wah, ada perubahan. Miko, Marlin, Ferdi, Ciparta, dan Mutakin.
Ya kan, Agisa masuk nih.
Oke, apakah benar? Ini Mutakinnya Mbak Dinar atau Mutakinnya tim IT ya?
Oh iya benar juga ya.
Iya. Oke, pertanyaan terakhir nih, pertanyaan terakhir. Jawabannya harus benar. Yang paling atas kalau nggak mau kesalip, jawabannya harus benar. True or false ya? Data is new moisturizer for supporting the digital transformation. Apakah betul? Ada yang bilang data is the new oil. Tapi apakah benar new moisturizer? Jadi lembab-lembab gitu kulit kita karena pakai data? Kita nggak tahu ya. Ternyata salah. Betul kan? Data is the new oil, bukan moisturizer guys. Banyak orang yang terkecoh ya. Ini kayaknya yang bikin kuis ini Lionel Messi kayaknya. Dia jago gocek dia. Oke, kita lihat. Siapakah yang ada di podium? Nomor 3, Ferdi. Nomor 2, Marlin. Kita tepuk tangan dulu. Dan yang pertama, siapa yang menang? Miko. Oke. Di layar ada submit hasil resultnya ke link bit.ly/dtd DTD hurufnya besar semua kapital 2002. Kemudian winner W-nya besar ya, pakai bahasa Inggris. Wow, congratulations.
Oke, kita bisa akhiri permainan gamesnya.
Ya, semoga sedikit membreaking ice yang tadi udah stretch.
Okay, congrats for the winners and big thanks for all the participants who participated. And now let's back to Abigail for the second session for this morning discussion. And Abigail, please.
Abigail.
Thank you, Medina and Wasidio, for that break. It was truly lovely. And congratulations to all of the winners. Well, now we're going to move to our last segment of this session, where we'll be talking about machine learning. This will be held by our final 2 speakers. But before we find out who they are next, please enjoy this break from XL Prioritas.
Halo semuanya, semoga baik-baik saja.
Hah, ngisi lagi?
Pakai XL Prioritas dong. Kuotanya unlimited, nggak pakai ribet. Mudah atur layanan di satu aplikasi dan atur pemakaian sesuai kebutuhan. Kejar prioritasmu sekarang.
Our next speaker is Mr. Sandeep Basu, who is based in Singapore. He is the Regional Data Analytics Solution Sales Lead at Microsoft Asia Pacific, and he has helped customers to leverage the power of Microsoft's data and AI platform in unlocking the value of their data to drive key business outcomes. He has had 20 plus years of experience in the tech industry, and he is here because he's keen to make tech and AI more accessible to us all. He's here now to share about how to build business-critical machine learning models at scale. So, Mr. Sandeep, thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you so much, Abigail, for having me. Pleasure being here and hoping to call out what we are doing in the field of machine learning as well as learn from all of you. Thank you.
All right. I'm not going to take much of your time anymore, Mr. Sandeep. Please bear in mind, we would have a Q&A session, so please, everyone, keep your questions coming in. And Mr. Sandeep, the screen and time is yours.
All right. Thank you very much, Abigail. My name is Sandeep, as Abigail said, and I'm part of the Microsoft solution sales team focused on data and analytics. If you can go on to the next slide. So today what we are essentially carrying on from what Dr. Romesh was just talking about, essentially is how do we really take concepts such as the AI factory and include them into the tooling in a way that actually helps scale and grow machine learning models. As we said, AI is indeed a gift, but it's a gift that needs a lot of work for it to be able to see the value. So as you can see, machine learning is something that is, has become almost ubiquitous across sales, marketing, service, finance, operations, HR. At Microsoft, within our own organization, pretty much every department uses machine learning for doing things like sales forecasting, financial forecasting, and so on. And it's the same thing that all of you are trying to do within your business. So while machine learning is something that's really been consistently available and has lots of potential across every single area, there are a few key challenges. If you can go on to the next slide. So some of the challenges in machine learning really relate to how do we end up with a structure where we can scale models. As Dr. Romesh called out, there are multiple people involved in the cycle, and we'll go through those. And all of those people need to sort of come together to be able to bring the fruits of machine learning into place. Some of the challenges that we see are particularly, and where there is a lot of interest, is ensuring that models are fair and they eliminate bias. There's a lot of interest currently within governments, particularly in terms of how do you share data, but when you're sharing it, how do you implement things like differential privacy so that when your data is shared, you are 100% assured that your data is not necessarily going to be misused in any way. So fairness and bias is one of the key things. Lack of versioning, reproducibility of models, where you can, how can you start to automate some of this stuff so that you take some of the hard work out of it? Again, as some models can take almost a year to fine tune, as we spoke about, depending on the problem that you're trying to solve. So it's about really how do we, extract quality insights out of some of these models and get the results that we look to. Also, models tend to age. So as they age, you have this concept of data drift, which means that the model, the data that the model was originally trained on starts to change. So how do you keep current? So those are some of the things that that we see in terms of trustworthiness, scaling, fairness, reproducibility, and so on. So what are the things that we see as trends, if you go on to the next slide, in terms of addressing these challenges? There's three key areas that we are looking at. Automation, what are the areas we can automate? How, in terms of being able to deploy models at scale, especially when you have a large number of models. How can you use standardized models such as GPT-3, which have become available? Collaboration, there are a number of people with different skill sets who are involved. We are seeing the rise of the citizen data scientists, people in business who want to be able to use these tool sets and want to have a say in the outcomes. So how do we enable collaboration around those? And thirdly, the acceleration piece. And this is really where you're starting to see the discipline of machine learning ops really come into play. Putting in different advanced techniques, particularly around reinforcement learning, cross-cloud training and inferencing. Most organizations today have data sitting in cloud, on-premise, different providers, and so on. So how do you exchange that data in a secure fashion and in a way that your data is protected, but you're still able to get the impact that you are looking at? So if you look at how we address these challenges, if you can go on to the next slide and we correlate back to that machine learning lifecycle that we were talking about, Dr. Romesh was talking about earlier, you'll see a similar representation. And as you can see, starting from data preparation, which is really identifying what kind of data is in there, to the building and training. And this is really, there's a lot of decisions, especially around fairness, responsible AI, etc. Is the data sufficient? Do we need to build noise into the data to ensure that it is, that we are trying to, that we provide the level of privacy that we have, without sacrificing the effectivity that we would have with the model? Then moving on to actual deployment, where you're actually sharing with the business user the impact, the output, and so on. And as they start to come in, be able to manage as well as monitor them. And this is where the concept of, as I said, the data input data itself changes, parameters change. So how do you tune and keep the model current so that's achieving the objective, be it in a product recommendation scenario or a next best action scenario? It's providing you that entire objective that you have. So when you look at it, you've got all these people involved in this particular process. So how do we ensure that we provide a framework which works across all these people? If you can move on to the next slide. So Microsoft provides a portfolio which allows you to adopt AI irrespective of what level you are at, from developers and data scientists. At the base is the core platform that we have for machine learning, which is Azure Machine Learning. But on top of it, we have built scenario-specific cognitive services, for example, for identifying forms or documents which you use for onboarding, or video indexing, being able to extract insights from videos, identify any harmful scenes, and so on. And as you move up the scale, we provided something called AI Builder, which is our native ability for pretty much any citizen data scientist to be able to build out AI models for things as simple as, let's say, a purchase order recognition and an automation of workflow and so on. So we look from the most sophisticated machine learning models all the way through to the end user applications. We built in AI at every level so that everyone effectively, we are able to democratize AI. So when we do this, if you move on to the next slide, all of this is built off the core platform, which is Azure Machine Learning. And if you saw some of the challenges, what we are trying to do is address those challenges down there across 4 key parameters. One is ensuring that we provide machine learning support for different kinds of skill levels. Second is providing that end-to-end lifecycle management. We spoke about it in terms of scalability, reducibility, reproducibility, and so on. And then, of course, state-of-the-art responsible ML. We have built out tools, made them available on GitHub, which you can start to use to ensure how fair your algorithm is. And finally, addressing the challenge of multiple languages, programming languages, etc. We made it open and interoperable. So we'll just do a quick walkthrough of what each of these mean. So if you can move on to the next slide. So, and the next slide, if you don't mind. So when we look at Azure machine learning, as I said, we are trying to democratize it. So there are different layers. So we have people who are designing, people who actually are writing code, and people who are actually, in that sense, end users. So we've got the Azure Machine Learning, Automated Machine Learning Studio, which we'll talk about, which essentially does is a code-free experience versus the notebooks experience, which you see at the top right, which is something which allows a data engineer to go ahead and write their own code within notebooks, and all the way through to knowledge mining as an example, which is an end user using a pre-built machine learning model for exploring knowledge within their data sets. If you can move on to the next slide. So how we do it is through the automated machine learning process. So one of the things we are trying to do to make it simplified is we know that the model creates things. Which features should I use? Which algorithm? What parameters? How does it tie to the data? What does it give me in terms of confidence level of the results? So what we are trying to do within this is, if you move to the next slide, providing an automated framework which allows you to accelerate that model development. So what it allows you to do is take in those inputs, define the data, etc., and at the same time, be able to evaluate 2 or 3 different options at the same time and identify which is the model, which is the algorithm which gives you the most confidence level in terms of result that you are looking at. So, that's the first part of what we are trying to do, automating the machine learning entire process. If you can just move on to the next slide. So when we look at automated ML, there are 5 different areas that we are trying to address within this. One is automate the pre-processing of data through cleaning of data. Next is feature engineering. This is the most time-consuming period. We are trying to simplify this by providing you the right options, prioritizing those options. Likewise with algorithms, providing you the ability to test multiple algorithms at the same time. Equally important, recommending and prioritizing which models make the most sense based on accuracy and so on. And finally, explainability. One of the key things we talk about as part of responsible AI is how explainable is the model. So this is something that we just launched in preview, the ability to put up a workshop, the ability to put up a dashboard, which actually starts to explain how you got to a particular result, what were the parameters, and so on, so that everyone is on the same page as in terms of it not being a black box kind of scenario. If you move on to the next slide. So the other part we talked about was how do we scale and make models reproducible? And this is something that rolls up into the AI factory concept we spoke about, Dr. Romesh spoke about previously. This is providing that entire end-to-end lifecycle management with ML ops. So if you can move to the next slide. So within ML ops, we are essentially trying to bring the entire experimentation, development, and operation process together so that it is a consistent thing which can be reproduced and has a standard process across all the people who are involved in this entire cycle. It's obviously evolved from the older concept from the development ops philosophy, but adapted to machine learning because of all its unique structures, particularly around experimentation, model testing, and then it becomes more standardized in terms of continuous integration, etc. But then again, you have the data feedback loop, the monitoring, data drift, etc., that you want to monitor as part of managing your ML ops. So if you move to the next slide, you will be able to see that what we are trying to do is starting from where the data, so we made this available so that you can integrate via GitHub. So even if you have different tool sets, you can go ahead and integrate the entire ops process into it. Essentially, what we are doing is ensuring that right from the first stage where you're starting to pre-process the data through to training, validation, between validation and deployment, particularly bringing in all the collaboration piece that we spoke about in terms of having the right users, being able to test and validate the end output of the result, and then ensuring that you have this entire continuous integration and continuous deployment framework as you actually deploy the model. And as the model really works in real time, how do you ensure that you have a mechanism to track the output and put in model retraining? So this is something that we have built end-to-end within as a framework, as well as providing the right tools, as well as making it interoperable so that you can work with pretty much any set of tools. If you go to the next slide. So some of the things that it effectively addresses is things like ensuring that you have standardized model architecture, you manage the model validation across pipelines, as well as security, model deployment and retraining, particularly about monitoring the output of the model, governance of that model, and then having the continuous integration and development pipeline for automation as you continue to retrain, update the model over a period of time. So these are some of the things that we've included as part of the tool sets, as well as the framework that we provide. If you go on to the next slide. So we're talking about how do you ensure that machine learning provides a responsible framework. If you go to the next slide. So when we talk about responsibility in real life, there's a few things that we want to be able to address. Ensure that we have an audit trail. We address differential privacy, which is what I was talking about, introducing the concept of noise to ensure that you can also federate machine learning models so that you address specific areas within that framework. And what this does is it helps you address some of the key challenges that you face in real life. If you go on to the next slide. Which feature model should I choose? How can I improve my model? Should my model be deployed? Is it being fair? Have I got any bias built in it? Can I trust my predictions? Is it explainable? Is it responsible? Is it considering bias? All of these things are what we try to address through this framework of responsible AI. And again, we have open sourced this so that almost anyone can go ahead and use this. So if you move to the next slide, you will see what we have done is we have put out outputs which allow you to interpret your model across error analysis. So what is the degree of error? How many false positives did we get? How many true negatives did we get? And all of that part of it, as well as providing a sort of fairness dashboard, which actually allows you to see how much of the data is obfuscated. And based on that, what is the degree of accuracy of the result that you have got out of it? So these are, again, tools that we have put in. It's a framework called Fair Learning that we have. It's open sourced and available so that almost anyone can access and incorporate into your environment. If you move on to the next slide. So the last part I want to talk about is the fact that it is open and interoperable. So when you go on to the next slide, what I wanted to talk about is the fact that you can pretty much use your standard, any kind of data science tools, everything from Visual Studio all the way through to command line, as well as any kind of deep learning framework from TensorFlow to Scikit and so on, as well as using Onyx runtime, especially to be able to bring in GPUs and so on. So all of those frameworks, tools, etc., are all available directly to you as part of Azure Machine Learning. You're able to use those as you go ahead and build out your models to allow that they can be scalable, fair, reproducible, and have a standardized framework for managing your operations. So that's pretty much what I wanted to cover. I hope it gave you an idea of what you can cover to address some of the challenges that you see in terms of machine learning. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Sandeep. That was very insightful. It seems that Microsoft is something that we're very familiar with, as it seems, especially in emails. So it's very interesting to learn about how Microsoft is helping us learn, learn and operate machine learning. So it's truly, especially when you brought up about responsible machine learning, Mr. Sandeep, that is something that we do obviously have to keep in mind, and I'm glad that it has been highlighted here. So Mr. Sandeep, thank you so much. We will have, again, just a reminder, we will have a Q&A session after this next speaker, but thank you so much, Mr. Sandeep, for that very insightful presentation.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Well, up next, we have our final speaker. But before we introduce him, we have a little something from our friends from XL Prepaid.
Mama kopi susu, kakak
Aku kan boba.
Salah deh. Ini dong.
Yeli. Untung atur kuota nggak ribet. Cukup pakai satu paket akrab, gampang atur kuota untuk setiap anggota keluarga. Aktifkan paket akrab.
Our final speaker in the machine learning segment is Mr. Anthony Bahan. He's currently based in Ireland as the Managing Director for Communications, Media, and Entertainment of Cloudera. He is an industry-recognized innovator and evangelist for the power of data and AI, and he was previously an executive industry leader at IBM and has held leadership roles in telecommunications software companies in Europe and North America. Thank you so much, Mr. Bahan, for joining us today.
Thanks, Abigail. It's great to be here this morning.
Thank you. Well, Mr. Bahan, I'm not going to keep you much longer. We're so excited to hear what you can share with us about machine learning and how do we select a machine learning use cases. So please, Mr. Bahan, the time and screen is yours.
That's great. Thank you very much indeed. As I said, it's a pleasure to be here today. As Abigail was saying, I'm Anthony Behan. I'm the Managing Director for Telecommunications, Media and Entertainment here at Cloudera. So I work with telecommunications companies all over the world with the Cloudera data platform, which is one of the largest data and AI platforms in the world. We do a lot of work specifically on machine learning. And what I wanted to talk about today is I want to talk directly to the experience of being a data scientist and what it means to be successful as a data scientist. And, looking at experiences around the world, I've seen where data scientists have been successful and where data scientists have failed, where data science projects have been successful and where they failed. And I want to sort of, and where they failed, not just in the terms of data science itself, but in terms of the business. And that's really the important thing. Where has data science really managed to help businesses to perform better? So we can go to the first slide, please. The first thing I want to talk about, so I got 5 different messages. First message, build incremental value. This is really important. When we think about building AI models, invariably we are talking about getting to automation so that we can use machines to learn how the business functions and design algorithms that automate those processes so that we reduce the cost of running the business. We make the business more efficient. We make the business faster. But there are a lot of steps along the way, and we can deliver value at each step along the way as we build automation. So if you take, for example, a service like a virtual firewall, so an enterprise service where we're selling virtual firewall capabilities to an enterprise, the first thing that we're going to do is we're going to collect information about the virtual firewall. Ultimately, what we want to do is automate the management so that if one of our firewall instances is at risk of failure because the algorithms are saying, look, something is happening, the load is too high, the resources are incorrect, something is going on that is predicting a failure in the firewall, we're going to spin up a new one, provision it to the account, and then kill the old one before it has a chance to fail. That's the whole process. Now, along the way, we're going to have information about the firewall, about its performance, about other firewalls, other virtual firewalls that we've got deployed. And that information is valuable to anyone who's monitoring the system generally. Beyond that, those predictions about how those firewalls are likely to behave, where spikes in consumption are likely to occur, where unusual activity is starting to build up and so on. That's interesting just for an experience perspective. And so the predictions about, how that business is, how that element is likely to behave, they can be interesting to people who are doing service monitoring. They can be interesting to product managers, for example, who might be thinking about firewalls and firewall resources and firewall bundles or product bundles generally that would like to design new things. The learnings, the machine learning constantly understands the behaviors at a more nuanced level than humans are capable of. And again, those insights can be applied to the automation process, but they can also be made available to product managers who are designing new products, new packages. They can be made available to network monitoring people, different teams around the business. And so at each stage, you can provide value to different entities within the business before you actually get to the automation. And the real thing here is that the automation itself is really nirvana. If we can automate the entire process of managing that product or that service or that process, we deliver huge value. But we deliver a lot of value by, once we're collecting the data at that first step, making it available, right? That simple act that, you know, other speakers have spoken about, things like data democratization, making it available, that is hugely valuable. So let's not forget that. So build incremental value along the way, and you will be more successful. Ask yourself the question, how early can I deliver real value? And that way you'll be successful. Let's go to the next chart. Thank you. So the second lesson I want to talk about is correlating business value and applications early, right? So let's not do a data science project as a you know, what we call it as a science project, right? For the sake of the data science. And I'll give you an example. This is an example of failure, really. So about 10 years ago, I did a bunch of work in a previous life with a company around social network analytics. And what we did was we did an analysis of phone call patterns and SMS patterns and built models of relationships between people based on who they called and for how long, and who called them and for how long, and the intensity of text messages and things like that. We created weighted relationship models and built out social network models on the telephone network, back in the day when people still did regular voice calls and text messages and so on, and built what was intuitively an extremely valuable understanding of different relationships within the network. The theory was that once we understood the value of those social networks, that people who were deeply connected to other people tended to behave in the same way. And so, you know, people who had iPhones tended to be friends with other people who had iPhones, or if they didn't, they wanted to have an iPhone. And so on, right? So there are relationships like that. So similar kinds of behaviors. If you're on a package, then all of your friends are on a particular if all of your friends are on a particular package, then you're likely to be on that package as well. It turned out that while those insights were broadly true statistically, when it came to the business value, it was very difficult to translate that into value. So there was a lot of effort went into collecting the data, cleaning the data. You know, Romesh talked earlier about, you know, the 70% of the engineering that goes in. All of that work went into cleaning the data, collecting the data, making it available, and so on. And then building the model, running the model, and then applying it where possible to a next best offer, next best action, campaign application, something like that, to improve the targeting. But it didn't necessarily deliver the kinds of business results that we had hoped. And so that's an example where something that seems intuitively sensible or intuitively valuable, if we don't do the testing early and sort of understand where we're going to apply it, it doesn't necessarily deliver the value. Another thing just around churn analytics, fringe cases really don't matter. This is going against the data. This is going against data science in a sense. But what I really mean here is that sometimes we'll do all these kind of complex analyses to sort of just improve our churn scores just a little bit. And we don't see the wood for the trees, right? So we're trying to figure out, you know, how to, you know, statistically find strange correlations between customer behavior and the data, maybe little tweaks in the network and so on. Whereas if our competitor is in the middle of launching a 50% discount on their primary prepaid package, maybe that's the thing we should be focused on. So let's not miss the wood for the trees, right? Just because we can get a little bit of a tweak, or we can get a little bit of an improvement based on some strange correlation in our models, doesn't necessarily mean we're going to help the businesses in as practical a way as we should. And then the third point here, just in terms of disconnected processes, this is kind of reiterating the same point, I think, in a different way. Let's make sure that when we design analytics, that we have the applications in mind. We know that we're designing a specific model that's going to fit into a specific campaign, not just campaign management generally, but a specific campaign. There's a thing that we're going after. Ask yourself the question, what is the business application that can be measured in dollars? Right. So if you're not able at the end of the process to say, my model or generated X number of dollars in some way, if you can't make that connection, if you can't tell that story, you're not going to be a successful data scientist. You're not going to have a successful data science project. Next slide, please. So third thing, think laterally. So one of the things that we have done historically in data, and the telecom industry is great because it's one of those industries that has been doing data science for a long, long time, long before we called it data science. Churn prediction and churn modeling and so on. Telcos were one of the first. My own career, I started in billing. I started putting billing systems into telcos all over the world, and billing systems in and of themselves are kind of big data platforms in a sense, if you like, with applications built in. So we've been doing this for a long time, but when we've done AI applications, we've tended to do them in a siloed way. So we get a whole bunch of fault management statistics and service assurance statistics and build fault prediction models, for example. We'll get a whole bunch of billing data and build churn models. AI is different. AI really needs data from as broad a range of sources as possible. So rather than thinking about these vertical silos and thinking about networks or billing or supply chain or whatever it is we're working on, we need to start thinking about how we can correlate all sorts of data from other sides to inform the AI model. We don't know what we don't know, right? Customer experience might primarily be measured in terms of spend, or the success of customer experience might be measured in terms of spend if you're somebody who comes from a billing background. But we all know as human beings that customer experience is often nothing to do with money. It's to do with the attitude of the employee. It may be to do with the call center representative that we're dealing with, if that's the case. It may be something to do with the performance of the network or the availability of the network. It may be to do with all sorts of weird things, maybe to do with the device that we're using. So there's lots of different things that go into those kinds of models, and we need to pull in data from lots of different places. Gartner has taken to talking about total experience management, which is a really interesting perspective. It says that, we can't just measure customer experience based on sort of passive and active experience in that, your passive experience is how you consume the product, your active experience is how you buy the product. But also in terms of the employee experience, and actually measuring employee experience and correlating employee experience with consumer engagement in order to make sure that that there's a positive experience on both sides, and that leads to much more positive customer experiences. So think laterally. Don't assume that you have all of the data. Keep looking for data and ask yourself that question: where can I get more data to enrich the model? The best data scientists think laterally. They think about where can I get more data, not just inside the business, but also outside the business. Next slide, please. So lesson number 4, network, mesh, collaborate. This is not a technical slide. What I'm talking about here is it's an extension of the previous point, in that we shouldn't just be thinking about the vertical silo of data that applies to the particular domain that we're working in. We should think more broadly than that. Similarly, we should think about our place in the data network. And what I mean by that is, every data scientist I've ever spoken to has complained about their data sources. They say, I can't get the data sources on time. I wish I had it real time. I have to do a lot of cleansing. The data that I get is dirty, it's corrupt, it's not right, and I got to go back and forth, and I got to get authorizations here and everywhere. Constantly complain about the data. What most data scientists that I speak to don't realize is that they are invariably a data source themselves. And so they don't think about how their provision of data and what that experience is like for their clients who consume their data products. And so think about your network in that way, right? It doesn't matter, even if you control the major data warehouse in the organization, therefore you're the major owner and controller of data, doesn't mean that you are the end point. You are invariably not the endpoint. You're part of a network. You've got sources that feed into you, and you feed into other business processes that need to get that data. So think about that data. Paul spoke earlier about some of the initiatives of the TM Forum, which is great. I've worked with Professor Paul for many years. And some of the work of the TM Forum is really, really important. All of the work is important, but for this particular subject, there are some elements like the AI governance work, like the automation work, like the data governance work, that I would actively encourage all of you to look at and review, and if possible, to think about contributing to. Axiata Group and XL Axiata is a very important member of the TM Forum. You all have access. Please have a look at that. In particular, for this particular point, the AI model data sheets that we're working on in the AI governance team are really important for modeling your data network, right? That network of collaborators, of contributors to your AI model, those people who you need to get authorization from, those people who you need to get data from, those people who you need to get approvals from. Think about things like privacy and bias and all those kinds of things. How do we model all of that and make it consistent as the models evolve? Right, so modeling that, and I should also say that the AI model data sheets being developed by the TM Forum are not just PowerPoint assets; they're programmatic or programmable. So the idea is that those models would be defined in JSON that can be ingested into an automated model solution for managing your AI models. So governance is really being thought about very deeply. So ask yourself the question, what is my data network? When I think about, again, this is not a technical question. Think about, who are my collaborators? Who are my stakeholders? Who are the people that I need to be working with? Who are my clients? Who are my suppliers? And how can I do better for all of them? What is my data network? Next chart, please. And so this is the fifth and final message that I wanted to talk about. And let's not forget about this. Sing about your success, right? Data science is extraordinary. The insights that we can generate from data are tremendous. Building AI models gives us an opportunity to unearth insights that are simply not possible to know as human beings. And that's a very profound thing. We can uncover secrets about the business, about our customers, about the way in which the world works. XL Axiata is a platform upon which the future economy of Indonesia, in part, is going to be built. And that applies to every service provider in the world. Service providers, telecommunication service providers, are increasingly becoming platforms for commerce, for social engagement, for social interaction. And doing that better is the mission for the industry, for the telecommunications industry. So that means a lot. That means a lot. It means a lot to me personally in my career that I can contribute in some small way to different service providers around the world, enabling that kind of platform. And it should mean a lot to you too. That kind of power that you have to use data to accelerate the transformation in your network to become a platform for extraordinary things. That's a powerful thing, and you should tell people about that. Tell people about that wherever you go. Tell people about that in the canteen at XL Axiata. Tell that to people on your cross group internal team calls. Tell it to your families. Tell it to your friends. Be proud of this, because this is an extraordinary capacity, an extraordinary power, an extraordinary capability. It lies at the heart of digital transformation for XL Axiata, and for all of your customers. So so don't be afraid to sing about it, and think about what is my AI communication strategy? What is my strategy to tell the world about the successes that I've had? So that's the last chart. That's the last point I wanted to make. I want to thank you all very much for the opportunity to speak to you today, and hopefully I can meet some of you soon next time I'm in Jakarta. Thank you, Abigail. So Abigail, if you can hear me, I can't hear you.
Me neither.
That shift in our mindset of no longer becoming an endpoint, but we are now part of a network. So now we have come to a session that we look forward to in this segment, the Q&A session. We have had questions that's come up from all our audiences here. So Mr. Sandi, Mr. Bahan, I hope you can hear me, and I hope everything is well over at your side. Okay, that's great. So we do have a few questions here, maybe just to start off to talk about this machine learning and understanding how, we are all, contributing to these data points in order for the machine to learn more and contribute to have efficiency here. So we have a question concerning what Mr. Sandeep has shared, particularly as how do we balance the explainable model or black box model here that has been provided in your presentation, Pat?
Yeah, I think what we are trying to do as part of being responsible in our entire AI frameworks is really move from black box to being explainable. Because, for example, if I choose a segment and say this is a segment that I want to go and target, I want to be able to explain why we chose that segment. What is the propensity model underlying it? What is the relevance to Axiata and the reasoning why we came up with it? Because traditionally, models have tended to be black box, and you've got, hey, this is the best segment for you to chase. But if I want to know why it is, I want to be able to provide that reasoning and be able to have that drill down to say, okay, 96% of the people who are in there have previously engaged with Axiata around the parameters that we wanted them to, whether it was on prepaid or people who actually traditionally moved from prepaid to postpaid. These are the people who we have identified in the segment. And we want to be able to provide that rather than give a blank output which says, hey, this is the best segment and you should just go and run a campaign on it. So explainability is becoming more and more key, and it also ensures that you don't end up with bias, because it tells you what the potential bias that the model had when it came up with a particular output.
It seems to be it's something that allows, what you previously said, to make AI accessible and, democratizing AI so that we all can, like Mr. Rehan said, they are data scientists and they're also us, who has no background on it, but having that explainable model allows all of us to be able to read what's being churned out here. So we have another question. We have a question for Mr. Anthony here. We are asking has there been a success story of yours in implementing AI? And in that case, what particular preparations or strategies or even challenges that you face that truly this is how, help develop this implementation of AI in that particular client of yours?
Yeah, I mean, lots of success stories, thankfully. One that comes to mind is LGU Plus in Korea, who have, they launched one of the world's first 5G networks in 2019 on the Cloudera platform. And what they were anxious about was transitioning their customer base from 4G to 5G without cannibalizing the 4G network. And there was a couple of things that led to their success. I think the first thing was making sure that they had enterprise commitment to the program. So not just the data science team, not just the IT team, but the commercial team, the network launch team, the planning team, the service assurance team. Everybody was brought into the program to make sure that the data sources would be made available, and that those who needed to consume the applications that were being built were all part of the original design. So getting that full buy-in from across the business was really important. Getting timely access to the data was extremely important, and recognizing that I said this in my comments, recognizing that they were part of a network, that each of those, that they weren't the only data scientists here. They weren't, even though they were building the data science platform, they weren't the only data scientists. There were data scientists in every organization within LGU+. That was very important for them. And a couple of years on, I mean, you can see for yourself in some of their results, they've seen significant growth without cannibalizing their own business in their 5G business. By, I think the last time I checked was probably about 7 or 8 months ago, they had acquired 5 million new 5G customers in the first couple of years of operations and grown their margin at the same time. So again, it was an AI project connected directly to significant business growth. And that's, again, one of the other messages. Make sure that you can express your value in terms of dollars. So it's been a great experience over there.
Wow. That's something that we would obviously take note here, especially when we are also, working to become an AI-driven organization here. So, recalling back to how Dr. Romesh own experience, he has 6 months, in the acceleration program here, and understanding that, the tools provided by Microsoft and also what has been shared with Cloudera itself, the point is to make better decisions more quickly with the help of AI, where we collaborate with the machine, and not just letting it run on its own, but also working together. So, understanding that this does happen in stages, then when do you think would be the optimal time then, where we can work with AI to its maximum, potential?
Is that to me or to Romesh?
Oh, sorry, but this is to both Mr. Sandeep and to Mr. Athi. Maybe Mr. Sandeep, from your end. Apologies.
Yeah, and so if you look at the theme of what I was talking about, what we are trying to do is ensure that every person has access to it at different layers. And if you saw the AI piece, the set of tools, what we are trying to do at Microsoft is ensure that you're able to, so you got Azure machine learning and we spoke about everything that you talked about. But at the other end, we've got something like AI Builder, which is something that pretty much any end user who's tech savvy can be able to can use and start to build out using pre-built models. So same thing with knowledge mining, video indexing, form recognition, and so on. The whole idea is, I don't think there's a specific time. Yes, it's important to build a culture, and we have a framework around this in terms of culture, business case, technical capabilities, all of those coming together. It's also important that once you've got it, you ensure that people at all levels who are interested and who want to participate in it can start to interact. And the right tools at each level, that's obviously the conversation that we need to have in terms of how you ensure that people have access. And that's how we built it into all our tools, right? You'll see things like, if you go to Microsoft Word as an example, you'll see something like Immersive Reader, which is really something to help people, with reading disabilities. That's something that's built in, so people can start to leverage AI in something as day-to-day as Microsoft Word, or an accessibility checker in the Office suite of applications. So I don't think there's a specific limit. You start to build that culture, and as you build that culture, you identify the tools that each person at different layers in the organization can use, from the data scientist to what we see today as the citizen data scientist.
Yeah, no, I'd agree. And just to add a quick comment, I mean, I said this earlier, everybody's a data scientist now, or every organization has a data scientist capacity. And so we need to not just present the data, present reports, present visualizations, but we need to enable those other organizations to do their own data science. So based on the work that we do. So recognizing that we're part of a network, and that we're as much a data source as we are a provider of insights.
That's very true. When we realize we are part of the data source, it should make us more excited to continue to use these tools so that we can contribute continuously to the growth of AI. And it's a continuous process, and that's part of our digital transformation. Is something that we have to go through. So thank you so much, Mr. Berhan and Mr. Sandeep, for your time. It's truly been an honor to have listened to both of you share your insights on machine learning. This is something that we can obviously apply and learn towards to here in Axiata.
You're more than welcome.
Very much.
Thank you. Thank you. I hope you have a good day, and thank you so much for joining us. And truly, that closes our segment on machine learning and our first session of the day. So maybe just to recap, we have learned in the first segment of how artificial intelligence happens around the world and how it's being implemented here in Indonesia, particularly in the public sector of the Ministry of Health. And then we have how, in our own particular industry in telecommunications, in our second segment, we've been shared by Professor Morse and Dr. Romesh as well, of how Teleco can make use of AI and become an AI-driven organization. And in the heart of it all, we have machine learning, where we would have to invest to see ourselves, as data sources, so that we can grow and continuously use AI for our benefit. We are here to collaborate with AI and not just to let it run on its own, but we're here to make benefit out of it. So at the end of the day, it goes back to what Pa Samuel said earlier today, is that individuals are at the core of digital transformation, and when we understand that, we can increase our digital literacy and embrace a digital culture here. So that concludes our segment today. So I would like to bring this back to our beloved MCs, Mas Video and Badinar, please. And thank you so much, everyone, for joining this first session today.
Alright, so we are at the end of the first session ya. Muka gue udah AI banget gak? Belum ya? Belum ya? Nunggu sesi kedua nanti buat udah berubah ya. Oke, but don't worry guys. So we'll be back again for the second session that starts at 1 p.m. Jakarta time ya.
Yes, don't forget to join us again because we still have a lot of amazing speakers that will share their experience about AI. But in the meantime, please have your lunch and enjoy your coffee and tea break.
Yeah. See you at 1 p.m. Jakarta time.
See ya!
Halo semuanya, semoga baik-baik saja.
Hah? Ngisi lagi?
Pakai XL prioritas dong. Kuotanya unlimited, gak pakai ribet. Mudah atur layanan di satu aplikasi. Atur pemakaian sesuai kebutuhan. Butuh bantuan atau mau daftar? Tinggal chat aja. Nikmati kemudahan tanpa batas dengan layanan XL Prioritas. Daftar mudah bisa dari rumah.
Mau di?
Kejar prioritasmu sekarang.
Ku terus melangkah ke depan, gapai mimpi sambil waktu.
Prosesi wisuda lulusan terbaik.
Lalu bertemu dan ceritakan mimpimu. Kau tuntun aku ke dunia baru, lebih dekat dengan dirimu, lebih banyak cinta yang ku rasa.
Halo, selamat pagi semuanya. Ke bagian fasad dari kafe kita.
Ku menyanyikan 1000 lagu cinta, dan langit menjadi lebih biru. Seiring waktu telah berlalu, kita tumbuh bersama. Ku tahu saat bersama kita akan jadi lebih
menemanimu melangkah lebih maju di setiap momen hidupmu. We are more.
Aku dan kamu perlunya ini itu, dari rebahan sampai lupain mata, mentokin aja sesukanya kita, atur semau kita. Oh yuk yuk suka-suka, atur kuotanya, bikin sesukanya, cuma di Aksisnet bisa atur suka-suka. Pakai Aksis suka-suka.
Kayak ada yang lupa ya. Bayar wifi? Udah.
Kak, kuota kakak udah Baba top up belum ya? Bojo, kuota kamu tuh udah aku top up belum ya?
Udah kok. Tagihan kuota kita bulan ini pasti bengkak deh.
Hah? Bengkak?
Oh, kuota Baba yang belum. Nih, kita pakai XL1 aja, Baba. XL1 Fiber, Wi-Fi rumah unlimited, dapat juga kuota HP besar yang bisa dipakai Baba, kakak, maupun adik dalam satu paket. Cuma 334.000 bisa dapat gratis video platinum 1 tahun. Langganan sekarang di 1.xl.go.id.
Untuk terus berkembang, bisnis harus mampu menjawab tantangan era revolusi industri 4.0, di mana semua hal berubah lebih cepat. Digitalisasi, otomatisasi, dan transformasi menjadi kunci penting untuk bertumbuh. Hanya dengan berinovasi bersama, setiap industri bisa terus bertransformasi dan bertahan menghadapi tantangan zaman. Sejak awal, kami berkomitmen untuk selalu berinovasi. Dimulai dari tahun 1996, mendapatkan lisensi untuk operasional GSM. Diikuti tahun-tahun berikutnya menghadirkan berbagai solusi inovatif lainnya bagi perusahaan. Mulai dari layanan konektivitas, hingga solusi informasi, komunikasi, dan teknologi lainnya. Di tahun 2021, kami bertransformasi menjadi XL Axiata Business Solutions. Dengan semangat untuk berinovasi bersama, menciptakan solusi ICT terintegrasi sesuai kebutuhan bisnis yang semakin kompleks. Sebagai bagian dari perusahaan telekomunikasi terbesar di ASEAN dan Asia Selatan, XL Axiata Business Solutions didukung kolaborasi kemitraan yang kuat, kualitas layanan tersertifikasi ISO dan MIF, serta lebih dari 50 tenaga ahli tersertifikasi. Kami berpengalaman menghadirkan beragam solusi untuk lebih dari 300 sektor industri dan menjadi mitra terpercaya bagi lebih dari 3.000 perusahaan. Respons cepat dan layanan purna jual yang selalu siap membantu adalah bukti komitmen kami untuk memberikan yang terbaik. Dengan jaringan kuat dan luas yang menjangkau 95% populasi di Indonesia dan memenuhi kebutuhan komunikasi bagi 57 juta pelanggan. Kami menghadirkan berbagai solusi ICT untuk membantu pertumbuhan usaha Anda. Melalui mobile communications, Anda dapat berkomunikasi bisnis tanpa batas, kapanpun, dimanapun. Fixed connectivity menyediakan link untuk ribuan perusahaan ke seluruh Nusantara dan mancanegara. Cloud and Data Center yang memberikan layanan managed ICT terintegrasi, penyimpanan aset digital perusahaan secara aman dan efisien. Internet of Things yang menghadirkan kemudahan untuk mengendalikan apapun usaha Anda, mulai dari IoT Connectivity Plus, Smart Agriculture, Smart City and Building, hingga Smart Transportation and Logistics. Mobile Advertising, Big Data and API yang membantu Anda mengoptimalkan market reach, kinerja, dan memberikan insight berguna untuk pengambilan keputusan yang strategis. Beragam inovasi XL Axiata Business Solutions telah memenangkan berbagai penghargaan. Pencapaian ini memberikan kami semangat baru untuk terus memahami setiap kebutuhan bisnis Anda yang unik melalui solusi ICT terintegrasi.
Kami melihat begitu pentingnya berkolaborasi. Karenanya, Excel Axiata Business Solutions hadir menjawab tantangan bisnis ke depan dengan berinovasi bersama untuk akselerasi pertumbuhan bisnis Anda.
Excel Axiata Business Solutions. We help you grow.
Halo semuanya, semoga baik-baik saja.
Hah, isi lagi?
Pakai XL prioritas dong. Kuotanya unlimited, nggak pakai ribet. Mudah atur layanan di satu aplikasi. Atur pemakaian sesuai kebutuhan. Butuh bantuan atau mau daftar? Tinggal chat aja. Nikmati kemudahan tanpa batas dengan layanan XL prioritas. Daftar mudah bisa dari rumah.
Mau di?
Kejar prioritasmu sekarang.
Terus melangkah ke depan, gapai mimpi sambil waktu.
Prosesi wisuda lulusan terbaik.
Lalu bertemu dan ceritakan mimpimu. Kau tuntun aku ke dunia baru, lebih dekat dengan dirimu, lebih banyak cinta yang ku rasa.
Halo, selamat pagi semuanya. Ke bagian fasad dari kafe kita.
Ku menyanyikan 1000 lagu cinta, dan langit menjadi lebih biru. Seiring waktu telah berlalu, kita tumbuh bersama. Ku tahu saat bersama kita akan jadi lebih. Ku nyanyikan 1000 lagu cinta, menulis cantiknya waktu yang kita miliki bersama, waktu yang kita miliki bersama.
Menemanimu melangkah lebih maju di setiap momen hidupmu. We are more.
Aku dan kamu perlunya ini itu, dari rebahan sampai lupain mata, mentokin aja sesukanya kita, atur semau kita. Oh yuk yuk suka-suka, atur kuotanya, bikin sesukanya, cuma di Aksisnet bisa atur suka-suka. Tapi Aksis suka-suka.
Kayak ada yang lupa ya. Bayar wifi? Udah.
Kak, kuota kakak udah babat top up belum ya? Bojo, kuota kamu tuh udah aku top up belum ya?
Udah kok. Tagihan kuota kita bulan ini pasti bengkak deh.
Hah? Bengkak?
Oh, kuota Baba yang belum. Nih, kita pakai XL1 aja, Baba. XL1 Fiber, Wi-Fi rumah unlimited, dapat juga kuota HP besar yang bisa dipakai Baba, kakak, maupun adik dalam satu paket. Cuma 334.000 bisa dapat gratis video platinum 1 tahun. Langganan sekarang di 1.xl.co.id.
Untuk terus berkembang, bisnis harus mampu menjawab tantangan era revolusi industri 4.0, di mana semua hal berubah lebih cepat. Digitalisasi, otomatisasi, dan transformasi menjadi kunci penting untuk bertumbuh. Hanya dengan berinovasi bersama, setiap industri bisa terus bertransformasi dan bertahan menghadapi tantangan zaman. Sejak awal, kami berkomitmen untuk selalu berinovasi. Dimulai dari tahun 1996, mendapatkan lisensi untuk operasional GSM, diikuti tahun-tahun berikutnya menghadirkan berbagai solusi inovatif lainnya bagi perusahaan, mulai dari layanan konektivitas hingga solusi informasi, komunikasi, dan teknologi lainnya. Di tahun 2021, kami bertransformasi menjadi XL Axiata Business Solutions dengan semangat untuk berinovasi bersama, menciptakan solusi ICT terintegrasi sesuai kebutuhan bisnis yang semakin kompleks. Sebagai bagian dari perusahaan telekomunikasi terbesar di ASEAN dan Asia Selatan, XL Axiata Business Solutions didukung kolaborasi kemitraan yang kuat, kualitas layanan tersertifikasi ISO dan MIF, serta lebih dari 50 tenaga ahli tersertifikasi. Kami berpengalaman menghadirkan beragam solusi untuk lebih dari 300 sektor industri dan menjadi mitra terpercaya bagi lebih dari 3.000 perusahaan. Respons cepat dan layanan purna jual yang selalu siap membantu adalah bukti komitmen kami untuk memberikan yang terbaik. Dengan jaringan kuat dan luas yang menjangkau 95% populasi di Indonesia dan memenuhi kebutuhan komunikasi bagi 57 juta pelanggan. Kami menghadirkan berbagai solusi ICT untuk membantu pertumbuhan usaha Anda. Melalui mobile communications, Anda dapat berkomunikasi bisnis tanpa batas, kapanpun, dimanapun. Fixed connectivity menyediakan link untuk ribuan perusahaan ke seluruh Nusantara dan mancanegara. Cloud and Data Center yang memberikan layanan managed ICT terintegrasi, penyimpanan aset digital perusahaan secara aman dan efisien. Internet of Things yang menghadirkan kemudahan untuk mengendalikan apapun usaha Anda, mulai dari IoT Connectivity Plus, Smart Agriculture, Smart City and Building, hingga Smart Transportation and Logistics. Mobile Advertising, Big Data and API yang membantu Anda mengoptimalkan market reach, kinerja, dan memberikan insight berguna untuk pengambilan keputusan yang strategis. Beragam inovasi XL Axiata Business Solutions telah memenangkan berbagai penghargaan. Pencapaian ini memberikan kami semangat baru untuk terus memahami setiap kebutuhan bisnis Anda yang unik melalui solusi ICT terintegrasi.
Kami melihat begitu pentingnya berkolaborasi. Karenanya, XL Axiata Business Solutions hadir menjawab tantangan bisnis ke depan dengan berinovasi bersama untuk akselerasi pertumbuhan bisnis Anda.
XL Axiata Business Solutions. We help you grow.
Halo semuanya, semoga baik-baik saja.
Hah, isi lagi?
Pakai XL Prioritas dong. Kuotanya unlimited, gak pakai ribet. Mudah atur layanan di satu aplikasi. Atur pemakaian sesuai kebutuhan. Butuh bantuan atau mau daftar? Tinggal chat aja. Nikmati kemudahan tanpa batas dengan layanan XL Prioritas. Daftar mudah bisa dari rumah.
Mau di?
Kejar prioritasmu sekarang.
Ku terus melangkah ke depan, gapai mimpi sambil waktu
Prosesi wisuda lulusan terbaik.
lalu bertemu dan ceritakan mimpimu. Kau tuntun aku ke dunia baru, lebih dekat dengan dirimu.
bagian fasad dari kafe kita.
Ku menyanyikan 1000 lagu cinta, dan langit menjadi lebih biru. Seiring waktu telah berlalu, kita tumbuh bersama. Ku tahu saat bersama kita akan jadi lebih. Ku nyanyikan 1000 lagu cinta, menulis cantiknya waktu yang kita miliki bersama, waktu yang kita miliki bersama.
Menemanimu melangkah lebih maju di setiap momen hidupmu. We are more.
Aku dan kamu perlunya ini itu, dari rebahan sampai lupain mata, mentokin aja sesukanya kita, atur semau kita. Oh yuk yuk suka-suka, atur kuotanya, bikin sesukanya, cuma di Aksisnet, bisa atur suka-suka. Tapi Aksis suka-suka.
Kayak ada yang lupa ya. Bayar wifi? Udah.
Kak, kuota kakak udah baba top up belum ya? Bojo, kuota kamu tuh udah aku top up belum ya?
Udah kok. Tagihan kuota kita bulan ini pasti bengkak deh.
Hah? Bengkak?
Oh, kuota Baba yang belum. Nih, kita pakai XL1 aja, Baba. XL1 Fiber, Wi-Fi rumah unlimited, dapat juga kuota HP besar yang bisa dipakai Baba, kakak, maupun adik dalam satu paket. Cuma 334.000 bisa dapat gratis video platinum 1 tahun. Langganan sekarang di 1.xl.co.id.
Untuk terus berkembang, bisnis harus mampu menjawab tantangan era revolusi industri 4.0, di mana semua hal berubah lebih cepat. Digitalisasi, otomatisasi, dan transformasi menjadi kunci penting untuk bertumbuh. Hanya dengan berinovasi bersama, setiap industri bisa terus bertransformasi dan bertahan menghadapi tantangan zaman. Sejak awal, kami berkomitmen untuk selalu berinovasi. Dimulai dari tahun 1996, mendapatkan lisensi untuk operasional GSM. Diikuti tahun-tahun berikutnya menghadirkan berbagai solusi inovatif lainnya bagi perusahaan. Mulai dari layanan konektivitas, hingga solusi informasi, komunikasi, dan teknologi lainnya. Di tahun 2021, kami bertransformasi menjadi XL Axiata Business Solutions. Dengan semangat untuk berinovasi bersama, menciptakan solusi ICT terintegrasi sesuai kebutuhan bisnis yang semakin kompleks. Sebagai bagian dari perusahaan telekomunikasi terbesar di ASEAN dan Asia Selatan, XL Axiata Business Solutions didukung kolaborasi kemitraan yang kuat, kualitas layanan tersertifikasi ISO dan MIF, serta lebih dari 50 tenaga ahli tersertifikasi. Kami berpengalaman menghadirkan beragam solusi untuk lebih dari 300 sektor industri dan menjadi mitra terpercaya bagi lebih dari 3.000 perusahaan. Respons cepat dan layanan purna jual yang selalu siap membantu adalah bukti komitmen kami untuk memberikan yang terbaik. Dengan jaringan kuat dan luas yang menjangkau 95% populasi di Indonesia dan memenuhi kebutuhan komunikasi bagi 57 juta pelanggan. Kami menghadirkan berbagai solusi ICT untuk membantu pertumbuhan usaha Anda. Melalui mobile communications, Anda dapat berkomunikasi bisnis tanpa batas, kapanpun, dimanapun. Fixed Connectivity menyediakan link untuk ribuan perusahaan ke seluruh Nusantara dan mancanegara. Cloud and Data Center yang memberikan layanan managed ICT terintegrasi, penyimpanan aset digital perusahaan secara aman dan efisien. Internet of Things yang menghadirkan kemudahan untuk mengendalikan apapun usaha Anda, mulai dari IoT Connectivity Plus, Smart Agriculture, Smart City and Building, hingga Smart Transportation and Logistics. Mobile Advertising, Big Data and API yang membantu Anda mengoptimalkan market reach, kinerja, dan memberikan insight berguna untuk pengambilan keputusan yang strategis. Beragam inovasi Excel Axiata Business Solutions telah memenangkan berbagai penghargaan. Pencapaian ini memberikan kami semangat baru untuk terus memahami setiap kebutuhan bisnis Anda yang unik melalui solusi ICT terintegrasi.
Kami melihat begitu pentingnya berkolaborasi. Karenanya, Excel Axiata Business Solutions hadir menjawab tantangan bisnis ke depan dengan berinovasi bersama untuk akselerasi pertumbuhan bisnis Anda.
Excel Axiata Business Solutions. We help you grow.
Halo semuanya, semoga baik-baik saja.
Hah, ngisi lagi?
Pakai XL prioritas dong. Kuotanya unlimited, gak pakai ribet. Mudah atur layanan di satu aplikasi. Atur pemakaian sesuai kebutuhan. Butuh bantuan atau mau daftar? Tinggal chat aja. Nikmati kemudahan tanpa batas dengan layanan XL Prioritas. Daftar mudah bisa dari rumah.
Mau di?
Kejar prioritasmu sekarang.
Ku terus melangkah ke depan, gapai mimpi sambil waktu.
Prosesi wisuda lulusan terbaik.
Lalu bertemu dan ceritakan mimpimu. Kau tuntun aku ke dunia baru, lebih dekat dengan dirimu, lebih banyak cinta yang ku rasa.
Halo, selamat pagi semuanya. Ke bagian fasad dari kafe kita.
Ku menyanyikan 1000 lagu cinta, dan langit menjadi lebih biru. Seiring waktu tak berlalu, kita tumbuh bersama. Ku tahu saat bersama kita akan jadi lebih. Ku nyanyikan 1000 lagu cinta, menulis cantiknya waktu yang kita miliki bersama, waktu yang kita miliki bersama.
Menemanimu melangkah lebih maju di setiap momen hidupmu. We are more.
Aku dan kamu perlunya ini itu. Dari
Kayak ada yang lupa ya. Bayar wifi? Udah.
Kak, kuota kakak udah bawa top up belum ya? Bojo, kuota kamu tuh udah aku top up belum ya?
Udah kok. Tagihan kuota kita bulan ini pasti bengkak deh.
Hah? Bengkak?
Oh, kuota Baba yang belum. Nih, kita pakai XL1 aja, Baba. XL1 Fiber, Wi-Fi rumah unlimited, dapat juga kuota HP besar yang bisa dipakai Baba, kakak, maupun adik dalam satu paket. Cuma 334.000 bisa dapat gratis video platinum 1 tahun. Langganan sekarang di 1.xl.co.id.
Untuk terus berkembang, bisnis harus mampu menjawab tantangan era revolusi industri 4.0, di mana semua hal berubah lebih cepat. Digitalisasi, otomatisasi, dan transformasi menjadi kunci penting untuk bertumbuh. Hanya dengan berinovasi bersama, setiap industri bisa terus bertransformasi dan bertahan menghadapi tantangan zaman. Sejak awal, kami berkomitmen untuk selalu berinovasi. Dimulai dari tahun 1996, mendapatkan lisensi untuk operasional GSM. Diikuti tahun-tahun berikutnya menghadirkan berbagai solusi inovatif lainnya bagi perusahaan. Mulai dari layanan konektivitas, hingga solusi informasi, komunikasi, dan teknologi lainnya. Di tahun 2021, kami bertransformasi menjadi XL Axiata Business Solutions. Dengan semangat untuk berinovasi bersama, menciptakan solusi ICT terintegrasi sesuai kebutuhan bisnis yang semakin kompleks. Sebagai bagian dari perusahaan telekomunikasi terbesar di ASEAN dan Asia Selatan, XL Axiata Business Solutions didukung kolaborasi kemitraan yang kuat, kualitas layanan tersertifikasi ISO dan MIF, serta lebih dari 50 tenaga ahli tersertifikasi. Kami berpengalaman menghadirkan beragam solusi untuk lebih dari 300 sektor industri dan menjadi mitra terpercaya bagi lebih dari 3.000 perusahaan. Respons cepat dan layanan purna jual yang selalu siap membantu adalah bukti komitmen kami untuk memberikan yang terbaik. Dengan jaringan kuat dan luas yang menjangkau 95% populasi di Indonesia dan memenuhi kebutuhan komunikasi bagi 57 juta pelanggan. Kami menghadirkan berbagai solusi ICT untuk membantu pertumbuhan usaha Anda. Melalui mobile communications, Anda dapat berkomunikasi bisnis tanpa batas, kapanpun, dimanapun. Fixed Connectivity menyediakan link untuk ribuan perusahaan ke seluruh Nusantara dan mancanegara. Cloud and Data Center yang memberikan layanan managed ICT terintegrasi, penyimpanan aset digital perusahaan secara aman dan efisien. Internet of Things yang menghadirkan kemudahan untuk mengendalikan apapun usaha Anda, mulai dari IoT Connectivity Plus, Smart Agriculture, Smart City and Building, hingga Smart Transportation and Logistics. Mobile Advertising, Big Data and API yang membantu Anda mengoptimalkan market reach, kinerja, dan memberikan insight berguna untuk pengambilan keputusan yang strategis. Beragam inovasi XL Axiata Business Solutions telah memenangkan berbagai penghargaan. Pencapaian ini memberikan kami semangat baru untuk terus memahami setiap kebutuhan bisnis Anda yang unik melalui solusi ICT terintegrasi.
Kami melihat begitu pentingnya berkolaborasi. Karenanya, XL Axiata Business Solutions hadir menjawab tantangan bisnis ke depan dengan berinovasi bersama untuk akselerasi pertumbuhan bisnis Anda.
XL Axiata Business Solutions. We help you grow.
Halo semuanya, semoga baik-baik saja.
Hah, ngisi lagi?
Pakai XL Prioritas dong. Kuotanya unlimited, nggak pakai ribet. Mudah atur layanan di satu aplikasi. Atur pemakaian sesuai kebutuhan. Butuh bantuan atau mau daftar? Tinggal chat aja. Nikmati kemudahan tanpa batas dengan layanan XL Prioritas. Daftar mudah, bisa dari rumah.
Mau di?
Kejar prioritasmu sekarang.
Ku terus melangkah ke depan. Gapai mimpi sambil waktu
Prosesi wisuda lulusan terbaik.
lalu bertemu dan ceritakan mimpimu. Kau tuntun aku ke dunia baru, lebih dekat dengan dirimu, lebih banyak cinta yang ku rasa.
Halo, selamat pagi semuanya. Ke bagian fasad dari kafe kita.
Ku menyanyikan 1000 lagu cinta, dan langit menjadi lebih biru. Seiring waktu tak berlalu, kita tumbuh bersama. Ku tahu saat bersama kita akan jadi lebih. Ku nyanyikan 1000 lagu cinta,
Cantiknya.
waktu yang kita miliki bersama, waktu yang kita miliki bersama.
Menemanimu melangkah lebih maju di setiap momen hidupmu. We are more.
Aku dan kamu perlunya ini itu, dari rebahan sampai lupain mata, mentokin aja sesukanya kita, atur semau kita. Oh yuk yuk suka-suka, atur kuatannya, bikin sesukanya, cuma di Aksisnet bisa atur suka-suka. Pakai Aksis suka-suka.
Kayak ada yang lupa ya. Bayar wifi? Udah.
Kak, kuota kakak udah baba top up belum ya? Bojo, kuota kamu tuh udah aku top up belum ya?
Udah kok. Tagihan kuota kita bulan ini pasti bengkak deh.
Hah? Bengkak?
Oh, kuota Baba yang belum. Nih, kita pakai XL1 aja, Baba. XL1 Fiber, Wi-Fi rumah unlimited, dapat juga kuota HP besar yang bisa dipakai Baba, kakak, maupun adik dalam satu paket. Cuma 334.000 bisa dapat gratis video platinum 1 tahun. Langganan sekarang di 1.xl.go.id.
Untuk terus berkembang, bisnis harus mampu menjawab tantangan era revolusi industri 4.0, di mana semua hal berubah lebih cepat. Digitalisasi, otomatisasi, dan transformasi menjadi kunci penting untuk bertumbuh. Hanya dengan berinovasi bersama, setiap industri bisa terus bertransformasi dan bertahan menghadapi tantangan zaman. Sejak awal, kami berkomitmen untuk selalu berinovasi. Dimulai dari tahun 1996, mendapatkan lisensi untuk operasional GSM. Diikuti tahun-tahun berikutnya menghadirkan berbagai solusi inovatif lainnya bagi perusahaan. Mulai dari layanan konektivitas, hingga solusi informasi, komunikasi, dan teknologi lainnya. Di tahun 2021, kami bertransformasi menjadi XL Axiata Business Solutions. Dengan semangat untuk berinovasi bersama, menciptakan solusi ICT terintegrasi sesuai kebutuhan bisnis yang semakin kompleks. Sebagai bagian dari perusahaan telekomunikasi terbesar di ASEAN dan Asia Selatan, XL Axiata Business Solutions didukung kolaborasi kemitraan yang kuat, kualitas layanan tersertifikasi ISO dan MIF, serta lebih dari 50 tenaga ahli tersertifikasi. Kami berpengalaman menghadirkan beragam solusi untuk lebih dari 300 sektor industri dan menjadi mitra terpercaya bagi lebih dari 3.000 perusahaan. Respons cepat dan layanan purna jual yang selalu siap membantu adalah bukti komitmen kami untuk memberikan yang terbaik. Dengan jaringan kuat dan luas yang menjangkau 95% populasi di Indonesia dan memenuhi kebutuhan komunikasi bagi 57 juta pelanggan. Kami menghadirkan berbagai solusi ICT untuk membantu pertumbuhan usaha Anda. Melalui mobile communications, Anda dapat berkomunikasi bisnis tanpa batas, kapanpun, dimanapun. Fixed Connectivity menyediakan link untuk ribuan perusahaan ke seluruh Nusantara dan mancanegara. Cloud and Data Center yang memberikan layanan managed ICT terintegrasi, penyimpanan aset digital perusahaan secara aman dan efisien. Internet of Things yang menghadirkan kemudahan untuk mengendalikan apapun usaha Anda, mulai dari IoT Connectivity Plus, Smart Agriculture, Smart City and Building, hingga Smart Transportation and Logistics. Mobile Advertising, Big Data and API yang membantu Anda mengoptimalkan market reach, kinerja, dan memberikan insight berguna untuk pengambilan keputusan yang strategis. Beragam inovasi XL Axiata Business Solutions telah memenangkan berbagai penghargaan. Pencapaian ini memberikan kami semangat baru untuk terus memahami setiap kebutuhan bisnis Anda yang unik melalui solusi ICT terintegrasi.
Kami melihat begitu pentingnya berkolaborasi. Karenanya, XL Axiata Business Solutions hadir menjawab tantangan bisnis ke depan dengan berinovasi bersama untuk akselerasi pertumbuhan bisnis Anda.
XL Axiata Business Solutions. We help you grow.
Halo semuanya, semoga baik-baik saja.
Hah, isi lagi?
Pakai XL Prioritas dong. Kuotanya unlimited, gak pakai ribet. Mudah atur layanan di satu aplikasi. Atur pemakaian sesuai kebutuhan. Butuh bantuan atau mau daftar? Tinggal chat aja. Nikmati kemudahan tanpa batas dengan layanan XL Prioritas. Daftar mudah bisa dari rumah.
Mau di?
Kejar prioritasmu sekarang.
Ku terus melangkah ke depan, gapai mimpi sambil waktu.
Prosesi wisuda lulusan terbaik.
Lalu bertemu dan ceritakan mimpimu. Kau tuntun aku ke dunia baru, lebih dekat dengan dirimu, lebih banyak cinta yang ku rasa.
Halo, selamat pagi semuanya. Ke bagian fasad dari kafe kita.
Ku menyanyikan 1000 lagu cinta, dan langit menjadi lebih biru. Seiring waktu telah berlalu, kita tumbuh bersama. Ku tahu saat bersama kita akan jadi lebih. Ku nyanyikan 1000 lagu cinta, menulis cantiknya waktu yang kita miliki bersama, waktu yang kita miliki bersama.
menemanimu melangkah lebih maju di setiap momen hidupmu. We are more.
Aku dan kamu perlunya ini itu, dari rebahan sampai lupain mata, mentokin aja sesukanya kita, atur semau kita. Oh yuk yuk suka-suka, atur kuotanya, bikin sesukanya, cuma di Aksisnet bisa atur suka-suka. Pakai Aksis suka-suka.
Kayak ada yang lupa ya. Bayar wifi? Udah.
Kak, kuota kakak udah babat top up belum ya? Bojo, kuota kamu tuh udah aku top up belum ya?
Udah kok. Tagihan kuota kita bulan ini pasti bengkak deh.
Hah? Bengkak?
Oh, kuota Baba yang belum. Nih, kita pakai XL1 aja, Baba. XL1 Fiber, Wi-Fi rumah unlimited, dapat juga kuota HP besar yang bisa dipakai Baba, kakak, maupun adik dalam satu paket. Cuma 334.000 bisa dapat gratis video platinum 1 tahun. Langganan sekarang di 1.xl.co.id.
Untuk terus berkembang, bisnis harus mampu menjawab tantangan era revolusi industri 4.0, di mana semua hal berubah lebih cepat. Digitalisasi, otomatisasi, dan transformasi menjadi kunci penting untuk bertumbuh. Hanya dengan berinovasi bersama, setiap industri bisa terus bertransformasi dan bertahan menghadapi tantangan zaman. Sejak awal, kami berkomitmen untuk selalu berinovasi. Dimulai dari tahun 1996, mendapatkan lisensi untuk operasional GSM, diikuti tahun-tahun berikutnya menghadirkan berbagai solusi inovatif lainnya bagi perusahaan, mulai dari layanan konektivitas hingga solusi informasi, komunikasi, dan teknologi lainnya. Di tahun 2021, kami bertransformasi menjadi XL Axiata Business Solutions dengan semangat untuk berinovasi bersama, menciptakan solusi ICT terintegrasi sesuai kebutuhan bisnis yang semakin kompleks. Sebagai bagian dari perusahaan telekomunikasi terbesar di ASEAN dan Asia Selatan, XL Axiata Business Solutions didukung kolaborasi kemitraan yang kuat, kualitas layanan tersertifikasi ISO dan MIF, serta lebih dari 50 tenaga ahli tersertifikasi. Kami berpengalaman menghadirkan beragam solusi untuk lebih dari 300 sektor industri dan menjadi mitra terpercaya bagi lebih dari 3.000 perusahaan. Respons cepat dan layanan purna jual yang selalu siap membantu adalah bukti komitmen kami untuk memberikan yang terbaik. Dengan jaringan kuat dan luas yang menjangkau 95% populasi di Indonesia dan memenuhi kebutuhan komunikasi bagi 57 juta pelanggan. Kami menghadirkan berbagai solusi ICT untuk membantu pertumbuhan usaha Anda. Melalui mobile communications, Anda dapat berkomunikasi bisnis tanpa batas, kapanpun, dimanapun. Fixed Connectivity menyediakan link untuk ribuan perusahaan ke seluruh Nusantara dan mancanegara. Cloud and Data Center yang memberikan layanan managed ICT terintegrasi, penyimpanan aset digital perusahaan secara aman dan efisien. Internet of Things yang menghadirkan kemudahan untuk mengendalikan apapun usaha Anda, mulai dari IoT Connectivity Plus, Smart Agriculture, Smart City and Building, hingga Smart Transportation and Logistics. Mobile Advertising, Big Data and API yang membantu Anda mengoptimalkan market reach, kinerja, dan memberikan insight berguna untuk pengambilan keputusan yang strategis. Beragam inovasi XL Axiata Business Solutions telah memenangkan berbagai penghargaan. Pencapaian ini memberikan kami semangat baru untuk terus memahami setiap kebutuhan bisnis Anda yang unik melalui solusi ICT terintegrasi.
Kami melihat begitu pentingnya berkolaborasi. Karenanya, Excel Axiata Business Solutions hadir menjawab tantangan bisnis ke depan dengan berinovasi bersama untuk akselerasi pertumbuhan bisnis Anda.
Excel Axiata Business Solutions. We help you grow.
Halo semuanya, semoga baik-baik saja.
Hah, isi lagi?
Pakai XL prioritas dong. Kuotanya unlimited, gak pakai ribet. Mudah atur layanan di satu aplikasi. Atur pemakaian sesuai kebutuhan. Butuh bantuan atau mau daftar? Tinggal chat aja. Nikmati kemudahan tanpa batas dengan layanan XL prioritas. Daftar mudah bisa dari rumah.
Mau di?
Kejar prioritasmu sekarang.
Ku terus melangkah ke depan, gapai mimpi sambil waktu
Prosesi wisuda lulusan terbaik.
lalu bertemu dan ceritakan mimpimu. Kau tuntun aku ke dunia baru, lebih dekat dengan dirimu, lebih banyak cinta yang ku rasa.
Halo, selamat pagi semuanya. Ke bagian fasad dari kafe kita.
Ku menyanyikan 1000 lagu cinta, dan langit menjadi lebih biru. Seiring waktu telah berlalu, kita tumbuh bersama. Ku tahu saat bersama kita akan jadi lebih. Ku nyanyikan 1000 lagu cinta,
Cantik ya.
waktu yang kita miliki bersama, waktu yang kita miliki bersama.
Menemanimu melangkah lebih maju di setiap momen hidupmu. We are more.
Aku dan kamu perlunya ini itu, dari rebahan sampai lupain mantan, mentokin aja sesukanya kita, atur semau kita. Oh yuk yuk suka-suka, atur kuotanya, bikin sesukanya, cuma di Asisnet, bisa atur suka-suka. Tapi aksi suka-suka.
Kayak ada yang lupa ya. Bayar wifi? Udah.
Kak, kuota kakak udah babat top up belum ya? Bojo, kuota kamu tuh udah aku top up belum ya?
Udah kok. Tagihan kuota kita bulan ini pasti bengkak deh.
Hah? Bengkak?
Oh, kuota Baba yang belum.
Nih, kita pakai XL1 aja, Baba. XL1 Fiber, Wi-Fi rumah unlimited, dapat juga kuota HP besar yang bisa dipakai Baba, kakak, maupun adik dalam satu paket. Cuma 334.000 bisa dapat gratis video platinum 1 tahun. Langganan sekarang di 1.xl.co.id.
Untuk terus berkembang, bisnis harus mampu menjawab tantangan era revolusi industri 4.0, di mana semua hal berubah lebih cepat. Digitalisasi, otomatisasi, dan transformasi menjadi kunci penting untuk bertumbuh. Hanya dengan berinovasi bersama, setiap industri bisa terus bertransformasi dan bertahan menghadapi tantangan zaman. Sejak awal, kami berkomitmen untuk selalu berinovasi. Dimulai dari tahun 1996, mendapatkan lisensi untuk operasional GSM. Diikuti tahun-tahun berikutnya menghadirkan berbagai solusi inovatif lainnya bagi perusahaan. Mulai dari layanan konektivitas, hingga solusi informasi, komunikasi, dan teknologi lainnya. Di tahun 2021, kami bertransformasi menjadi XL Axiata Business Solutions. Dengan semangat untuk berinovasi bersama, menciptakan solusi ICT terintegrasi sesuai kebutuhan bisnis yang semakin kompleks. Sebagai bagian dari perusahaan telekomunikasi terbesar di ASEAN dan Asia Selatan, XL Axiata Business Solutions didukung kolaborasi kemitraan yang kuat, kualitas layanan tersertifikasi ISO dan MIF, serta lebih dari 50 tenaga ahli tersertifikasi. Kami berpengalaman menghadirkan beragam solusi untuk lebih dari 300 sektor industri dan menjadi mitra terpercaya bagi lebih dari 3.000 perusahaan. Respons cepat dan layanan purna jual yang selalu siap membantu adalah bukti komitmen kami untuk memberikan yang terbaik. Dengan jaringan kuat dan luas yang menjangkau 95% populasi di Indonesia dan memenuhi kebutuhan komunikasi bagi 57 juta pelanggan. Kami menghadirkan berbagai solusi ICT untuk membantu pertumbuhan usaha Anda. Melalui mobile communications, Anda dapat berkomunikasi bisnis tanpa batas, kapanpun, dimanapun. Fixed Connectivity menyediakan link untuk ribuan perusahaan ke seluruh Nusantara dan mancanegara. Cloud and Data Center yang memberikan layanan managed ICT terintegrasi, penyimpanan aset digital perusahaan secara aman dan efisien. Internet of Things yang menghadirkan kemudahan untuk mengendalikan apapun usaha Anda, mulai dari IoT Connectivity Plus, Smart Agriculture, Smart City and Building, hingga Smart Transportation and Logistics. Mobile Advertising, Big Data and API yang membantu Anda mengoptimalkan market reach, kinerja, dan memberikan insight berguna untuk pengambilan keputusan yang strategis. Beragam inovasi XL Axiata Business Solutions telah memenangkan berbagai penghargaan. Pencapaian ini memberikan kami semangat baru untuk terus memahami setiap kebutuhan bisnis Anda yang unik melalui solusi ICT terintegrasi.
Kami melihat begitu pentingnya berkolaborasi. Karenanya, XL Axiata Business Solutions hadir menjawab tantangan bisnis ke depan dengan berinovasi bersama untuk akselerasi pertumbuhan bisnis Anda.
XL Axiata Business Solutions. We help you grow.
Halo semuanya, semoga baik-baik saja.
Hah, isi lagi?
Pakai XL Prioritas dong. Kuotanya unlimited, gak pakai ribet. Mudah atur layanan di satu aplikasi. Atur pemakaian sesuai kebutuhan. Butuh bantuan atau mau daftar? Tinggal chat aja. Nikmati kemudahan tanpa batas dengan layanan XL Prioritas. Daftar mudah bisa dari rumah.
Mau di?
Kejar prioritasmu sekarang.
Ku terus melangkah ke depan, gapai mimpi sambil waktu
Prosesi wisuda lulusan terbaik.
lalu bertemu dan ceritakan mimpimu. Kau tuntun aku ke dunia baru, lebih dekat dengan dirimu. Lebih banyak cinta yang ku rasa.
Halo, selamat pagi semuanya. Ke bagian fasad dari kafe kita.
Ku menyanyikan 1000 lagu cinta, dan langit menjadi lebih biru. Seiring waktu tak berlalu, kita tumbuh bersama. Ku tahu saat bersama kita akan jadi lebih. Ku nyanyikan 1000 lagu cinta,
cantiknya.
Waktu yang kita miliki bersama, waktu yang kita miliki bersama.
Menemanimu melangkah lebih maju di setiap momen hidupmu. We are more.
Aku dan kamu perlunya ini itu, dari rebahan sampai lupain mata, mentokin aja sesukanya kita, atur semau kita. Oh yuk yuk suka-suka, atur kuotanya, bikin sesukanya, cuma di Axisnet, bisa atur suka-suka. Tapi Axis suka-suka.
Kayak ada yang lupa ya. Bayar wifi udah.
Kak, kuota kakak udah babat top up belum ya? Bojo, kuota kamu tuh udah aku top up belum ya?
Udah kok. Tagihan kuota kita bulan ini pasti bengkak deh.
Hah? Bengkak?
Oh, kuota Baba yang belum. Nih, kita pakai XL1 aja, Baba. XL1 Fiber, Wi-Fi rumah unlimited, dapat juga kuota HP besar yang bisa dipakai Baba, kakak, maupun adik dalam satu paket. Cuma 334.000 bisa dapat gratis video platinum 1 tahun. Langganan sekarang di 1.xl.co.id.
Welcome back to the Digital Transformation Day 2022. Hopefully, you all enjoy your lunch and break. So, Mbak Dinar, this morning we have seen so many excellent speakers share their thoughts about AI. We had Veles Waran who talk about AI implementation, Setiaji who built the Peduli Lindungi apps. He talks about AI in Kemenkes. And then Professor Paul, jauh-jauh dia dari Inggris, he speaks about AI in telco industry. And then Dr. Romesh tells about AI factory tadi.
Yes, correct video. So aside of those 4 speakers, we also had Sandeep Basu who talked about build machine learning for business, and also Anthony Behan who shared about use case in machine learning. Well, in this second session, we will have 2 different tracks, which are technology track and also business track.
Yeah. So this is similar with the first session ya teman-teman. There will be a discussion led by moderator. So for the second session, the moderator will be Nita Juliana and Aisyah Al-Kumairah. So Mbak Nita will be lead in technical track and Aisyah will be in the business track. So let's call Mbak Nita and Aisyah. Alright. Halo.
Hai, halo Kak Dinar, Kak Widya dan
Gue
Kak
kayak
Aisyah.
juragan ya, dikelilingin oleh cewek-cewek gini. Waduh.
Seneng dong diapit wanita-wanita.
Oh iya itu dia makanya. Ya kan?
Jadi raja minyak seketika.
Jadi gimana? Tadi gimana? Makan siang apa?
Aku cilok, nggak deng. Tadi dapat dari panitia kita dapat makan.
Dapat panitia ya? Oh dapat ya? Kok gue nggak dapet?
Oh masa?
Bayarannya beda kali ya?
Lo bukannya nanti ada voucher di bintang 5 itu kan?
Oh iya.
Oke. Mbak Nita sama Mbak Aisyah, aku boleh ini nggak sih tahu dikit kira-kira tuh nanti apa sih yang bakal diomongin di business track sama di technology track itu?
Oke, jadi memang di sesi kedua ini agak sedikit berbeda, jadi kita akan sama-sama dua sesi berjalan. Kalau di aku nanti ada technical track dan di Aisyah itu business track. Nah kalau technical track itu kita akan more deeper ke discussion, more technical. Jadi seperti apa sih evolusinya AI itu bagaimana dan fungsinya AI itu seperti apa, integrationnya dan ya pokoknya lebih technical lah. Jadi untuk rekan-rekan semua yang memang tertarik dengan technical things nih, terutama mungkin tim teknologi ya.
Benar.
Sebaiknya join aja ke Zoom-nya yang technical track session.
Okay.
Nah kalau untuk business track mungkin Kak Aisyah yang bisa menjelaskan ya.
Ya benar banget, jadi tadi udah disampaikan sama Mbak Nita kalau yang technical lebih banyak ke integration ya Mas Mbak ya. Kalau yang di business class itu lebih banyak ke gimana sih digitalisasi ini berikan impact terhadap bisnis kita gitu. Mungkin in terms of the performance, revenue, effectiveness dari aplikasi yang kita berikan gitu. Jadi bagi teman-teman yang tertarik untuk business class langsung join aja nanti di business track kita gitu Mbak.
Oke, jadi ada technical sama business track ya.
Yes,
Speakersnya juga pasti beda-beda, keren-keren juga kan. Nah ini boleh pilih dua-duanya? Boleh pilih salah satu, maksudnya nggak bisa dua-duanya kalau kecuali device-nya kalian ada 4 ya.
Tapi bisa pindah kan ya?
Bisa.
Yeah. Alright, as mentioned by Mbak Nita and also Aisyah, for the second session, the discussions will be divided into 2 tracks, business and technical track. So the viewers can choose which channel that they are interested in, whether to technical track or business track. And you can just move whenever you want. And you can check the links on your email for the Zoom link for each track. So without further ado, I think we can just start the second session with Mbak Nita and Mbak Aisyah. Have fun.
Yay.
Excel Axiata Business Solutions menghadirkan berbagai solusi ICT untuk membantu pertumbuhan bisnis Anda. Mulai dari
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi
mobile
wabarakatuh.
communications,
Semangat pagi.
fixed connectivity, cloud and data center, Internet of Things, hingga mobile advertising, big data and API. Excel Axiata Business Solutions, we help you grow. Excel Axiata Business Solutions menghadirkan berbagai solusi ICT untuk membantu pertumbuhan bisnis Anda. Mulai dari mobile communications, fixed connectivity, cloud and data center, Internet of Things, hingga mobile advertising, big data and API. Excel Axiata Business Solutions, we help you grow. Excel Axiata Business Solutions menghadirkan berbagai solusi ICT untuk membantu pertumbuhan bisnis Anda. Mulai dari mobile communications, fixed connectivity, cloud and data center, Internet of Things, hingga mobile advertising, big data and API. Excel Axiata Business Solutions, we help you grow. Excel Axiata Business Solutions menghadirkan berbagai solusi ICT untuk membantu pertumbuhan bisnis Anda. Mulai dari mobile communications, fixed connectivity, cloud and data center, Internet of Things, hingga mobile advertising, big data and API. Excel Axiata Business Solutions, we help you grow. Excel Axiata Business Solutions menghadirkan berbagai solusi ICT untuk membantu pertumbuhan bisnis Anda. Mulai dari mobile communications, fixed connectivity, cloud and data center, Internet of Things, hingga mobile advertising, big data and API. Excel Axiata Business Solutions, we help you grow. Excel Axiata Business Solutions menghadirkan berbagai solusi ICT untuk membantu pertumbuhan bisnis Anda. Mulai dari mobile communications, fixed connectivity, cloud and data center, Internet of Things, hingga mobile advertising, big data and API. Excel Axiata Business Solutions, we help you grow. Excel Axiata Business Solutions menghadirkan berbagai solusi ICT untuk membantu pertumbuhan bisnis Anda. Mulai dari mobile communications, fixed connectivity, cloud and data center, Internet of Things, hingga mobile advertising.
Halo, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh dan semangat pagi. So guys, like previously, before we go further, we just want to inform you that all the committees that are involved in today's event have done the health protocol and got complete vaccination, so we are able and allow us to open our mics in this session. Welcome to our Digital Transformation Day 2022, and still with our today themes, embracing AI, magnify business impact, and be the first converged operator in Indonesia. So this is a great opportunity for me. I'm Aisyah and I will be your moderator for this business track class for a couple hours in this afternoon session. Alright, everyone, we already learned much information and got some insights about artificial intelligence from our previous first session in the morning. So we are very grateful to learn directly from every inspiring and awesome speakers that coming from many countries, right? So for business track class, we will discuss and learn how digitalization implementation will give a tangible business benefit in terms of the success rate, the effectiveness from our system, revenue, business performance, and other things that will be discussed in this session. Not only talking about the conceptual part, this session also from internal Excel Axiata will share their experiences related to the AI use case that currently implemented in Excel Axiata. Okay, so maybe everyone just curious who will be the speaker in this session. Without further ado, I would like to invite our first speaker in this session, Bapak Christopher Marco Castanos Hidalgo, as the Group Head Digital Touchpoint PT Excel Axiata. Halo, Pak Marco.
Hello.
Oh, okay. Hi. How are you today, Pak?
All good.
Oh, okay. All right. So I see that you look so excited to share your experience and knowledge in this session, right? So for just information for all of you guys that Pak Marco have more than 12 years telco and digital experiences and highly experiences in formulates practical solutions, productizes omnichannel strategy, IT operation, and many more experience. So this background is very related to the topic that Pak Marco will bring to all of us. So Pak Marco, are you ready to share your knowledge to everyone in here?
Yeah, all good.
So excited ya Pak. So if you are already ready, time and screens are yours Pak.
All right. Thank you, Lida, for the introductions. So can we share the slide? Yeah. I think this is a different slide.
In here, so just waiting for some minutes. We will continue to share the screen related with your material, your deck.
All right. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so can you click on next? Yeah, so I think I'd like to start the conversation with what's actually common about these images, right? So any image that you actually see on the screen that you see right now, right? Whether it's an avocado-based chair, the word OpenAI in a storefront, or a picture of a cat, right? And a picture of a sketch of a cat down below it, right? If you could actually notice all of these images, and if you could click on next, these images are actually, believe it or not, created by AI. Can someone click on next? So as these images were actually created by AI, these images were actually formed from a text-based approach in terms of generating these types of images. So AI in this aspect have actually been quite intense already in the last few years. So Nita, can you click on next? Yeah. So DALL-E is actually a system that actually can replicate images based on text captions. And it's actually able to create this type of content from hundreds and thousands of algorithms. So this is already like the kind of future that we're in today. But going forward for AI, if someone could click on next. Advancements in AI have actually come a very long way. And aside from the traditional infrastructure advancements or technological advancements, AI has also been present in our digital experiences. So AI has actually progressed much, much faster in terms of what customers can see. And it's something you can see on the middle line on the screen. However, going towards AI, if you could click on next, AI isn't just the only thing that we're doing. As we were pursuing AI, we were also pursuing our digital foundations. We also had to achieve certain digitization initiatives and actually digitalize our corresponding systems so that we can actually achieve AI in the next few years. So currently, we're still in the level 4 item, wherein we're becoming a driver for digitization. And hopefully in the next year or so, we could actually become a leader for AI. However, pursuing AI, looking at digitalization won't be enough. So if you could click on next. We had to also look internally. So within our current ecosystems, we actually had to check which kind of problems we also had to address. So any initiatives or efforts that we're working on also had to address resource issues, siloed processes, whether it's one directional, and perhaps a slower time to market. So if you could actually take all of these three together, and if you could click on next. We actually used the three as a framework to actually achieve our goals. So having an always on, customer-centric, and reliable touch points that's actually built for speed and quality is something that we were actually always gunning for. Now, moving forward, right? So if you could click on next. Filling all the white spaces was actually something that we also realized that we had to do. So if we wanted to become, just a driver, to become the leader, these are the new things that we had to unlock. So we had to expand capabilities, and we had to do so much more. So aside from unlocking all this, we also realized that we have actually just started on this journey. So if you could click on next. So as you can see, we are still in the early stages of AI for digital touchpoints. We are simply just building the foundations, but all in all of this would lead towards one-click experiences. One-click experiences in a way that everything is actually programmable, whether it's about marketing, product design, product creation, right? So this is actually where we wanted to head. And despite all this, that we're still in the early journey, if you could click on next, you could actually see certain values already being realized. Anita, can you click on next? Yeah. So even in the early journeys, right, of this endeavor, you could already see values of our MAU increase, right, by 1.7 times. You've actually managed to double our transactions in the last few years, and actually even reduce the time to market as much as 30 to 40%. But where's the secret in all this, right? We know where to go, and these are already the benefits that we're realizing. I'd like to focus on one particular area. So if you look at the process for digital product and strategy and the digital shop, I would actually like you to zoom in on the design process. And that's actually seen on the second box from the left. So zooming in into this process, if someone could click next. Content operations have actually always been a fundamental aspect of any digital team. And if you actually look at traditional way of doing publishing today, you always start with creating content from a right standpoint. And then from the moment contents are actually created, these contents are actually formatted, developed by designers, and eventually consumed by your users. And if you could click on next, you would also see the other characters involved in the process, whether it's the business owners, your cast of characters for your production team, and obviously your consumers or customers who would actually consume this type of content. But you see, a traditional way of doing it is actually very one way, right? Wherein you actually create this particular process or this particular content for one particular touch point. So how are we doing it today, right? So if someone could click next. So today, content operations have actually been a bit more modernized because there's actually more collaborations happening across users and creators alike. As you are actually ideating for content, you could actually test this content even without releasing it to the market yet. And the same thing goes for consumers. Consumers can actually retrieve and format this content in any shape and form they want, regardless of what screen they use, whether it's an iPad, a screen that you see on a store, and perhaps in your respective mobile devices. So what does this mean in terms of capabilities? If you could click on next. So to actually create this modern system of content operations, we realized that we actually had to invest, right, certain components to make AI successful. So the first is creating an AI platform built for content creation that you can simply automate content searches, similar to my first example, wherein you could type certain content and you would actually see it on the fly, allowing designers to create pages very easy. And second, by creating an A/B testing environment, we actually created a platform that users can actually test journeys in whatever shape and form, right? Even before releasing, is the blue color better than the red, a bigger button or a smaller button, or perhaps even journeys, right? would be tested. However, doing all this, you would actually want to establish a design system. So creating a design system would actually allow you to replicate different types of content and libraries for many, many use cases to come. And lastly, by creating an API-based CMS, you can actually create or orchestrate different types of content across different types of touchpoints. So these are actually the capabilities or components that we actually realized to actually create this modernized content operations. So if you look at the process, if someone can click next. Content journeys, as I mentioned, would require more feedback loops, right? And if you actually superimpose the capabilities that you saw earlier, right? If someone could click next, you would see those capabilities arising from content creation, all the way in terms of how the design, the assets are being created, until the users actually consume the content. So creating an AI-powered content system would actually allow designers to create content at massive scale. Perhaps you can even do more for less with this. And for A/B testing, you don't need to launch anything that would disrupt revenue numbers. You could actually test anything on the fly, and you'd even have a score to measure it on the fly. And by maintaining a design system, a carefully curated design system, any components, any buttons, any color palettes that you see on the screen could easily be replicated for any type of section or any type of page. And obviously last, having this enterprise CMS that's actually API-based, you can actually consume content in any shape and form. So whether it's about the latest promos or latest type of feature or a thematic campaign, you can easily run it across the board. So I don't think it stops here. If someone could click next. Content operations have actually transcended, right, beyond just design. Can you click on next? So content operations go beyond just design. I think AI in this space goes beyond just content. There's also many opportunities on ideation, wherein you could actually create requirements on the fly, drag and drop things, right? Similarly, on development, test, and launch, many, many more opportunities can arise. So imagine we're just doing one type of understanding on one particular area, which is AI for content operations. Imagine the possibilities if we actually unlock all of this, with the hopes that we actually unlock or be able to share more boxes, perhaps by the next year. So these are actually one among many, but I don't think value should stop here, right? If someone could click next. I think the value for a digital team or content operations would actually have to be iterative. So it's always a continuous process that you'd have to find to drive success at scale, right? Wherein everything that you do for AI should be a component that you could always reuse. And each component that you use, it's something that you can always track and measure whether it's adding value to your company. Is it getting more hits? Is the conversion higher, right? And ultimately, if all things fall into place, you'd actually achieve maximum value so that customers are actually able to share it amongst their friends, their family. So I think AI goes beyond just an exploration phase for design or discovery. I think we have to exploit AI in a way that how can I achieve AI at scale, right? Or how can I use AI at scale in my respective business? So this is how I'd like to end the conversation, and perhaps we can share more in a while. Thank you. Yeah.
Oke, very much Pak Marco Marco for the great presentation. So I think Pak Marco already explained to us that we are in the early stage on AI for digital touchpoint. We also learned that there is 3 points ya Pak that we use as a framework to achieve our digitalization. It is related with the first is the advancement AI that have expanded to the digital experiences. The second, we are talking about the uplift leading digitization and digitalization areas. And the third point that we noted in here also to focus on resolving critical pain point to give us more values. I think it's very related to our discussion for today. And when we try to relook again our digital touch point, for example, my Excel, yeah, by using artificial intelligence, we see the benefits like Pak Marco already say, multiple monthly active user, double the transaction, and also go to market 30 until 40% faster than before. It's great achievement that we already use AI as the benefit that we use. So, okay, everyone, I think we have a Q&A session after the upcoming speaker, the second speaker in here. So, you can start to write your question if you want to asking something to Pak Marco, and we can directly discuss after the second speaker. You can write your question in the Q&A feature in the Zoom Rooms meeting, and we can discuss after we already explain and already learn from the second speaker, right? Okay, so because in the first speaker we already learned AI implementation in the Excel Axiata level, in our company level. So I think we need also to learn how AI to be implemented in the wider or in the higher level, like in the city level itself. So I think I would like to invite the next speaker, Bapak Yudhistira Nugraha Depil, as the Director of Jakarta Smart Cities. Okay, so we are waiting for Bapak Yudhistira to come and also to join with us. So I think the discussion with Pak Marco is already a great explanation, right? We already look how AI to be implemented in Excel Axiata, and we are very curious also how AI to be implemented in the city level, like Jakarta. We also like a citizens from Jakarta that currently using Jakarta application Jaki, Jakarta Smart City, and we will know more about how the AI to be implemented in the Jakarta Smart Cities. Okay, while waiting the second speaker to join with us, so we can chit-chat or communicate with Pak Marco first, because people are very excited to asking question for you, ya Pak Marco. So this is the first speaker for Pak Marco. Referring to the components of a modernized content operations, which component that you think was the most challenging to put in the place? Could you tell me more about it, Pak?
Sure. I think one of the most challenging is actually the design system, right? Because having a design system requires guidelines, certain frameworks to be in place, right? And level of authority and governance, right? I think back in the day, there wasn't exactly a design system. All you have is a dump file in perhaps OneDrive or Google Drive, and all different components could be accessed. I think these days, we now have actually a design system that we can actually use and replicate. And we even give access for this design system to be accessed by the developers, right? So whether you want to build your own page, right, or a new section of your site, or a new app perhaps done by the partner, you can simply query or get to this design system, and it would be replicated easily. I think building your design system would be one of the foundational things to build, but it also requires some governance and support from the different areas of the business.
Okay, thank you very much, Pak Marco, for your great explanation about the most challenging component related with the AI and modernization. So we move to the second question in here. Actually, people are very excited to asking you a lot of question in here, ya Pak. We see that in your slide, you write that AI for content operational is just one among many opportunities. So maybe this is like we need like a detailed explanation more about our next journey. Which of the things in the purpose that we will deliver next, and what values are we aiming, Pak?
Yeah, I think of having the the vision, right? The vision is to have this one-click experience wherein everything is actually easy and convenient for users. I think the next step after you build internally, what can the users see, right? We're now creating experiences like I think in the area of value management, right? How can you create personalized experience or personalized product in your app that's actually perhaps driven by AI in the future? I think these are opportunities that we are embarking on in the next few months, and hopefully there's actually more to share, right, by next year or so.
Okay.
But I think AI has lots of opportunities. At the end of it all, we're not just doing AI just for the sake of doing it. We want to do AI because we want to achieve it at scale. So I think this is sort of the big question you have to ask yourself. Are you using AI just for testing, or are you using it to drive your numbers, your revenues, your growth, your engagement? I think this is where we'd like to.
Okay, Pak Marco, great. So this is related with the what actually user can see from the deliverable in your in our system, right? So this is like the next journey. I think it will be like we have a roadmap in the detailed journey that will improve our digitalization through using this artificial intelligence, right? Okay, Pak Marco. So it's very nice to communicate with you. I think we will come to the next Q&A after we receive or learn much about the AI implementation in Jakarta Smart City, so we can combine the communication between Axiata level also with the Jakarta level that may be more higher than our communication in here. Okay, so can we check that the second speaker is already in here? Okay, okay, so we can move to the next session. Okay, so everyone, we already talking about AI and ML in digital touchpoint that already explained more detail from Pak Marco in here as a group head digital touchpoint PT XL Axiata. We can move to the next speaker. We will learn much about how the showcase AI factory and delivery from Mbak Dwi Hartati Izaldi. Okay, so we have break in for a couple minutes again. After that, we will come back and explain to you, and we'll come back with the next speaker.
XL Axiata Business Solutions menghadirkan berbagai solusi ICT untuk membantu pertumbuhan bisnis Anda. Mulai dari mobile communications, fixed connectivity, cloud and data center, Internet of Things, hingga mobile advertising, big data and API. XL Axiata Business Solutions, we help you grow. XL Axiata Business Solutions menghadirkan berbagai solusi ICT untuk membantu pertumbuhan bisnis Anda. Mulai dari mobile communications, fixed connectivity, cloud and data center, Internet of Things, hingga mobile advertising, big data and API. XL Axiata Business Solutions, we help you grow. XL Axiata Business Solutions menghadirkan berbagai solusi ICT untuk membantu pertumbuhan bisnis Anda. Mulai dari mobile communications, fixed connectivity, cloud and data center, Internet of Things, hingga mobile advertising, big data and API. Excel Axiata Business Solutions, we help you grow. Excel Axiata Business Solutions menghadirkan berbagai solusi ICT untuk membantu pertumbuhan bisnis Anda. Mulai dari mobile communications, fixed connectivity, cloud and data center, Internet of Things, hingga mobile advertising, big data and API. Excel Axiata Business Solutions, we help you grow. Excel Axiata Business Solutions menghadirkan berbagai solusi ICT untuk membantu pertumbuhan bisnis Anda. Mulai dari mobile communications, fixed connectivity, cloud and data center, Internet of Things, hingga mobile advertising, big data and API. Excel Axiata Business Solutions, we help you grow. Excel Axiata Business Solutions menghadirkan berbagai solusi ICT untuk membantu pertumbuhan bisnis Anda. Mulai dari mobile communications, fixed connectivity, cloud and data center, Internet of Things, hingga mobile advertising, big data and API. Excel Axiata Business Solutions, we help you grow. Excel Axiata Business Solutions menghadirkan berbagai solusi ICT untuk membantu pertumbuhan bisnis Anda. Mulai dari mobile communications, fixed connectivity, cloud and data center, Internet of Things, hingga mobile advertising, big data and API. Excel Axiata Business Solutions, we help you grow. Excel Axiata Business Solutions menghadirkan berbagai solusi ICT untuk membantu pertumbuhan bisnis Anda. Mulai dari mobile communications, fixed connectivity, cloud and data center, Internet of Things, hingga mobile advertising, big data and API. Excel Axiata Business Solutions, we help you grow.
Okay, we are come back again in Digital Transformation Day 2022. Okay, so because in the first speaker we already learned about AI implementation in the Excel Axiata level, we need to learn how AI also to be implemented in the city level. So I would like to invite Bapak Yudhistira Nugraha Devil as Director of Jakarta Smart Cities. Halo, Bapak Yudhistira.
Halo Mbak. Good morning. Good morning from Geneva.
Oh yes,
And
how are you Pak today?
Good afternoon for those. I'm good. Yeah, good afternoon for those in Jakarta.
Okay, yes. Okay, good. How good ya Pak? Nice to hear from you. Yeah. So currently you are presented from Geneva ya. Wow. It's very nice to see you, Pak. Okay, Pak Yudhistira in here have experienced almost 3 years as Director of Jakarta Smart Cities, and also as for your information that Jakarta Smart City is regional public service agency that based on the 7 indicators to increase citizens' involvement to be able to create an informative and transparent environment through technology. Wow, it's so very good, yeah. This is also to encourage further interaction between citizens like us with the government itself. Perhaps one of us also actively use this application to fulfill our needs. So in this session, we will learn more detail about AI implementation in Jakarta Smart Cities. Are you ready, Pak Yudhistira?
Yes. Okay. Thank you.
I think you are so excited to explain more detail to all of you guys.
Can you hear me?
So,
My voice is clear.
I can hear you clearly, Pak. It's
okay,
good.
Cool. Thank you.
Okay, cool. Okay, so time and screens are yours.
Okay. Good morning from Geneva, and then good afternoon for those who live in Jakarta. So first of all, I would like to thank you for the Excel Axiata for inviting us to share our knowledge, our experience in implementing artificial intelligence in Jakarta. And then one point I would like to express my gratitude to Excel Axiata as one of our partner, because now, as I said that I'm in Geneva, we are being yesterday we've been awarded as one of the WSIS prize winner, organized by the ITU, International Telecommunication Union. This is one of the prestigious events, international event organized by ITU UN. So we got the winner in ICT application in e-science category. So this project basically is collaborate with the Excel Axiata, because Excel Axiata provides some Internet of Things to build the flood control system. So thank you again for the Excel Axiata for your great contribution. And this is also one of our contribution to Indonesia, because Jakarta is the only representative from Indonesia that got this winner this year. Thank you again. So today, can I see the slide, please? Today, I would like to talk about the first slide, please. Today, I would like to talk about how the artificial intelligence can be implemented in Jakarta, for example, how the artificial intelligence solve the city problem. So looking back to the topic today, when we're talking about the digital transformation, and then I'm speaking in the great event, the Digital Transformation Days organized by Excel Axiata. So digital transformation is very important, because before pandemic, we're talking about digital transformation, but it's never happened. It's very difficult. But due to the pandemic, so this is a good momentum, especially after a pandemic as well. How do we accelerate digital transformation? And next slide. So how do we understand the citizen need? So this is a keyword, understand citizen need. Why the artificial intelligence matters? Because by using artificial intelligence, we can understand citizen need, solving the problems, sizing the opportunities, and putting the value on the livelihood. And during the pandemic and after the post-pandemic COVID-19, Jakarta also changed their vision and mission, because, of course, when we're talking about implementation of IT, of course, is very different before pandemic and after pandemic. So we changed our smart city vision due to the pandemic COVID. Next slide. So in order to build the ecosystem for the digital transformation, one thing that we have to consider, building smart city is not only about building the technology, it's about building the ecosystem. So this is something that how Jakarta build the innovation ecosystem for the future smart city vision. One is about spaces. Now we're talking about the spaces, not only physical spaces. How do we build the digital and community-oriented development? The second thing is about welfare. So we have to understand about our citizen. I think AI mostly can support this, how we can give personalized digital services or personalized public services to our citizen. And also government in the context in our side, government have to change from the static to dynamic. So we have to be agile and data-driven government. When we're talking about the data-driven government, how we can build evidence-based policy, data-driven policy, most of those things never happened without the artificial intelligence, machine learning, deep learning, and so forth and so forth. And the last thing about the business, I think business also need to be adapted, economy and the experimental industry. Let's say, for example, my background is also telco engineering, actually, but I think most telco company also they adapted with the citizen need. They not only focus on the infrastructure, but they only focus on how they can deliver better services to citizens, to the customer, and so forth and so forth. Next slide. So I would like to give the context, because I'm from Jakarta Smart City. So there's a very interesting when we're talking about the smart city. What does smart city means? Because everybody have a different meaning about smart city. So when we're talking about smart city, there's a two notion in our mind, in our concept. One is innovative city, and the second one, the happiness. When we're talking about the innovative city, of course, how do we use technology as an enabler? How do we use technology to solve the city problem, to give better life to our society? So Innovative city is a city can be adapted. A city can be a city that use technology to solve the city problem and so forth. And so by doing that, that can be give give a great impact to the life of people, to happiness. So this is also in line with our governor vision and mission, maju kotanya and bahagia warganya. Next slide. So this is something that I'll just quick like. This is how we build the ecosystem. In Jakarta, we build the concept of smart city 4.0 means that the role of the government as not only as administrators, not only as a facilitators, not only a service provider, but also as a collaborator. The government as collaborator and the citizen as co-creator. Co-creator can be industry, also academia, media, startup, and other government. So how this ecosystem can solve the city problem and understand citizen by using technology, of course. We can use like cloud computing, big data, Internet of Things, blockchain, and of course, artificial intelligence suitable in this topic today, discussion today. And also innovation. Innovation is not only about technology. Innovation can be also is about organization, also about the business process. When we're doing the innovative process, business process that can give the great impact to the services that can be used by our customer or citizen. And of course, collaboration. Collaboration is very matters because we are not building the Superman. We are not building the super organization, but we are building the super team. As I said that we can be a champion, we can be winner in the WSIs because not only Jakarta Smart City. This is because it's supported by our co-creator, our city co-creator, including Excel Axiata. And then how does ecosystem can address city problems such as transportation, flooding, waste management, and so forth, and of course, understand citizen. By doing this, of course, we can be innovative city and make our citizen happy. Next slide. So this is just a brief context about the framework. This is our framework that can that been used in implementing a smart city in Jakarta. So we have 2 aim, 3 value objective, 4 principle, 5 co-creator, 6 outcome, and 7 dimension, including smart people, smart environment, smart economy, smart mobility, smart environment, smart living, and smart branding. Next slide. So this is this is something that we're talking about, the transformation, digital transformation. This is something that I would like to raise one use cases that has been implemented in Jakarta. It's about how do we integrate digital services? Because when we're talking about digital transformation, it's not only about technology, it's about the new way of thinking, it's about new leadership, new strategy. So this is something that of course, we have to provide better services to our citizens. So we integrate all public services in order to make our citizens easy to access all services provided by the government. So we build Jaki as a government platform, as a one-stop services, as super apps, because prior to Jaki, every agency, they have their own apps. Citizens have to download one app to another app. Imagine that if we have more than 50 city departments, every city department, they have their own apps. At least we have 50 applications that must be downloaded by citizens. So I think our phone can be crashed and then not working very well. So this is the thing that how we build the Jaki as a government platform to provide basic public services to our citizens. Next slide. So this is something that how as a government, as we mentioned about digital transformation, is about the government need to be agile, need to be adapted, and also how the government can provide personalized public services to our citizen from the birth to the death. You imagine that the government is the entities that have many data. By having the data, we can use artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence is nothing without data. Artificial intelligence is nothing without the system integrated data, standardized data, and so forth and so on. So data is matter when we're talking about when we're talking about the artificial intelligence. So we would like to provide the personalized services from birth to death by using these three framework: data, service, platform. When we have data, we can create services. When we have services, we can create the platform. We can use any kind of platform, including application, mobile apps, website, WhatsApp, and so forth and so forth. Next slide, please. Next slide. Yeah, this is something that I said that Jaki is not about the application. Jaki is a platform. It's a digital platform that can be used as a third space in Jakarta. So as I said, as I said before, when we're talking about smart city, it's not only about technology. Smart city is about people. One is about people connecting to the people connecting to the government, and the people connecting to the business. So we build Jaki as a platform in order to people can be connecting to another people. People can be connecting to government, what we call digital government, people connecting to business, what we call digital economy, and the people connecting to the people, what we call digital society. This is the way how we build the platform as a for Jaki as a one-stop services. Next slide. So this is something that Jaki as a third place. So as I said that we build Jaki as a platform for digital government, digital society, and the digital economy. Of course, when we build a platform, something that need to be included. One is about notification, one is about payment, one is about identity, authentication. So this is something that we have to consider when we build a platform. There is three components that must be included: notification, authentication, and the payment system. So by having those three components, I think we can build a great platform for our citizen. Next slide. So this is something that our approach, how we build a Jaki as a government platform. One thing is about partnership and ecosystem. So without partnership, without ecosystem is nothing. I think partnership with any co-creator, with Axiata, for example, is very great momentum for us to build the ecosystem. And the second one is about open data and API. This is very important because when we're talking about transforming government, it's about how the government can provide public API so that everyone can build, connect, and interact. And the third one is about data and analytic capabilities. Now we're talking about the artificial intelligence, because as I said that data without artificial intelligence, nothing without the data, and so forth and so on. And the last one is about the future. So we use artificial intelligence to predict the future. So I think we can discuss about some use cases that already implemented in the flood control system. We predict disaster by using artificial intelligence and so forth and so forth. Next slide. Now, next slide. So now I would like to share some use cases. I think because the moderator asked me to give some use cases that already implemented in Jakarta. One use cases include license plate recognition, and also we also build the corona likelihood matrix using machine learning. We also some features built in Jaki. There's a Jak Response, Jak Panda, and also we also processing our COVID data using synthetic data, and we also have implemented video analytic, face mask detection, social distancing monitoring, and the last one is a flood control system. Just good to us. Next slide. So one example that already implemented as a pilot project. I think most people know about the artificial intelligence. I think people talking about the artificial intelligence, machine learning, deep learning, anything is about the hierarchy or taxonomy about the artificial intelligence. Next slide. So there's some use cases that normally can be used as the context of the artificial intelligence and opportunity. Mostly when we're talking about the artificial intelligence, they can be used to recognize the images, They can also use to recognize to identify the experience, and they can also be used to solve the complex problem. There's many use cases that already implemented by using the artificial intelligence. Next slide. So some use cases that already implemented. This is one of our pilot project with one of digital company in Indonesia as a license plate recognition for the tax initiative. So we can recognize the flat number, license plate number, whether or not the vehicle already paid the taxes or not. So by doing this, we can also improve our regional revenue and so forth and so forth. Next slide. This also we also build during the pandemic, we build the corona electoral metric by using machine learning to predict to measuring the risk of the possibility of the COVID-19. So basically, we using machine learning to analyze the data to calculate the risk of people who getting the possibility of the COVID-19 symptom and so forth and so forth. So we collaborate. This is not only done built only with by Jakarta Smart City. We also collaborate with partner. We working with people from the Harvard University and other digital company. Next slide. And also we build JAX Response. JAX Response is one of features in Jaki. So before using the artificial intelligence, when citizens take the picture, sometimes they select appropriate categories. Let's say, for example, they take picture like rubbish, or they take picture of trees or something like that. But when they do the next step, they did the wrong thing, or they select the wrong category. But by using artificial intelligence, we can help the people, the citizen, as recommender system, so they can identify or select appropriate categories based on the picture that they are submitted to the system. So this is the way how we use the artificial intelligence to build a better feature to our society, to make easy for citizens to categorize, to select the appropriate categorize. Next slide. And also we also build the one features in Jaki we call Jak Panda. This is related to the taxes. So basically we have a program that called Jakarta Rewards. So every citizen, if you buy something, let's say if you buy food, or if you buy anything in restaurant, for example, if you have dinner, lunch in restaurant, of course, normally you have receipt. So by using Jak Panda and Jak Reward, you can, so there's a program. So citizen is invited, is encouraged to report any kind of receipt that they have to the Bapenda. So Bapenda normally validate done validating in manual. The people send the receipt through email, and then they validate manually and so forth and so forth. By using Jak Reward features in Jaki, the citizen just only capture, only take the picture of the receipt, and then if the receipt is appropriate, they can be counted automatically and then transfer to the account. And at the end of this year, they can be counted how many reward that could be that could be calculated to our account, something like that. So this is the way how we use the artificial intelligence to make our citizen happy, to make our citizen easy to use our public services. Next slide. So this is COVID-19. This is something that we use machine learning, we use Bayesian network. So the idea is about how do we process personal data without breaching privacy. So the idea is we have raw data So we not we're not processing the raw data. Instead of, we only processing synthetic data. So synthetic data means that we're not processing the raw data. We only processing the synthetic data. So we're using a machine learning. We use this Bayesian network to give the to analyze the data. For example, so one of the outcome of the data analysis is about visualization and the dashboard, something like that. By using synthetic data, we can get the same result if we process the raw data. So this is the idea how we can process sensitive data without processing the raw data instead. Next slide. And this is also, it's about CCTV integration. We can also identify the people who wearing masks. Next slide. Wearing masks, and also this is something that image recognition. We can also identify whether it's a tuk-tuk, whether it's a motorcycle, whether it's a car, and something like that. Next slide. So we can also use the image recognition to identify whether people wearing masks, or if they're wearing masks, the sign is green. If not wearing masks, the sign is red, something like that. And also we can also identify the social distancing measure during the pandemic. Next slide. So we want to make sure that whether or not the people comply with the regulation to make a social distancing, something like that. Then the next slide. This is something, finally, I would like to, this is something that the project that we work together with Excel Axiata. We build a flat control system. So basically the idea is how we transferring tacit knowledge to the explicit knowledge by building knowledge management system. Because prior to the system, we rely on the people. We rely on the people who working on the field. So it's not automatically, everything is manual. So by building this system, we can predict the disaster before it occurs, and also we can also optimize handling during the disaster, and so forth and so forth. So this system basically done into the 3 components. One is sensing, second one understanding, and the third one is acting. When we're talking about sensing, this is something that is been supported by the Excel Axiata. So we build many sensor in 178 location. Each sensor we have like a temperature sensor, water level sensor, the sensor, and so forth and so forth. So we have I think 5 sensors for each location, and those sensors can be so we collect data from sensor that already installed in 178 location. So we integrate data from sensor from the IoT into our integration system. By doing that, we analyze those data coming from sensor and IoT using our machine learning in this type of understanding. We use our predictive model using artificial intelligence, and so forth and so forth. So the result of understanding, so we build the integrated dashboard that can be used for data-driven policy, that can be used for the governor to make decision. So not because before decision is based on the people, now the decision can be based on the data. These are the things that and sensing we collect the data, understanding we're using artificial intelligence to learn the data, to identify the data, and all by using our predictive model, and the acting. So the governor, our leader can make decision based on data, and also we can also dispatch early warning information to our citizen. So this is the thing that we have done with the artificial intelligence. There's many use cases that could be potential collaboration in the future. So thank you for the invitation. This is also a great project that has been one of the winner in the press list event in the ITU WSI's Prize 2020. Again, thank you for Excel Axiata. Okay, that's it from my presentation. Thank you. Good morning and good afternoon. And then the last one is about discussion, and this is about the future collaboration that we can done in the future. It's about application and artificial intelligence in smart city. I think I mentioned about the security system, security camera surveillance system, and also about vehicle parking, face detection, smart water disposal management system. I think we're talking about now recently about the flood monitoring system done. But there's some challenges that we can facing is about infrastructure and costing. So how we deal with this, and also about security and privacy. I think this also matters when we implementing artificial intelligence. And also there's an open new avenue for smart city. It's about data-driven smart city, city brain, and also about public-private partnership and open innovation area for sandbox. So some business model, how we build a smart city as a data, smart city as a service, smart city as a platform, smart city as a hub, and at the end, smart city as an ecosystem. So this is my presentation. Again, thank you for the Excel Axiata. Enjoy your conference today and during the Digital Transformation Day. That's it. Thank you.
Great presentation from Pak Yudhistira. I also remember Governor's vision and mission towards smart city is maju kotanya, bahagia warganya. It's really nice and it should be like that ya Pak. So from Pak Yudhistira's slide, we learned that digital transformation in Jakarta smart cities is integrated digital services from a lot of sectors, right? From the healthcare, education, we are talking about environment, food security, and so far so on. And related with the artificial intelligence, I see that Pak Yudhistira already explained to us that so many initiatives related with this. For example, Jack Response, Jack Panda, and also help us during pandemic COVID-19 with the face mask detection, with the social distance monitoring, and a lot of initiative. So this is use case is very useful during pandemic COVID-19, right? Okay, I see also that Pak Yudhistira already say to us that digital transformation not only build the system, but also the ecosystem among the business side, the government, the people, the space, and also we are as citizens in Jakarta. Okay, so we are coming to the Q&A session. We would like to invite again Pak Marco and Pak Yudhistira to come up.
Mas Andika dengan Nita di sini. Semangat pagi, pagi, pagi.
Pagi.
Ya, topik dari Mas Andika nih sepertinya sangat menarik ya. The beginning of data-driven development era, which akan more deeper talking about the AI life cycle and also the data development. By the way, Mas Andika, untuk presentasinya ini feel free ya, Mas Andika, whether you will bring in bahasa or English, which one that comforts you aja ya, Mas Andika ya.
Very good, very good.
Okay, then without further ado, please Mas Andika, the time and screen is yours.
Alright, thank you. Good afternoon. Semangat pagi teman-teman. I would like to request permission for the people who are speaking English because to the Indonesian language, if you are allowed, please. Thank you. So, teman-teman, Excel Axiata dan other partners. Pada siang ini saya mau share terkait dengan the beginning of data-driven development era. Karena in the lately stage terkait dengan teknologi, perkembangan teknologi yang sekarang semua dengan masifnya digitalisasi akan banyak data point yang tergenerate sehingga akan membentuk suatu big data, bahkan nanti ke depannya akan menjadi probably data lake or probably ocean or probably I don't know. But the key important thing is actually kita sekarang punya banyak data, what we can do with data, how we manage it, right, and in efficient way. Next slide. So, saya mau mulai presentasi sharing session saya ini dengan menarik ke belakang. Sebenarnya yang dihadapin sama teman-teman IT dan probably ICT industries itu apa sih sebenarnya? Ada 4 major life cycle yang kita jalanin sebagai IT people or ICT industry people untuk maintain IT eco environment kita. Kalau kita mengambil balik ke belakang, kita dulu punya IT OM konsep, terus evolve, kita punya yang namanya IT service management yang di dalamnya bisa maintain on-prem cloud infrastructure, security services, enterprise services. Terus juga berkembang dengan digitalisasi seperti yang tadi saya bilang, ada kebutuhan data, muncullah konsep data management service, ya kan. Terus setelah itu kita ketemu dengan agility framework, agility software distribution lifecycle, muncullah konsep DevOps gitu ya, dengan software development lifecycle untuk DevOps dengan CI/CD pipelining. Nah, baru saja tadi Mr. Chom from AWS talking about MLOps, ya. Keluarlah konsep MLOps pipeline terkait dengan data science development di sini. Nah, saat ini complexity dari IT people dan ICT people untuk maintain eco environment, jadi we have to deal with this 4 life cycle, ya. Ada service management, data management, applications development life cycle, DevOps, and machine learning development life cycle, MLOps, ya. Next. Belum sampai di situ, lanjut dari situ, kompleksitinya ditambah lagi dengan various konsep, pastinya butuh various tools, ya. Pastinya butuh ada various standard, ya. Ada tadi yang dibilang ada AI factory, ada bahkan nanti DevOps ada yang namanya lari ke SRE, ya kan. Terus ada juga nanti mungkin Cloud Ops, gitu. Terus ada Data Ops, gitu. Nah, untuk ngejalanin semua proses dan semua life cycle dibutuhkan yang namanya plugin and integrations, gitu ya. Nah, dengan various konsep, various vendor, various hyperscale, terus various development code, development type, butuh banyak plugin untuk maintain semua itu untuk kita mencapai aspirasi kita, gitu ya. Mencapai aspirasi kita, ya, aspirasi organisasi itu pasti kan kita mau melihat yang namanya operational excellency, faster delivery, right? Enhance customer experience, and obviously revenue growth, right? Jadi challenge yang kita hadapi sekarang dengan banyaknya plugin integrations, konsep, model, operating model, gitu ya. Current challenge yang kita hadapi itu stability and sustainability eco environment kita probably fragile. Ya, karena banyaknya plugin and integrations yang pastinya masing-masing punya standarisasi sendiri. Terus banyaknya multiple custom integrations yang membuat kita akan sangat rumit dan juga resource intensive. Saya bilang resource intensive, probably one people take care this stack, one people take care this stack, ya. Itu resource intensive, right? Terus high data volume, makin banyak integrations point, makin banyak data volume yang kita generate, kita akan kesusahan untuk maintain data volume kita. Yang paling final adalah cost transparency. Sebenarnya saya taruh di sini pure cost transparency, tapi kalau saya boleh in a softer way, itu sebenarnya there is no clarity in terms of cost dari setiap integration point untuk mendeliver suatu use case atau suatu life cycle dari sebuah product and services. Gitu. Jadi itu dari tadi banyaknya ada 4 life cycle, terus dari 4 life cycle itu kita punya complexity yang sekarang, terus kita diminta untuk achieve aspirasi kita. Belum sampai di sini, masih berlanjut. Next slide. Setelah kita punya yang namanya machine learning, MLOps yang tadi dibilang oleh Mr. Chom from the AWS, ya. Jadi dengan adanya data, dengan adanya advancement teknologi, keluarlah yang namanya machine learning technology, machine learning concept. Nah, the uniqueness of a machine learning capabilities ini menciptakan challenge tersendiri, gitu ya. Menciptakan challenge tersendiri terhadap how we are going to operate this kind of things, right? Kita operate-nya gimana, gitu? Karena obviously berdasarkan yang kita observe so far, kalau kita mau mengoperate yang namanya machine learning product or machine learning services dengan traditional operations, itu akan sangat berat. Karena nature-nya machine learning sendiri itu berbeda dengan traditional software or traditional development life cycle. Kalau secara gampangnya kita bisa bilang traditional software development itu left to right. Ya, kalau machine learning development right to left. Gitu. Kalau mungkin teman-teman suka coba baca-baca model machine learning itu gimana cara bikinnya. Terus yang tadi dibilang sama Mr. Chong, bilang bahwa model jadi terus kita harus belajar lagi, lihat lagi modelnya. That is because the nature of machine learning project itu right to left, dari production ke development. Jadi dia knowledge-nya itu akan increment seiring dengan lamanya waktu production time-nya. Dari semua complexity ini, gitu, gimana cara kita overcome challenges ini? Next slide, please. Saya coba mencoba merumuskan, mencari cara untuk how we can automate, ya, how we can automate. Is there any probability we can automate it or even merge it into one single pipeline, one big pipeline? Jadi dengan adanya complexity proses, dengan adanya complexity konsep, dengan adanya complexity integration point, berdasarkan journey yang kita lihat sekarang itu ke depannya kita envisions itu kita harus ke arah yang namanya AI Ops concept, right? Jadi apa itu AI Ops concept? Jadi kalau kita berangkat dari yang namanya ITSM, ITOM, data management, terus juga DevOps, gitu. Semua itu benang merahnya yang kita lihat adalah pipelining, right? Ada data pipelining, ada application pipelining, ada service pipelining atau service provision pipelining. Nah, dengan DevOps capability, dengan DevOps yang sekarang ada untuk menciptakan pipeline, kita hanya perlu menginfuse ML capability ke dalam DevOps pipelining untuk menjadikan dengan konsep MLOps, plus menambahkan dengan konsep untuk right to left-nya, sehingga dia akan bisa move ke arah AI Ops. Jadi kalau teman-teman di sini kita bisa lihat compare antara DevOps, MLOps dan AI Ops, ini journey-nya ke depannya itu kurang lebih seperti yang DevOps itu river combinations, process people, mungkin teman-teman DevOps sudah lebih paham. Terus leverage the same principle. MLOps itu leverage the same principle with additional layer of machine learning capability. Terus untuk AI Ops-nya lebih ke multi-layer framework, automate and enhance IT operations. Jadi di AI Ops nanti kemungkinan nanti next slide kita akan bahas kenapa ini bisa dibilang yang namanya multi-layer frameworks, gitu ya. Terus tapi yang paling penting di AI Ops itu sendiri adalah big data and machine learning, karena there is why saya coba namakan temanya itu data driven development, karena we believe all the pipeline, all the application development life cycle can be automated with the AI Ops or AI Ops and ML Ops pipeline. Kurang lebihnya seperti itu. Next. Oke, sekarang nature-nya AI Ops itu seperti apa? Nature-nya AI Ops yang kita punya itu adalah kita mau mencoba mengautomate software development life cycle, dan juga how developer can get the feedback directly from the production environment or even from the customer's perspective, ya. Jadi dari sebelah kirinya yang tadi ada software development life cycle, di dalamnya ada ITSM, sehingga di situ ada change management, ada release management, ada event management, terus juga ada ITOM event management, terus juga kita akan infuse dengan DevOps untuk take care of the configurations and analytic logging, terus juga ada security development untuk code risk identification, seperti itu. Nah, untuk di sisi kanannya data science capability-nya kita punya kita mengkontrol melalui data quality, enterprise data explanatory, dan juga machine learning pipeline itu sendiri. Terus juga Adaptability-nya kita ukur dari mana? Adaptability-nya kita ukur dengan accuracy or anomaly KPI yang dari setiap development lifecycle pipeline. Nah, kurang lebih secara yang coba kita bangun, yang coba saya mau share di sini, ada 4 area, development area, data management area, MLOps area, dan DevOps area. Dari 4 area di sini, bisa kita tarik benang merahnya menjadi single pipeline, integrated pipeline, yang mana akan di-govern melalui proses AI Ops proses, yang mana di dalam AI Ops proses itu lebih ke arah anomaly detections, prediction diagnosis, and auto healing itu sendiri. Nah, dari mana sih anomaly detections, terus predictions diagnosis, or auto healing ini bisa membantu software development life cycle yang tadinya left to right menjadi right to left. Sebenarnya ketika kita mendevelop suatu software, kita probably in the test environment, katakanlah kita melakukan black box testing or white box testing on the staging environment, probably it's always fine, kan? It's always fine. Okay, no issues, right? Karena apa? Karena probably there are couple of logs that we cannot really see because logs-nya rotate-nya terlalu cepat, gitu ya. Nah, dengan adanya machine learning capabilities, dengan adanya pattern matching, dengan adanya NLP or text mining, kita bisa understand all the logs yang nantinya akan menjadikan input terhadap development life cycle sehingga bisa terwujud yang namanya right to left development. Kurang lebih seperti itu. Next. Nah, gimana sih cara kita mengoperationalize-nya, meleverage across the organization, seperti yang tadi lagi-lagi mengutip Mr. Chong, ya, bahwa machine learning or any kind of machine learning solutions itu important thing is organizations, ya, organizations seperti apa. Jadi kalau kita ngelihat AI Ops konsep itu monitor, act, and deploy, gitu ya. Nah, kita coba bikin agak lebih panjang sedikit supaya life cycle-nya itu bisa in a closed loop ways, gitu ya. Jadi kita punya yang namanya stage define. Pada saat define ini kita mendefine sebenarnya business users yang kita mau ini, kita harus punya yang namanya reliability or sustainability KPI. Kita mau SLI-nya seperti apa, objektifnya seperti apa, service level availability-nya seperti apa, dan plus kita bisa induce dengan TNPS, gitu ya. Nah, selain defining reliability and sustainability, kita juga harus tahu, kita juga harus bisa mengimplement yang namanya shared responsibility, karena AI Ops dan atau machine learning engineer or machine learning platform cannot be stand alone. Semuanya harus dari business head harus punya ideations, and then bisnis juga harus tahu objektifnya mau kemana. Jadi kita punya yang namanya shared responsibility terhadap product owner or users, terus developer, terus juga DevOps itu sendiri or AI Ops, dan juga data management team, security team, architect, and network team, untuk menjadikan suatu machine learning, suatu produk atau services itu bisa kita deploy. Terus kita bicara stage-nya adalah configure, gitu ya. Stage selanjutnya adalah configure. Jadi kita melihat how we make a reliable configurations, gitu. How we crunch the sustainability metrics, ya kan. Terus gimana kita mau mengkonfigur bahwa suatu sistem ini reliability itu meet with the business requirement, gitu ya. Di dalam AI framework kita punya KPI, terus objektifnya seperti apa terhadap sistem itu sendiri. Nah, shared responsibility-nya untuk konfigur ini ada di sisi developer, again DevOps or AI Ops, and data management dan security. Sampai nantinya kita punya monitor, kita punya act, dan kita punya optimize. Nah, dari optimize itu sendiri adalah feedback reactions daripada business user. Seperti yang tadi ada pertanyaan, gimana sih cara monitor machine learning model yang bagus gitu ya. Machine learning model yang bagus tuh, yang efisien tuh kayak gimana monitornya? Nah, tadi ada colleagues dari AWS bilang bahwa it's a business users itu penting. Understanding dari business users. Dari product owner-nya itu sebenarnya satisfied nggak dengan machine learning model yang kita develop atau dengan produk or services yang kita develop gitu ya. Jadi ketika kita dapat feedback, dari product owner, ketika kita dapat feedback juga dari even dari developernya, terus juga dari security team or probably dari architect team dan juga dari network team. Dengan feedback tersebut kita akan tampung untuk melakukan optimize gitu ya, untuk melakukan optimisasi, terus mengimprove algoritma if it is required, dan juga build a set of resolutions untuk self-healing matrix kalau ketika ada set of business rule yang mana di put sebagai service level objective yang tadi di depan di-define oleh product owner. Next slide. And then probably this is slide terakhir saya. Jadi kurang lebihnya frameworknya AI Ops dan AI Ops yang kita mau coba, yang saya coba lihat itu akan seperti ini. Jadi di DevOps and ML of pipelining, kita punya single pipelining yang mana bisa mengenable kita untuk bergerak dari kiri ke kanan dan dari kanan ke kiri. Nah, semua pipelining itu in decentralized and single pipelining, yang mana pipeline itu bisa mengcover applications deployment lifecycle, middleware deployment, database analysis, infrastructure, be it physical or virtual, platform as a service, SaaS as a service, or probably more deeper into operating system or hypervisor level, or even security threat. Ya. Dari framework yang kita coba lihat, dengan adanya machine learning capabilities, kita bisa meng-cater all the analysis yang dihasilkan dari domain-domain yang di take care oleh AI of pipeline. Nah, sekarang gimana cara kita dapatnya, kayak tadi dapatnya dari right-nya itu adalah dari customer-nya. Jadi kita ambil dari atas, kalau teman-teman lihat dari atas itu ada customer's experience. Jadi kita memonitor net promoter scores dari setiap service kita, atau bahkan kita going more advanced, kita bisa melihat sentimen analisis terhadap customer kita, terhadap semua produk kita, dari social media let's say, or dari apps review, dari let's say touch point kita di review gitu. Nanti kita bisa menjadikan feedback ke dalam AI Ops untuk melihat, untuk really understand apakah ada anomaly, apakah how we are going to predict to achieve on the certain level of customer satisfactory, terus juga apakah kita bisa merumuskan satu set of code untuk melakukan auto healing gitu ya, dengan cara mengkolek data point yang dari internal data dan eksternal data. Kurang lebihnya seperti itu. Cukup sekian dari saya sharingnya kali ini. Terima kasih.
Okay, thank you so much Mas Andika for sharing with us tentang life cycle dari AI, di mana ternyata AI Ops itu can fully automate the software and data development, which enhance the reliability and improve the customer experience. So amazing. Ya, jadi ternyata memang kita harus terus embracing the AI ya, to support our vision to be the first converged operator with highest NPS. Ya, Mas Andika, kita masih akan ada sesi Q&A setelah dua speaker selanjutnya. Jadi mungkin mohon kesediaannya untuk menunggu terlebih dahulu.
Very good. Yep.
Oke, setelah barusan kita sama-sama mendengarkan tentang life cycle dari AI dan bagaimana AI can fully automate the software and the data from Mas Andika. Nah, sekarang kita akan masuk ke topik keempat yang masih berhubungan dengan data juga nih, yaitu the rise of data ocean. Please welcome Mas Andri Irwanza Humardani as the Group Head of Enterprise Data Management Excel Axiata. Halo Mas Andri, saya dengan Nita. Semangat pagi Mas Andri.
Pagi, Mbak Nita.
Ya, Mas Andri kayaknya bakalan seru banget nih ya sharing sessionnya, karena kalau dilihat dari judulnya aja tuh udah kayak film-film di bioskop gitu loh, The Rise of Data Ocean.
Ya, mungkin tidak secanggih film ya, tapi mungkin ini something yang interesting ya, karena tadi Mas Andika udah explain tentang AI, ML Ops gitu ya. Saya akan lebih bicara banyak di data management ya, karena mungkin tadi ada quiz ya, bilangnya data is new moisturizer.
Iya.
Sebenarnya bukan moisturizer, oil. Tapi nanti saya akan explain sedikit lah mengenai apa sih sebenarnya data ocean, Mbak Nita.
Oke. Daripada kita semakin penasaran nih, without further ado, waktu dan tempat kami persilakan untuk Mas Andri.
Ya, terima kasih Mbak. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Pagi semuanya. Thank you Mbak Nita buat opportunity untuk present today topic. Hari ini saya akan bawakan topik mengenai Rise of Data Ocean. Apa sih sebenarnya data ocean? Jadi sebenarnya kalau dilihat ya bahwa orang lebih mengenalnya itu sebagai data lake gitu ya. Tapi karena kita juga melihat sekarang the rise of big data gitu ya. Jadi banyak data source yang datang dari beberapa aplikasi itu menjadi differentiation pada saat orang itu melakukan data mining gitu ya. Dan di Excel sendiri sebenarnya kita juga sudah mengenal kita punya data lake ya. Tapi karena kita harus mengcombine data ini bukan hanya dari sisi data internal tapi eksternal. Data fabric ini akan menjadi satu yang sangat signifikan gitu ya. Karena not necessarily semua data internal itu kita bisa pakai, tapi kita harus join dengan data eksternal gitu ya. Nah mungkin challenge-nya sekarang itu adalah bisnis itu butuh informasi yang lebih cepat gitu ya. Mungkin kita kenal yang namanya konsep near real time data gitu ya. Karena offering dari kita ke customer itu banyak sekali yang butuh decision cepat, dalam arti kita harus tahu di mana position customer kita, lalu kita juga harus tahu produk apa yang cocok gitu ya untuk customer kita. Nah, gimana caranya supaya ini juga bisa kita combine sehingga informasi ini bisa dipakai gitu oleh Excel dan juga bisa membuat customer kita itu juga get the good experience gitu ya secara produk. Jadi kalau hari ini saya coba explain a bit tentang gimana sih kita menghandle ini secara data management gitu kan ya. How this various kind of data itu becoming faster with still good accuracy gitu ya, dan juga tetap beneficial buat bisnis dan juga customer kita. Oke, next slide please. Ya mungkin next slide. Kalau kita lihat sebenarnya konsep data management itu sudah sangat lama, tapi yang baru mungkin ada yang namanya data fabric ya. Jadi sebenarnya apa sih data fabric? Jadi data fabric ini sebenarnya part of the data management concept di mana kita make sure bahwa kita bisa deliver data lebih cepat time to marketnya gitu ya. Dan konteksnya dengan AI/ML ini sebenarnya karena AI/ML sendiri itu adalah machine learning, jadi kita harus ensure bahwa data yang kita kirim gitu ya atau dipakai oleh machine learning itu adalah sesuatu yang memang accurate dan juga up to date gitu kan. Mungkin tadi Mas Andika udah explain tentang ML Ops. Nah ini salah satu komponennya gitu ya. Kenapa sih data fabric? Karena secara architectural level sebenarnya secara diversity-nya, distribution-nya, scale up-nya itu akan sangat bagus buat company gitu, karena kita nggak hanya bicara mengenai data, tapi juga information, insight, dan knowledge. Jadi data fabric itu punya konsep yang namanya active metadata, di mana pada saat kita mencoba untuk mengcombine data internal dengan eksternal, dia akan mempunyai capability untuk learning sendiri dan akan generate knowledge gitu. Nah, knowledge inilah yang akan menjadi feedback untuk machine learning untuk generate new derived information yang bisa dipakai untuk membuat differentiation dalam arti offering dan lain-lain gitu ya. Terus yang kedua adalah juga kadang-kadang kita juga butuh informasi mengenai business glossary ya. Mungkin kita kenalnya business glossary. Jadi kadang-kadang sebagai business user itu kita sangat banyak data, dan how actually we can combine atau sinergikan data itu butuh satu tempat di mana semua orang tahu bahwa data itu sebenarnya adalah data yang sama atau mungkin data yang berbeda. Jadi data fabric konsep sendiri adalah bagaimana menggabungkan informasi-informasi yang ada ini menjadi satu, dan orang bisa langsung mencari informasinya. Jadi dia nggak perlu nanya ke tim A atau tim B, dia tinggal connect ke metadatanya, dia bisa lihat oh informasi ini tentang ini, dan dia bisa langsung mengcombine data itu dengan data yang lain, misalnya data eksternal. Ya. Jadi kurang lebih konsepnya seperti itu, data fabric ya. Mungkin next slide please. Ya, ini contoh ya. Ini contoh apa yang Data Fabric sebenarnya sudah lakukan in real life gitu ya. Jadi mungkin teman-teman udah tahu tentang Tesla gitu. Jadi Tesla itu sendiri sebenarnya menggunakan Data Fabric konsep. Jadi dia tuh ada 2 skenario sebenarnya. Jadi skenario pertama adalah bagaimana dia bisa mengintegrasikan semua informasi yang ada di depannya dia atau ada secara secara by default untuk diintegrasikan sehingga dia bisa membuat suatu konsep yang namanya autonomous element. Jadi autonomous element ini adalah dia bisa langsung mendefine bahwa oke, kalau misalnya kita mau ke satu tempat gitu ya, dia sudah bisa langsung mendetek kemana arahnya dan berapa lama dan lain-lain. Itu mungkin di Google Maps juga ada. Tapi yang menarik adalah second scenario. Jadi ini adalah learning di mana pada saat kita misalnya nih ya, biasanya kalau naik mobil tuh capek gitu ya, atau mungkin lagi doing other things, itu ada yang namanya fungsi di mana dia bisa semi autonomous mode, di mana dengan informasi yang ada, dengan experience yang dilakukan oleh mobil itu, dengan personalisasi dari si pemiliknya, dia bisa menentukan bahwa oke, dia mau ke sana, speednya berapa cepat dan lain-lain. Ini informasi yang akan yang bolak-balik akan masuk keluar di Data Fabric konsepnya. Jadi yang kita lihat sini sebenarnya adalah how kita bisa membuat data pipeline-nya itu kalau di Excel adalah tidak hanya dari data internal, tapi dengan data eksternal atau experience kita bisa mengcombine informasinya sehingga pada saat si user itu membutuhkan informasi lebih atau dia pada saat itu tidak bisa melakukan proses yang harusnya dilakukan, engine ini dia akan bisa mempropose atau even bisa mengautomate proses gitu. Nah, ini akan sangat penting di machine learning dan AI karena konsep dari AI machine learning itu sebenarnya adalah train ya, di mana dia tidak statik. Jadi informasi itu tidak hanya, oh saya cuma dapat informasi A, ya sudah saya lakukan A, tapi dia bisa jadi A1, aksen 1, aksen 2, dan sebagainya. Jadi kenapa Data Fabric ini dibutuhkan? Karena memang dia mensupport untuk make sure bahwa machine learning itu bisa mendapatkan informasi yang akurat dan juga cepat. Gitu ya. Next slide please. Oke, ini contoh-contoh apa yang kita lakukan di Excel Axiata. Jadi kalau bicara konteksnya balik ke data management, sebenarnya konsepnya agak lebih kita turunkan dikit. Kenapa? Karena kita nggak bicara mobil, kita bicara telco industry, gitu kan ya. Tapi kalau kita bicara data managementnya sendiri, sebenarnya banyak hal yang bisa dilakukan as part of telco industry untuk mendapatkan benefit yang lebih dari konsep data fabric ini sendiri, gitu kan. Seperti yang kita lihat di sini, misalnya ini kita bilangnya focus compute. Jadi kita pakai tadi konsep first scenario dan second scenario juga yang ada di Tesla. First scenario ini sebenarnya something yang kita sudah lakukan dalam arti kita buatin pipeline. Mungkin tadi kalau kita dengar dari Mas Andika tentang pipeline, gimana caranya kita men-generate pipeline sehingga data yang ada di data management kita bisa kita connect, kita bisa combine sehingga menghasilkan platform atau kita bilang mungkin lebih banyak kita bilang single source of truth gitu ya, atau 360. Nah, tapi second scenario-nya yang lebih penting. Kenapa? Dengan adanya informasi yang ada di satu tempat dan juga akurat, si machine learning ini bisa mengumpulkan data, bisa mengenerate data baru dan disimpan kembali di dalam platform yang sama. Sehingga pada saatnya nanti pada saat dia membutuhkan informasi yang lain dan membutuhkan kombinasi data yang mirip-mirip atau mungkin different tapi secara turunannya sama, dia bisa menggunakan platform yang sama dan teknologi yang sama. Jadi ini yang kita lakukan di Axiata sendiri, di Excel Axiata sendiri. Next slide, please. Oke, kenapa sih Data Fabric? Karena mungkin kalau tadi pagi kita sudah dengar ya, Bu Yesi juga sudah bilang, apa sih vision dari Excel? Itu adalah to become first converged cooperator in Indonesia. When we say converge, which means a lot of information coming from different sources. Ya, jadi it's really important to not only thinking about retail or mungkin kita bayanginnya cuman telco-nya, tapi bisnis dalam telco industri itu sangat banyak. Ada enterprise, ada Excel Home untuk ya internet based things gitu ya. Dan kalau kita bayangkan informasinya itu akan sangat besar dan kita butuh suatu platform di mana semua informasi itu bisa ditranslate dan bisa digunakan across business gitu. Jadi tadi pagi siapa namanya Pak Felis ya dari Accenture tuh bilang ada 3 komponen besar untuk digital transformation acceleration. Jadi pertama cloud environment, data ya, dan yang terakhir adalah AI ML. Nah, karena today's topic adalah AML, saya coba terangin sedikit mengenai datanya sendiri, karena data sendiri sebenarnya part of the support untuk AML itu sendiri, gitu ya. Nah, dan spesifik data fabric itu sendiri yang tadi sudah saya terangkan, itu juga gimana kita make sure bahwa dari yang kita sudah buat itu bisa kita combine dengan AML. Jadi dari timnya Pak Andika tadi, dia punya misalnya semacam model gitu ya, atau scoring model atau apapun itu, KPI, kita provide datanya. Tapi gimana cara provide datanya supaya informasi itu bisa diolah, lalu mendapatkan informasi baru, lalu bisa di feedback lagi kembali ke data fabricnya, sehingga pada saat bisnis atau siapapun yang membutuhkan informasi tambahan, mereka sudah bisa mendapatkan di satu tempat yang sama, sehingga kita bisa bilangnya looping ya, prosesnya cyclic gitu. Next, kalau kita bicara business value, sebenarnya sangat banyak sih business value yang kita bisa dapatkan gitu ya. Tadi saya sudah sebutkan pertama faster time to market ya, juga by leveraging more and more accurate real time data atau NRT, yaitu data fabric platform. Yang kedua, better semantic learning buat machine learning ya, karena kita juga akan mempersiapkan yang namanya active metadata. Jadi di mana business glossary itu bisa diakses juga nanti pada saat machine learningnya butuh informasi, ini informasi apa, dia juga bisa akses informasi itu. Dan ini aktif. Kenapa dibilang aktif? Karena ini bukan exhausted, jadi bukan exhaustive gitu. Jadi itu bisa bergerak terus, even dia bisa punya turunan. Contoh misalnya kalau kita bicara revenue, ada revenue apa, misalnya Excel revenue dari sisi retail. Tapi pada saat di breakdown itu akan sangat banyak hal yang kita bisa lihat di dalamnya gitu. Nah, machine learning itu akan belajar sendiri untuk melihat, oh ini revenue-nya harusnya ngambil dari sini atau ngambil dari sini, ngambil. Nah, itu yang kita coba bangun. Terus yang ketiga itu adalah kalau kita bicara tentang integrasi gitu ya. Ini yang mungkin secara operasional juga harus dibedakan ya, karena kadang-kadang kalau saya berbicara dengan teman-teman gitu, mereka tetap menganggap bahwa data lake, data warehouse, data mart itu sama, tapi sebenarnya itu sangat totally two different things gitu ya. Dan apalagi pada saat sekarang kita nggak bicara lagi mengenai data management secara tim, tapi data democratization, di mana kita mempunyai ekspektasi bahwa semua user atau siapapun yang mempunyai akses ke data can do their own things, sehingga knowledge yang diberikan ke machine learning itu juga akan semakin enrich, gitu kan ya. Jadi that's why data fabric platform ini sangat important. Kenapa? Dia akan play role as a middleman, di mana dia akan mencoba menggather semua informasi dari yang ada dan dia akan mengumpulkan satu tempat. Mungkin teman-teman sangat familiar dengan konsep yang namanya single source of truth, gitu. 360 itu sebenarnya sama, cuman ini kita buatnya lebih aktif dan sangat cepat, sehingga pada saat orang itu membutuhkan informasi, dia tidak perlu lagi, datang ke tim data management lagi, tolong ditarik. Nah itu kita bisa cut the process, sehingga semua proses itu bisa diotomasi di satu platform. Next slide please. Oke, apa sih yang kita coba bangun sebenarnya, yang kita baru bangun baru Customer 360, tapi sebenarnya ini sangat core gitu ya, dimana pastinya kalau kita bicara bisnis, customer is number one gitu kan. Jadi informasi customer ini yang sedang kita bangun di cloud environment kita. Tadi ada cloud ya, cloud, terus data dan AML. Jadi cloud juga salah satu differentiator gitu ya, di mana kita bisa membangun informasi juga secara scale up. Jadi tidak perlu kalau misalnya datanya semakin besar kita harus beli server lagi. Jadi dengan adanya cloud kita juga terbantu untuk mendapatkan data atau big data, sehingga informasi itu juga semakin cepat bisa berkembang gitu ya. Dan kalau kita bicara apa aja sih yang akan kita coba capture informasi berikutnya, ya mungkin kalau secara telco industry kita tahu kita punya banyak tower. Nah, tower profitability misalnya, gimana kita bisa tahu tower mana yang menghasilkan lebih dibanding yang lain, sehingga pada saat kita mungkin invest gitu ya, atau mungkin kita mau leasing atau apa, itu kita tahu bahwa ini daerah yang memang revenue-nya oke, sehingga kita bisa invest di sana, rather than actually kita goes to the other tower yang mungkin tidak terlalu menghasilkan revenue. Site 360 ini atau retail outlet 360 ini kita bicara misalnya outlet canvasser atau dealer-dealer kita di luar, di mana kita juga bisa mengidentify apakah penetrasi Excel di daerah-daerah tertentu itu sudah seperti apa. Dan ini sebenarnya ada beberapa use case juga yang sudah dilakukan oleh tim AML tempatnya Mas Andika, misalnya dengan mengcapture warna misalnya biru, merah, kuning. Jadi pada saat birunya lebih banyak, oh ini berarti Excel banyak nih di daerah ini atau gimana. Tapi itu memang ongoing proses ya, dalam arti once kita punya informasi itu, nah data fabric lah yang akan mencoba mengkombinasikan sehingga informasi itu akan terus berjalan dan user juga akan semakin punya knowledge dan mereka bisa utilize, dan data democratization itu juga akan semakin enrich. Karena mereka punya informasi misal dari Facebook atau dari Twitter bisa digabungkan, nah itu akan even bisa menghasilkan informasi yang lebih. Jadi kalau konsepnya adalah data is new oil, tapi sebenarnya kalau kita bicara data kan, kalau kita bicara apa ya, kalau kita bicara oil gitu, oil itu kan sebenarnya raw material ya. Dia tidak akan menjadi berguna kalau misalnya dia belum menjadi petrol, menjadi bensin, atau menjadi aftur gitu kan. Nah makanya konsepnya adalah data menjadi informasi, lalu informasi menjadi insight, dan insight menjadi knowledge. Nah, konsep itu yang akan kita terapkan di data fabric, dan itu akan bisa membantu di AML. Oke, next slide please. Kalau saya boleh cerita sedikit, sebenarnya konsep gimana kita build the data fabric sendiri sebenarnya quite similar lah ya dengan proses-proses yang ada pada saat kita mencoba menggather requirement dari bisnis gitu ya. Cuman mungkin yang berbeda adalah kita punya step itu mungkin saya singkat aja airlines VAT monitoring ya. Jadi maksudnya architecture, pipelines, validation, automation, testing, monitoring. Jadi saya singkat aja supaya teman-teman bisa mengerti. Jadi airlines VAT monitoring. Jadi architecture, how architecture is really important here karena kalau kita sudah mulai membuild sesuatu yang ternyata itu secara baseline-nya itu salah, itu nanti kedepannya juga akan impact ke proses dan juga ke modeling yang ada di depan, contoh di machine learning. Makanya tadi kenapa kita coba buat yang namanya 360. 360 itu sebenarnya bukan kita mengada-ngada buat 360, memang ada standarnya. Jadi misalnya customer, gimana kita membuat profiling customer. Jadi mulai dari customer acquisition sampai dia churn, itu ada proses flow. Nah, setiap proses flow itu akan ada atribut. Nah, itu yang kita kumpulkan. Sehingga pada saat misalnya machine learning dia membutuhkan data untuk campaign di mana untuk mereduce churn. Berarti dia harus lihat di flow-nya churn, di mana di churn itu akan ada informasi yang dibutuhkan. Sehingga dia bisa trace balik, oh ternyata historical customer atau behavior customer itu seperti ini. Jadi dia bisa buat SWOT analysis ya, dalam arti, oh ini jangan seperti ini nih kalau capture customer yang mau churn. Jadi karena cost-nya akan lebih, jadi kita tidak sembarangan untuk mengakuisisi customer, karena ternyata typical customer seperti ini 2 bulan 3 bulan akan churn. Nah itu bisa kelihatan nanti di modeling itu. Nah itu contoh gitu ya. Pipelines juga penting. Kenapa? Karena kita bicara kalau AML itu ada 2 macam. Ada yang feature based, ada yang bisa dengan mungkin kita bilangnya sandboxing atau mungkin they can play around. Featuring itu mungkin kalau teman-teman familiar dengan konsep library, di mana feature itu dibuild untuk similar knowledge atau similar functionality, sehingga pada saat orang mau menggunakan informasi dia tidak perlu buat scripting baru atau mungkin model baru, dia tinggal search, oh ini ada API ini, gue tinggal connect nih. Nah contohnya seperti itu. Tapi ada juga mungkin teman-teman yang suka misalnya doing things a bit different gitu ya, atau mungkin they doing the apa kita bilang crawling ya, atau mungkin data scientist itu kan suka ya namanya mengcombine. Nah itu kita juga punya feature itu. Tapi intinya gimana kita bisa punya pipeline yang men-serve semua needs ini gitu. Dan yang paling penting juga adalah validation, automation, dan testing gitu. Karena accuracy is really important. Jadi threshold harus di set. Jadi kita nggak bisa bilang oh karena dia ini real time, oke lah kita accept 70%. Apakah 70% itu cukup untuk memake decision? Nah itu yang kita harus set secara standar. Apakah harus 80% completeness misalnya data? Dan yang terakhir adalah monitoring, di mana itu proses cycle. Jadi pada saat data itu sudah ada, apakah memang proses sama dan kita balik lagi ke architecture untuk merubah, gitu kan? Nah ini kurang lebih yang kita lakukan dan mudah-mudahan sih nanti kita bisa juga diskusi lebih lanjut ya nanti di Q&A, mungkin kalau ada teman-teman yang pengen tahu gimana lebih detailnya. Tapi next slide please mungkin. Nah mungkin ini saya gambarin lagi, tadi kan saya bilang data, information, insights, dan juga akhirnya menjadi knowledge. Jadi kalau kita bayangin, kalau kita main dulu mungkin kalau teman-teman waktu kecil main Lego gitu ya, biasanya data source itu adalah dapat Lego dilempar berantakan gitu. Bingung nih mau gimana nih nyusunnya gitu ya, ada yang warna merah, ada yang kuning, hijau gitu kan. Nah sebenarnya data fabric itu adalah sebenarnya information atau insight, tapi sudah berbentuk knowledge. Jadi data foundation itu sebenarnya kita sudah punya, tapi gimana kita bisa membuat itu supaya lebih orang bisa melihatnya bahwa oh ya, ini sebenarnya adalah suatu hal yang sama dan kita harus kumpulin di satu tempat gitu. Jadi pada saat orang mau buat sesuatu, ya udah tinggal dicari di tempatnya. Jadi nggak ngubek-ngubek data source yang berantakan itu. Jadi kita bantu supaya foundationnya benar, lalu kita buatin informasi yang tadi saya bilang secara 360, modelnya seperti apa. Nanti tinggal yang sebelah kanan nih, nah itu sebenarnya adalah timnya Mas Andika yang tadi melakukan proses, knowledge, dan lain-lain di sana. Nah itu akan terus-terusan seperti itu, dalam arti nanti at the end of the day, gedungnya akan menjadi semakin besar, semua orang bisa memakai informasi yang ada dan sebagainya. Next slide please. Ini beberapa use cases yang kita coba lakukan tahun ini. Mungkin saya tidak akan terlalu banyak detail karena nanti juga akan ada teman-teman yang akan membahas ini lebih detail, tapi kurang lebih karena kita fokusnya ke customer 360, kita akan coba banyak memakai use case untuk customer beneficial untuk customer itu sendiri. Itu saja sih Mbak Anita kalau dari saya. Terima kasih atas waktunya. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Pagi.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Pagi. Thank you Mas Andri, really exciting explanation. Dan terutama tadi dari awal yang pertama tentang Tesla, skenario yang ada di Tesla, AI-nya bagaimana, ada 2 skenario ya.
Yeah.
Kemudian juga ada data fabric as one of key pillars to achieve Axiata visions, itu juga kita baru realize di sini. Kemudian ada juga real time customer 360 yang memberikan trusted single view of customer data yang pastinya akan interaction langsung dengan market gitu ya.
Benar, Mbak.
Ya. Kemudian dari data fabric tadi juga dapat digunakan ke beberapa machine learning yang saat ini sudah dijalankan di Excel. Sebagai contohnya mungkin tadi ada Customer Happiness Index to measure real time service quality kepada customer seperti apa, dan juga profiling customer habit based on interaction customer dengan CS dan juga dengan dengan service usage yang digunakan oleh customer.
Ya, benar Mbak.
Ya, mungkin nanti untuk use case-nya itu akan dijelaskan lebih detail oleh speaker kita selanjutnya ya.
Benar, Mbak.
Ya. Thank you loh Mas Andri.
Makasih Mbak Anita,
sama-sama. Tapi jangan kemana-mana Mas Andri ya, kita masih ada sesi Q&A, jadi mohon untuk menunggu dulu. Okay, before we continue, I would like to say thank you to our viewers on YouTube. See you again in our next event. Stay safe and healthy.